54.5 million is getting, we're going to get it back soon, hopefully by MEXC. And it's actually just bringing our loss to 6.6 billion Luna Classic. And it's sad that this happened, but to be honest, I'm relatively happy it happened this early on, and it wasn't like millions of dollars, right? We were able to act relatively quick on it, so it was a very good test run for us. Honestly, I would say that I am more proud of what happened today and how we responded onto it than being sad to what happened, because essentially crypto is, we always look at the good part of it, but nobody really notices the bad stuff, right? And essentially that's unfortunately more than the good. A lot of people try to attack us, and I sincerely believe that this was a direct attack onto me, because when the trainer pretty much withdrew the funds to MEXC, the memo is actually quite interesting. It's 119808. So okay, we could argue that it's coincidence, but what are the odds of the trainer wallet having a memo of 119808? Why 808? Like, the odds of it are very slim, I think. But nevertheless, I think we managed it rather quickly and rather good. And yeah, I mean, it sucks it happened, but again, I think it was a relatively cheap price to pay for what could have potentially happened in the future. And again, I am more than confident in our abilities, especially with what happened today. We were rather quickly on it, and now I'm just going to pretty much read like the breakdown of the incident. So point 3, to protect the assets, Candace immediately withdrew approximately 2/3 of the liquidity pool, roughly around 100 million, preventing further theft. 4, we initiated a contract code migration to revoke the mintus privileges of the attacker's wallet and neutralize any KLT balances. So actually, we have to thank Strat for this, because he has helped us tremendously in the morning when all of this was happening. He was supposed to have a day off with his family, and I'm kind of sad that I had to pretty much annoy him with all of this today. He was literally on the phone with me, and I could hear the children calling for him. So it was. I'm really extremely grateful for Frag and Strat. They were an immense help this morning. It was absolutely amazing seeing them, be there for us so quickly. Point 5, unfortunately, during our intervention, the attacker managed to mint billions of tokens before the migration was completed, which were quickly converted to LUNC, draining almost all the liquidity, and these were then also sent to MEXC. We immediately contacted MEXC, as I said. All the funds are frozen that were sent there. The police report has been provided. So right now we're just waiting for MEXC's legal to reach out back to us, and I think we just have to provide them a wallet to, send us the funds back. Candice is also, actively, kind of trying to understand how this was possible for, us to. So yeah. So yeah, guys, I think we handled it pretty well. I know that there's a lot of people going to use this as some ammunition to attack us and be like, "Oh, you guys are rug pullers, this and that." But we're here for the long run, and it's sad that it happened. But to be honest, I'm relatively proud of how well we handled it, and I hope this can be of use to any future project that wants to launch on this chain, to come to us and maybe ask how we prevented from taking a too large of a loss, and what kind of security measures that we have put in place. So yeah, I think hopefully we can show that the right things can be done, but even if bad things happen, you can still correct them. Hey Frag, how are you doing?
Yeah, I think yeah, I'm not feeling well with the situation, of course. So you called me this morning, um, and I was like, yeah, I was like kind of paralyzed because I was at work, and at work I don't have access to any of my wallets or to any of my servers, and so I was not really able to help you, or just like in a limited way. Um, but yeah, I'm glad that that Strat was able to pull it off, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, that was indeed a very good, clutch coming from not just Strat, Frag. To be honest, what you did in the morning, we as in Candace will be eternally grateful for you for just being there at that moment because um, it was quite of a unique situation because I have my tools and I'm always monitoring what's happening on chain, especially with KLT, just for my market making and all of the strategies that I've in place to prevent such things happening. And to see that, okay, it wasn't bulletproof, but it's still possible to correct even if things like this happen, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, Raja. How are you doing?
Whom did you ask, bro?
I'm asking Rajia Bibi. She came up as a speaker. Do you guys see her or not?
Oh yeah, Racha. Come on.
Yep. Speak up, girl.
I have to say, Raja, if you genuinely care about the community and the concerns you're voicing, I have to thank you for trying to do the good thing. But I would say if you know you're trying to put out a statement, you have a significant role within the community. I would say you have a lot of people listening to you. Maybe just verify, like, there is a clear difference between a rug pull and being hacked, right? Binance being our industry leader, just go and look at how many times they get hacked, right? So um, it's I understand it's an easy argument. It's an easy way to gain some engagement, but we are not that kind of people. We are here for the long run. So even if we make mistakes, I hope that people can see the true value that we're still trying to bring to this chain. And again, I think with all the safety measures that we had and all the on-chain monitoring that we were doing, we did manage this quite well. But that's just my opinion. I would like to hear your opinion about it, or if you have suggestions or some knowledge that you can share with us, feel free. Okay, that says enough then, I guess. You know, Candace Lover, go ahead.
Yeah, bro. How did you manage to keep the 100 million LUNC out of being rugged?
So, since I've been mentioning this a lot of times, currently we don't have like scripts and all of that. So the market making and all of that, that's happening through me. So right in the future, we're gonna get to a point where people do not have to essentially be reliant on our market making, but the market will just do its thing, right? But in the beginning, it's not the case. That's just how crypto works. Everybody does it, right? So when we were doing the market making, we have a vast majority of the LP that's in our possession. So when I noticed some weird activities, we have multiple accounts that are providing LP to the pool. So if one of the wallets gets compromised, then we still have let's say another 15, 20 where all of the LP is kind of being distributed into. So even if one is compromised, then the other ones are still safe. And that's pretty much like the system that we had in place. If the hacker or the one who was able to take advantage of the situation if he did not actively follow what was going on chain, then I would have probably been able to almost save the whole thing without losing anything, right? But he was on his side also trying to do a lot of stuff at the same time. So by the time I was going through the wallets, withdrawing the LP to make sure that the LUNC is intact, he pretty much did his thing.
Yeah, because he sold his 240 billion, which he was minting only about 50k LUNC. So that was really nice to see.
Yeah, to be honest, I think
Was a fast reaction.
that person was. I think that person was not expecting us to be that quick on jumping, because I was looking, and once I saw that wallet do all of a sudden update mint, which Strav was actually notifying me in the group that we made this morning, I was like, nah, I can't risk it. I have to pretty much pull out right now. And then if it goes well, then we'll just put it back there. But if it goes wrong, then we still have something, right? And I was literally in the process of taking like every LP that the team had, because we also have our reserve, right? So we always make a calculation. Okay, so if let's say the remaining LP is from users, that's fine, because our treasury, let's say our reserves that we're building up, will cover everything, right? So for us, it was pretty much like a zero risk situation. So yeah, I guess we were unable to take out the last part.
Yeah, because
So
the
essentially,
5 million LUNC sale, and then immediately there were only about 50 million LUNC in the pool, and I just laughed my ass out, because when I saw that, 240 billion sold, and yeah, it just I said, wow, this was great reaction. That was really prepared.
I think that's the only way to move forward, right? It's we understand that there's always going to be people trying to take advantage of certain situations, but that doesn't matter, because we will come out stronger out of this. No matter what will happen, we will be here for the long run. I don't look at this as a bad thing, to be honest. Why? Because we had a bounty program running. Nobody was coming forward. All right, I guess someone has, right? So
Yeah, about the same. Because it's just 3k, and with 3k you cannot do anything. You come to the bus station to Holland, but you cannot do anything else, or Poland, or whatever where you are. But you cannot even invite Nadia for a dinner. So yeah.
So yeah, I would just want to quickly take my time to actually thank all the people that have been so supportive. Like genuinely, it's such an amazing thing to see. Despite considering like the history of the chain, and so many people coming and taking like real advantage of this community. I understand that a lot of people would think that we're trying to do the same, because I even saw like Raja was right here, and I just simply asked, I think, in a very respectful way, like, just elaborate, or just have a debate, conversate with me, because the jumping of conclusions is what really it messes up the whole dynamic of this community. I believe, that's just it happened. Fine, we will just continue improving it until stuff like this can't happen. Very simple. We will come back stronger than this. I sincerely know that. So I'm
Me too.
absolutely not worried.
And thank you for being you and Demon on the space with Cherry. It was very, very important, and you see all the big influencers, or some of them, just kicking a little bit in, because it was explained what is a hack, what is a rug pull, and now at times everybody says to everything it's a rug pull, but there can be hacks, but it's the way
It's
how
a rug pull,
you
right?
go or deal with them,
Regardless
or
of what they're
handle them,
saying, it's a rug pull.
that's the main point, So there's backup things. There are other things that makes this safer, because I think there's no system that is secure 100%, but if you have the backup and you
yeah,
can
systems are secure
crack it and you
100%.
just
LUNC
do
Penguins
it, you know,
seems to be secure.
like Terra needed months and is not only already there, and we know everything right now and still go on.
Yeah, people like Strafe came in and saved the day as per usual.
You know,
Very
I think
normal.
the only thing that's making me, you know, like the conspiracy theories and all of that is like the hacker when he withdrew the funds to MEXC, like the memo. That part is always gonna be like a question mark for me. Like, what are the odds?
What they're saying is
The
a
person
Terra
that was
wallet
trying
got
to hack
hacked.
us
It's
had the
impossible.
memo of 119.
He had the monomics. He had the seed phrase. He
Like,
was
what
the
are the
owner
odds?
of
Like,
the
honestly,
wallet,
guys, like,
right?
if
So
you think
more than
about
one
it, like,
person had access to that
there are
system.
so many different memos
Insane.
that you get, like when you make an account on a centralized exchange. What are the odds? And the thing is, I'm not sure if like you know, the people that are in this space, but I'm not going to lie, guys, I've been seeing 808 everywhere. Like even when I was coming home, there was a car parked in front of my home. It had the number plate 808 in it. So I'm literally seeing 808 everywhere. Hey Fafi, how are you? Everything good, my friend?
Oui, 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 oui. Yeah, everything is good, man. Very good. I'm happy that we're here, and I missed the beginning, but yeah, um, everything is good. I heard the news about KLT, and yeah, I guess I told you, but would like to remind everyone. Markets are extremely highly adversarial. A rug means someone steal from you or the funder took money and ran away. That's what a rug is. Losing money is not a rug. If you buy Bitcoin and Bitcoin drops 50%, Bitcoin did not rug
What?
you. You just lost money.
Oh my
Right?
god.
So let's not put everything in the same bag. Let's also give the
It's a
right
rug, but
access
it's
point
not
to
a rug.
people. And again, I mean, I don't know if you want to feed me in terms of spoon feed me about what happened or where we are at, etc. But it's very important. Crypto markets, people talking to me about like, yeah, in the share market.
Yeah, if Bitcoin drops, you know, 10% in price, of course. But if your coin rugs by 99.99%, you just pulled a rug.
Crypto markets
like, this is the people you're paying to like repeg stuff. It's insane. It's insane at this point, the incompetence of these people.
Even if you make money at some points, I'm talking on the long term. So you make money today. Are you going to make money on the year? It's not sure. But just keep that in mind. It's very risky. And also, if like this was a very small market cap, so very easy to, you know, to push the price one way or the other. So keep that in mind. It's very risky. Always, you should know that. Or if you don't, we're reminding you here. And be very careful. And if you lose money, it doesn't mean that the protocol has robbed you.
Absolutely. So if you want, I can read out like the official statement that we put out, so you have like an understanding of like the breakdown of the incident, right? So,
yes,
you know,
please.
The first thing that happened. So the KLT contract admin, so me, was tricked to sign a transaction giving the attacker wallet minting privileges on KLT tokens and to increase the allowance for the attacker's wallet, giving them unauthorized access to funds from the admin wallet. So when all of that happened, after gaining
it's not
these
a rug,
privileges,
honestly.
the attacker swapped the fraudulently obtained funds from the admin wallet to LUNC and transferred, you know, the LUNC to MEXC. You know, when I was looking at, you know, these transactions that were not making sense, because again, I think I have a rather, you know, sophisticated setup to
so
track.
there's also been another issue today on Miata, and someone utilized KRT or something to actually get a load of NFTs. I think
so I started, you know, digging.
Metaball, I think, is highly affected.
Something is off, you know, I said, you know, I'd rather just make sure that I protect ourselves. So I started to pretty much withdraw all the liquidity provided by the team from the market makers, right? So I was literally going over the list of wallets that we have where all the market making funds are sitting, and I was withdrawing one by one. So from the 30. So in total, there was 160 million, but 130 was coming from our side, right? So, from the 130, I was able to directly, gain 100 back of it. And then once I pretty much got it, in the meantime, what happened was this person pretty much ended up minting and, dumped it. But what happened afterwards is we already initiated like a contract code migration to revoke like the minter privileges of the attacker's wallet and neutralize any KLT balances on it. And then we, immediately contacted MEXC, and they pretty much like froze from the 61 million Luna Classic. 54 million has already been frozen. I've already went to the local authorities. I've gotten like a police report. It's already sent. The police has sent from their side also a report to the exchange. So I've sent one. The police
Sorry guys, I've got a
one.
3D printer going.
I'm just
So
waiting for
pretty much,
legal,
right, this situation they're
KYC
saying
with
about
them,
and
so
being able to
now
get
I'm
the
just
funds
waiting
back,
pretty much
right?
for
If we
them.
look at
But
Terraport,
essentially, to give
it
like
simply
numbers in
is not
terms of
happening unless someone
what
could go
could
into
have
those wallets and
potentially
take
been,
those
like,
funds,
compromised,
because someone
right? So
had access
there
other
was
than them to those wallets to be able to
158
drain the
million Luna
liquidity.
Classic
It wasn't a
in the
hack, it
pool
was an
at the
inside
time.
job.
97.5,
Now they're going to have to
I was
dispute that
immediately able
with the
to
police, and they're going to be
regain
like, yeah,
access, in a
it's
sense,
blah blah blah
without
blah
it being
blah,
really compromised, in
and
a
this
sense, right?
blah 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 blah
And
blah.
then
And they're going to be like, well, they've
54.3
got the
million,
access
that's
to that
already
wallet,
frozen,
you've got the
so the
access to the
hacker
wallet,
does
he's
not
got the
have any
access to the
access
wallet.
to it.
Who owns
And
it?
the
I
real
think it's going to
loss
be a
for
lot
us
more than
is
just a police
6.6
report and then
million
them
Luna
send the
Classic,
funds
because
back.
that's still
Otherwise,
sitting
Terraport
in
would
the
have sent the
wallet
funds back,
of
right?
the hacker.
Right.
So we're still looking at the wallet. If he does, transfer it to an MEXC account, which I don't think he will, because these accounts are frozen. But even if it goes to another one, we will just make the same, procedure that we did for that, remaining 6.6 million. And also, we have 39 million Luna Classic just on the side as a reserve to when we open up the markets again, when we have everything set up the way that things like this can absolutely never happen again, right? So my account cannot get tricked into signing bullshit transactions where there could be some underlying code in it which gives, certain wallets certain access to certain things. Then when we launch, we're going to put the same ratio pre-crash. We're taking a snapshot, and we will have, 39 million Luna Classic to pretty much buy back, in a sense. If people decide to, leave because they lost trust, that's absolutely, I understand. And I would just say that, sorry it happened, but, essentially things like this can happen, guys. But I think, considering,
sorry we messed up, guys.
how it could have went,
we could have avoided the whole thing by getting an audit, but we didn't.
All too bad. I'm honestly pretty proud of how well we managed it, and essentially this was a good bounty for us. Of like the price that we pay today for it, it's absolutely nothing for the project that we're building out and the kind of traction and volume that this can generate in the future. And also, again, since it happened to us, if we fix it and someone takes our code, guess what? You don't have to worry about this anymore. You might have to worry about other things, but specifically this, you wouldn't have to worry about it. So yeah, that's like the TLDR of the situation, Fafi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. I guess also like in terms of security, I think you've been very straightforward. I mean, if you really listen to the spaces in the past, we talked pretty much only about that, like and you've called all the developers to review the code and to help auditing and all these things. So I think there've been like some like I think it's fair to say we've been fairly transparent here. Got to learn from that. Got to see the challenges which are waiting for you, but it shouldn't deter you to keep building and doing your thing, because there are still like some good ideas. And I told you I mean, you see like 6 months, like 9 months ago, banks went literally this happened to them, right? Happens. Markets are highly adversarial. And that's why, when we always talk about let's reopen the market module. I'm going to put a cap on the supply. This thing is a reality. again, you got to keep in mind that people wake up at 6 a.m. or actually they hit the office at 6 a.m. because you have
so basically what Fafi is saying is there's always a risk there could be a rug with the USTC repeg, and if it happens, it's not their fault. Now this is what you need to take, is the attitude of someone who's on the Quant team, right? What he's saying and his stance on things.
That's the job, right? Hedge fund, that's what you do. It's automated, but basically what are you doing? You're screening the market to see how you can benefit from it. Boom. Crypto adds another layer to it with the contract exploit and all these things. So you have like another sort of arbitrage kind of thing, more like technical, more hardware. It's the same. Oftentimes, we like to think about what we wish to happen. So we say, yeah, I'm going to open the market module and this is going to happen and that's awesome and it's going to burn LUNC and we're going to be rich and we're going to go to Monaco and it's going to be beautiful. And then, because you didn't take into account, you saw it from what you wish to happen and you didn't take into account the other side. You remember when I told you like what we built? No one actually is interesting. No one came to us and said, hey guys, why are we paying you to build like an arbitrage bot? Right? We're not, why do we need to arb? Like in what we're doing, Repeg, arbitrage, why? Are you trying to build your own boat at our expense? I didn't, surprisingly, I didn't get this question. I wish I had it actually. Well, we're trying to arb ourselves. We're trying to be someone else benefiting from us. You see what I mean? And that actually makes it more resistant because we putting ourselves from our perspective. Yes, we want to repeg USTC, blah blah blah. We're gonna tax, we're gonna do this and that, etc. But then it's not only us. It's like, yes, people like you probably gonna ape and buy some USTC and be happy and all. But then what's about the arbitrager? What's about the hedge funds? What's about like the people who want to benefit? What's about people who want to make a quick buck? Right? You need to factor this in. And so that's why we did that. Right? But yeah, I mean, shouldn't deter you from doing what you're doing. You were in a good, you had a good momentum, so keep going, man.
Essentially, what doesn't kill us makes us only stronger. That's what I want to believe. And, we could have, I hope that, our actions speak louder than our words, because essentially we're still here. Something very tragic happened. Doesn't matter. We're still consistent with what we do. And just think the way that I think, guys. We were having a bounty program anyway. So, okay, it's very sad it happened, but it's good that it happened now for these prices, because we recovered like 97% of everything almost, right? Now we're just waiting for MEXC to release the funds. So essentially it's a good thing that happened. I'm relatively proud of how we managed this.
Yes, but then also learn from it is extremely, like, you're going to be market maker, you're going to be very careful, right? Very, 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 very careful. And there needs to be like I mean, that was one thing which happened, but also like that's another aspect, purely market. You got to be extremely careful on that aspect, right? Like how much, like how you manage your liquidity, like, risk, like market risk, they're called basically. Yeah, you got to be very careful. See if you can use like the tools, if they can benefit you to make your thing more robust. You're learning, so it's better that it happens now than when the market cap is at 40 billion, which I hopefully wish you can make, right? But and also like remind people that these things are fundamental. You're buying a coin. There might be, not even you, other people might launch coin on the factory. They might be worthful or worthless. When you take something like Bitcoin, it's got, like, you can say at least the miners will save you because they will not sell, even potentially they will buy. We don't necessarily have this pressure when we move to altcoins and all. So just like, always be sorry than I forgot the expression, but is like
or rather prevent than heal. or something. No, yeah, something like that. No.
Wow, they
Yeah,
just
something like
contradicted
that.
everything they
Peace of
just
mind, but
said
yeah,
by
something like
saying that.
But
We could have prevented it, but we
yeah,
didn't, but we should
factor
have,
that in,
but we're not going to. Morons.
see how, like, see what can happen, etc. And then also, it's, I mean, it happens. It's part of the process, right? So many protocol or many things have crashed before, etc. So, but I think in a way as well, we're doing like some good spaces where we try to share, like we're doing now, basically. So it's not like we were completely like, it's not like we were like bullish, and we always do spaces. We try to educate, we talk to people, or we talk to between ourselves, and we're trying to remind ourselves of the risks and what can happen and all. So we had this dynamic. Then this happened, sadly. You know. Yep. Learn
Absolutely right,
and,
my friend.
Come back better and stronger and all.
Absolutely. And I think that's the only way moving forward. We might have, well, I would say more like me. I might have, rushed a few things and jumped the gun, as Demon would like to say. But again, I think considering how bad it could have gotten, to consider that in all reality, 97%
They have been
of
self-promoting
funds
this
are
for like the past 2
somewhat
weeks,
secure,
right?
to just
Faffy has
take a
been in
deep
every
3%
space.
haircut.
How can you be working, but in every
Essentially, if you
space?
think about it, we would have probably paid more in bounties. So
Yes. That's fine, but it's also a nice wake-up call, right? So you've been blessed on that one. That's actually, I'm very happy and glad to hear, and that's great. But you're warned. You've been warned. So use it for what it is. A warning is good sometimes. That's why we have warnings. We don't have straight away sanctions, right? So you've been blessed enough to get a warning. Take it, use it, integrate it, and come back stronger.
absolutely, my friend. I could not agree more. This was a very good warning for us. I agree. I agree. I want to say I saw your messages, Elbun. Thank you for letting us know that if we needed something that we can get your help. That's very much appreciated. There is actually a lot of people that have sent us messages like if you need help or whatever. I just want to take my time to say thank you, guys. This is absolutely like a very nice feeling to see, because honestly, I was expecting like the worst of the worst. Today I was already expecting people to find my location and come and crucify me or something. So I was prepared for like the worst of the worst, right? So to see it didn't trickle down to that. I'm happy. But you're right, Fatfi. It was a good wake-up call, but essentially I don't think it's just it was a flaw in our market making strategy or whatever. It's just you know and you know what the thing is though? I think in the procedure of us trying to find vulnerabilities, we've been rather open about it. So we were like, guys, here is the code, completely open source, go and test it out. But we're still like figuring it out to like really understand what exactly happened. But I'm not so sure whether it has anything to do with the code, or it was just because one of the wallets, well, not just one, like the admin wallet was tricked into signing a transaction. And that's something that can happen to anyone at any time. So it's more like, was it a code fault, or was it just me getting fished in a sense? You know what I mean? So we're still kind of trying to figure that out. But nevertheless, I'll take full responsibility for what happened. We'll just, make sure that these things can never happen in the future. So nobody has
You
to
could
trust
probably
me
guarantee
or
something
anybody,
weird's
because,
going on with
we as humans can
USTC.
always make mistakes, as you can clearly see.
This is what you will get as a response when there is a rug pull with something like USTC. 100%. There is no credibility to be had.
Captain, this is Elba. Am I able to speak now? I have to go back to work, so I just wanted to jump on here real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, it's sad that this happens, but the reality is that no project is ever going to be 100% immune. I think somebody already said that, and it's true, right? Like, so the only good thing that we can do as a community is support each other and know that these things happen. I mean, hackers are out there
We
each
can
and every
prevent
day
these things from happening
looking
each
for
time.
something, right? So they eventually will stumble upon something and take advantage of that. That's what they do, right? So I don't know if any of you guys have actually looked at my LinkedIn account. I know I've thrown it up there because I'm doxxed and all that. So I'm actually a cybersecurity manager for a very, very big company, organization, let's say, with many hundreds of thousands of people, right? So I actually lead a team that actually is in charge of cybersecurity for the entire enterprise. So I know a thing or two about cybersecurity, hackers, vulnerabilities, all that kind of stuff. I see that every single day, and so I just wanted to put it out there that yeah, we cannot just go ahead and point the finger at people right away and say like, well, that team was malicious, right? Because as I said, there's another side of that where people are attacking each and every day. At work, I see hundreds of thousands of attacks a day, right, throughout our enterprise. Obviously, most of them are not successful, but it happens all the time. So excellent, quick work there, rescuing some of the funds there. That's awesome. That's commendable. Hopefully, whatever strategies you use, maybe you could put that down in an article or something like that, and put it up on, I don't know, it could be Medium or somewhere else, just to educate people, right? Because whatever you did was awesome, was excellent, and so it'd be nice if other teams could react just as quickly as that. And then somebody else also did mention there was a difference between a rug and a hack, right? And obviously that is very, very important to to basically differentiate, right? When we say that somebody rugged, that means that they were malicious and they themselves, right? That team was the one that stole. And when there's a hack, it's an external agency or an external entity that does that. So let's just understand that. Let's just get all the information before we start throwing accusations out there. And so I wanted to ask about the KLT token. Just a couple things here. One is, so I imagine that this token's no good anymore, right? You're probably going to go ahead and just kill that contract, that token contract, and create a new KLT. Is that correct?
I think that's absolutely the safest thing to do, because we, and on our side, pretty much like migrated it already to a new admin and pretty much make sure that that specific wallet has no KLT in it anymore, or
there you go, boom,
the
evidence. They had to transfer the admin,
still,
right? So there was already an issue with access.
Really start from a fresh start, restart. We have the snapshot before our DPEG in a sense, so we can just one-on-one airdrop. We have the ratio of the pool that we have locked in, so we know what should be put in there, to match the exact price at what it was before. And then at that point, trades can resume. And if people again decide they want to, sell because they don't believe or they don't trust it or whatever, that's absolutely fine. That's your decision. So we will just make sure that we have a reserve on the side that we can, potentially eat it up. So essentially, I'm the one who's taking the hit, not the users, right?
Okay. Yeah, awesome. So I did want to expand a little bit upon, you're probably not going to be able to do that right now, but I just mean in the future, if you could put this information out there so that all the other teams
folks, don't forget to smash the like button if you can. It really does help this.
You said that there was a malicious transaction that was, signed. So it would be nice at some point. You can't do this now, right? Because you have to go back and do some research and stuff. But at some point, it'd be nice to know what that was, right? What was that malicious transaction? Why is that important? Well, because obviously other projects have admin wallets too, so they need to be able to look out for those type of things. And so I'm looking forward to learning what that kind of stuff is, so that I can actually implement some security measures on my project too, specifically for that. And then, so the last thing I have here, because I've been talking a long time and I got to give somebody else a chance here. So I know that I know the circulating supply, or the max supply before, was like 808, your favorite number, million and change, right? Was that the intended maximum supply? In other words, were you planning on minting any more KLT beyond that?
So that's the second one is an absolute like killer question. That's a very good one. So the idea was to actually have it hard capped at 808 million, right? So what I can tell you with the first question, what I've been already like noticing. So what exactly happened is, since for the token factory, the admin wallet has specific functionalities like let's say whenever someone pays the token factory KLT, the token factory pretty much took the KLT and gave you the token, right? So I, as the admin, would then have to go and withdraw it from the token factory. So there are specific functions like that I had to personally test with the admin wallet, because that's the only wallet that has access to these functions. Now, what happened was one of the transactions that I used to pretty much sign like the testing that we were doing, it had increased allowance for a specific wallet, which I did not see because I was just running tests on, you see, and somehow that wallet was able to, I still don't really like know the full details. So I think you already got like an idea of what exactly happened. They increased the allowance, and then when they increased it, they were able to update the minter, right? So there is a difference between update admin, but there's also something called update minter, and that's something I did not know. And they updated the minter, and I didn't even know that there was like a minting function that was still, open for the KLT thing, which I thought that it was not possible because it was hard capped at 808 million. So
yeah, and so I don't know what that noise is, by the way. That's not me. Yeah, there's also a way to turn off minting altogether. Like when you hit a and this is for any CW20 token right out there. When you hit your maximum that that project knows they're going to use, you can go ahead and just disable the minting altogether. So even if somebody were to get a hold of the admin wallet at that point, they just can't. You can't undo the disabling of the minting for those CW20 tokens. So that's just a precaution that all projects can take, to mitigate something like this in the future. Okay, I've said enough. I'm going to go ahead and get off here and let somebody else talk.
I appreciate the kind words, and I will just say this in terms of the report, in terms of like education and how we can help, future teams to prevent such things happening. I don't think we will make a public release of the measures that we took, just because I am fairly confident that that specific person who did all of this is pretty much watching at everything that we post.
Ooh, that sounds real fishy. They're not willing to hand over any data because it would then show how it all happened, how they did it. It would basically, it would implement them in the whole situation.
That might have suspicions that they could have these same issues. Please reach out to us. We will share everything we know and have, so you can prevent situations like this, so it doesn't happen to you, because these are not fun things to experience. That crypto guy, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Hey guys, so man, it's been a really eventful morning for me, at least, and I'm pretty sure for everybody else in the Candice protocol was the same. And it was bad, but not as bad as it could have been. You know what? I'm trying to see the positive out of a bad situation. I mean, and when I say bad situation, I'm being really, really light on it, because 808 handled this amazingly. I mean, I'm pretty, within minutes, everything was handled. You know what? I'll say hour. I give him an hour because he's
He
not
didn't
perfect.
do absolutely
Within an hour,
nothing.
everything was
Strafe was the
handled.
one who
Okay,
handled
he
everything. This is such
made the
horse.
communications. He took care of everything. But this is just an example of what good leadership and a good team can do for you. A good team and good leadership can do a lot for you, and it can do a lot for your token and a lot for your money. I mean, this is like a real team. Like these people went above and beyond to make sure that. I mean, let's be honest. Who will catch something like that, like at night? Who will catch something like that in the middle of the night? Yeah, someone that doesn't sleep. And guess who? Long Getaway doesn't sleep, and he caught it. And he was able to actually mitigate the circumstances, and that's what's valuable here. Okay, this is not a project that would just wash their hands, watch you
Because whoever
lose
took the
money,
coins,
and
Mr.
walk
Fruity,
away and leave you
hasn't sold
hanging.
them yet on
The
market.
whole
Apparently,
team
MEXC has
is taking
frozen
the
them,
hit.
but
Captain
we're
Arrowhead
taking
is
their
taking
word
the
for
hit.
it.
Monkey is taking the hit. Everybody's taking the hit. The holders are gonna be taken care of, and that is what matters. You know,
So where does the
the
6
LUNC
billion
community
LUNC
is
come
used
from that
to
they've lost? How do they get
getting
that back?
whatever happens. The LUNC community is used to losing. Someone got rug pull, you lost your money. Well, good luck. Somebody else got hacked, you lost your money. Good luck. No, this is a different project, and they're here for you, and they're here to support you, and they're here to do whatever they want. And you know what? It's not just like Rocky said. It's not hard. How hard? It's not how many times you fall. It's how hard you can get hit and keep going. And the protocol took a hit and he stood up and kept going. And this is what they're willing to do for you. Like
That
this
is
is,
almost
a
$500,000
protocol that's
in
perfect,
liquidity
that's
that
never
they need
been
to
broken.
get 6 billion LUNC
Is it
back.
really
Whoa.
perfect? Because if you have never been broken, you don't know how to react when you're broken. If you're never being hit and you're never hit the ground and you're being laid out on the ground, you don't know how to stand. And the protocol was hit this morning and was able to stand and is going again. That's worth more than anything because it shows that when shit goes wrong, when everything is on fire, these people will do whatever they have to do to keep you secure, to keep your funds secure, and to actually make sure you're taken care of. And that
I'm
is
just really
worth
upset
more
that
than
this has happened
anything
again
in
and
this
we've walked
crypto
this route
community.
once again. It's like we do
So,
this once a
you know
quarter. We
what?
have to have a
Let's
rug
support
once a
them.
quarter.
Let's give them an opportunity for them to do what they have to do. And this is, I mean, like this is being handled within hours, guys. Like this is not like 3 months later and we're still waiting to see what happened. This is being handled within hours. People are taking responsibility. They're doing what they have to do. They got you covered. Like you had a statement within hours, giving you all the information you needed, telling you everything that was done. There's police reports. All the exchanges are holding the funds. Everything is taken care of, and that is worth a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, and yeah, this will not stop us. It was just, another learning experience. And again, the only people, I'm reading a lot of, tweets saying, "Oh, investors lost money again, this and that." No, that's not correct. The only thing that investors have to do right now is just pretty much be patient until, we just open up the new trading pair again, and then it's going to be at the same ratio. And at that time, if you decide to pretty much sell and leave, it's going to be at the same rate that it was pre-crash. And we have a reserve to, try to mitigate. So, if even everybody sold, that we can somehow, make sure that, it doesn't completely crash just because of panic, right? So I think that's, everything that we can do from our side, and just continue building. it's pretty much, instead of us making profit this month, we didn't make any profit. We just pretty much paid it out in bounties. And yeah, essentially, I don't think that's such a bad thing. We're learning from this, so that's what matters. Hey, Lunatic Lover 69, how are you doing? I saw you, tweet a lot. How are you feeling? I guess silence. No answer is still an answer, or he might be busy.
Maybe busy looting.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't suggest anybody trading, the current KLT, because we're not going to do anything with this one anymore. So there is no point, honestly. Just right now, just patiently wait until we migrate to the new contract and launch the trading pair at the prices that they were pre-crash. And yeah, that's the updates. Duck, you're asking me in private if you can ask me the hard questions. Man, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Attack me.
I'd say no, I'm not going to attack you as such, mate. It's just if you can answer it. We did the space yesterday, and Lam was in there as well. Not to call Lam out by name, just we were talking about it earlier, and you said that the page and stuff had been shut down at that point, along with the web page. I was just wondering how it got to the current predicament, given the fact that everything was basically shut down yesterday, if that makes sense.
Right. So, it was because this was planted into my admin wallet before us shutting down. So we thought that, we were able to pretty much mitigate the risk by completely closing all access to it, but it was planted before we even shut down the website. So hope that clarifies it. Otherwise, if you have any other question, more than happy to answer it.
No, that was the only one, to be fair. It was just sort of from that last night. That was all it was. Just trying to think if it had happened between then and now. Not then and now, but then and this morning, if you know what I mean.
No, that's a good question, but I personally don't think the two are related in a sense, but yet we're still looking into like completely understanding how this was possible, because it was something rather sophisticated. It's sometimes, I guess, I don't know. We still have to really look into it, because right now making assumptions is not really going to help anybody, is it? So we will definitely well, I mean, the statement that we put out there is already like a full breakdown of what happened and where the funds went and this and that, but how exactly did all of that happen? We're still working it out, so we can put that at least out there, so at least future projects can prevent things like that to happen to them. Because I was rather lucky, because I've been on this checking all of these transactions and on-chain data. So for me to be noticing this, I understand that a lot of people who might have the same issues would not be able to notice it. So it wouldn't be good for them to also experience the same as us.
It's kind of a blessing in disguise. For the bounties, we would have spent more money than what this actually cost us, so we got a discount from this hacker hacking.
If someone could go and join this space, right, and then join as a speaker or try get a speaker position and ask them how are they going to get $500,000 worth of funding to pay back $6 billion
LUNC? That's why we said it in spaces multiple
What?
times. Yeah, we're in a vulnerable time period right now until we get everything situated the way we wanted, with the time release contracts. So during this time, we are vulnerable to hacks. But
they've caused NFT like rugs as well. These people were then able to buy loads of NFTs for near nothing. So, crazy.
nobody's losing money. None of our customers are losing money. Does Candace take a slight hit? Yeah, sure, whatever. But that's part of doing business, you know, customer service, you know, keep the customers happy, the company takes the hit, and it's done. So that's essentially what we did here. We made sure that everything was in place to protect everyone else, just in case it happened. And that's what we did. I mean, would I have liked whenever I came to the project to have everything already set up? Sure. It's a learning curve for individuals, you know. You're also taking things in a trust kind of value, thinking, okay, yeah, this person's going to be the
Briz,
dev and
that is
want to do the
exactly
right thing.
my
But
thought, that
again,
possibly this could have been an
like, this
inside
is
job,
crypto,
right?
and
To make
even
themselves
people
look
that you
like
really
they
thought
can
you could
handle
trust end
things.
up you
And,
can't
you know, there's
trusting,
always
and
tactics to this stuff. It's
they're going to
weird.
try to take advantage of every situation that they can. And so we made sure that if that happened, we were good to go.
Demon
Like
Monkey,
everybody
Faffy,
else's
all of these
assets were safe.
people have been advertising this coin for the past like
Whatever.
2 weeks in Spaces, Small Fry. So yeah, I guess so.
Hey, Lamb, you have your hand raised. We'll get to you, and then we'll get to Mustafa.
Okay, hello
Yeah, Lisbon.
everyone.
That's why I'm just keeping in the space and listening,
as of
because they're
yesterday,
going to
because
tell
I know
the
I came
story.
in and I said to you, I was like, "Did you hear about the phishing?" And you said, "Yes, I have since shut down the site." So, am I correct in hearing that this hack or the security breach, whatever that has happened after you shut the site down? Because I caught the tail end of Duck's question. It happened after. Okay, so on Saturday or Sunday, prior to the phishing attack being found, which it was found, you per se probably clicked a link and that's how it got into your wallet?
Honestly, Lamb, I right now wouldn't want to make any statements on that, because we're really looking into where it went wrong specifically.
Okay.
So
So you suffered a security breach after you shut down all system.
that is correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for being honest. I'm sorry that happened to you, but yeah. That major phishing attack started Sunday morning. So anything prior to that, it got clocked Sunday by Peck Shield and everyone. So prior to that, links and all of the different things you could have clicked with the admin wallet, anything that you could have done Saturday into Sunday morning, late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Maybe remember back to that and you might find something. Anyway, thanks for at least being open and honest.
Thank you, Lamb, for coming and being constructive in a sense, being respectful, because honestly, it's not the nicest experiences to experience it, but since it already happened, the only thing we can do right now is just to understand how this happened and to make sure that this
I would
never
have the
happens.
exact same attitude,
And,
right, if we hadn't had this situation happen more than like 100 times now. It's been rug pull after rug pull after rug pull. Oh, it's not our fault. Oh, we messed up. Oh, we should have got an audit. It's all but, ifs and buts and ifs. Oh, we could have, but we didn't.
Thank you. It is really very sad to see projects like this happens to our Luna Classic chain time after time after time. I want to ask you something, but please don't really understand me wrong. Can you please publish the police report?
As of right now, I'm not sure if I can, but once everything is finalized, at the end of the day, the police report has a date and everything. I would just have to potentially consider this and discuss this with the lawyer, just to see if this could hinder us, or ask like the exchange if they don't mind. I absolutely don't mind, right? So I absolutely don't mind. I would actually love to put it out there so people can see that we got hacked. This isn't like a rug, as most of the people claim.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking it, though. That's something we were definitely considering doing, and we want to be completely transparent about it, guys. We don't want to, jump the gun into sharing too much, which could, harm us more than what already happened today.
But it's just a
Well,
police
we hope
report.
for better
It's
days.
just proof. That's all it is. It's just proof that they actually did it. I don't understand
correct.
what
That
they're
is correct.
risking.
So thank you.
Nah, not buying it.
I mean, see, I don't see this as that big of a problem, as in, had people's funds been taken and us not be able to cover, yeah, okay, that part I would have been really fucking highly upset about. But as I said again, we set up safety nets just for that scenario because we knew that we were kind of in a dangerous window.
I say if
for the
they've got
moment.
safety nets, release them now. Pay everybody back,
We
make
weren't
them
in a
whole now.
concealed position.
Why not just put an
So we
update out
could
saying,
take fire.
it failed, we
Well,
got rugged, here's your money back. Nah,
So
instead
we
you're
set
not.
up safety nets for that reason until we could get everything in place that we needed in place. Should those things have already been in place? Sure. I wasn't really part of KLT during that time. I was gone. I couldn't advise and do the structures of how that was supposed to be. 808 had launched it, and then he's new at all of this as well. So he thought what he was doing was a safe route. He was getting a bunch of devs to look into it, look into the code, and nothing had popped up. So he thought he was doing everything right, which he was. But whenever I came in, we set up extra safety nets. And we set those up just in case, because I told him, look, we should have, had we launched this token, all of this should have already been in place. Hindsight's a bitch, so let's go ahead and figure out ways that we can put in safety nets just in case a hack happens during this time. And we did. Should the other things been in place? Sure. But it was already launched. So we were tracking it as we went. And that's why as soon as it happened, we knew what was happening. Because we knew this time we can't be slacking and not be watching what the hell's going on. We knew it was going to be a full-time job until those other safety mechanisms were put in place. 69 had brought it up in tweets and, respond to him. And I thank him a bunch because he said it multiple times, same as we did. Hey, this is a risky asset as of right now. Not just because of the safety, the trading as well, but because it's a new token, but because so much of the supply was being held by one wallet. We let everybody know that. That's why you've never heard me ever tell anybody to go and buy KLT. And the only thing I spoke about
Wrong.
is
If you go back through all of the different spaces, they've been
to buy it and maybe
advertising
become
it.
liquidity providers.
Become a
once all of
liquidity
those things are
provider,
set in
those
place.
kind of
if
things.
people wanted to buy in right now and trade it,
Saying LSDs are
because
safe,
there
they've
was
got no
nothing
risks if you do it right.
knowing the risks that they were taking, then that was their choice. But as a professional, we still set up safety nets in the background, which just in case we got hacked, so our customers didn't lose any money. Just a safety net. In all reality, everybody knew what they were getting into. Would we have to do that legally? No, because everybody knew what they were trading. There was nothing hidden. We told everybody, look, this is where the assets are held right now. This is, we're in a window of where it could be breached. And
these guys just making the rules up as they go along.
Invest.
Don't forget to
But
smash
the way
that
I
little
do
like
business,
button,
and I
folks. It
told
really
808
does help the
this
channel.
from the very beginning, is I don't care where we stand legally on it. If we could get away with legally not having to make people whole because they made a stupid financial decision for themselves, we're still going to do things in place to protect them no matter what, even from their own stupidity. Because we're going to fuck up as well and have stupid things, and hopefully we get the same kind of respect and support back. So, and that's what we did. So everything is protected. And for one, we were wanting people to try to come and hack it right now. In a sense, we asked people to look for vulnerabilities as like a bounty program.
We haven't got an
And it
audit,
just
but
happened
please go
somebody
ahead and
did
hack
it
us.
without us
What?
knowing, in a sense. And he could have, I mean, honestly, he could have made just as much money. Well, he's not making any money now, but he could have made $3 or $4 grand just doing the code and doing the bounties on it. Like, that's the thing that got me. It's like, well, you did this. You could have just treated it as a bounty, and you would have gotten paid for finding that vulnerability. Instead, you're probably going to get charged with shit, because if you're KYC'd with that wallet through MEXC, there's a police investigation going into it now. MEXC's going to lock up all your accounts, and they're probably going to lock up all of his trading accounts, because that's what they do.
Exactly. How do they know
And
it's a
the dude will
him?
be under
How do they even
investigation.
know?
If he did anything else nefarious back in the day, he's going to have to answer for that as well.
You hand these people the
But
rope, they'll do the
to us,
rest.
this is kind of like a blessing in disguise, because would we have liked somebody to come up, like Frag or some coder or man, whoever, to come up and say, hey, I'm going to try to attack this thing and see what I can come up with, and then they find a vulnerability and attack it, and then they come to us with the data and say, hey, this is the flaw I saw, this is what needs to be fixed, and we could have paid him for that. Now this guy, just like I said, he did it without us knowing and thought he could get away with it.
So once again,
we were
right, folks,
tracking
ask
everything in
yourself
real
the question,
time.
where did all the
I mean,
liquidity come from?
that's
Where
what we
did all
set
the
out to
holders
do.
come from?
We knew that this was a
LUNC. What did I say a couple of days ago in
so
videos?
we made
People
sure
are building
that
dexes and they're going to try
we were
and
there to
siphon off
catch
more. There's a
anything.
huge gap
And
in
we
the
made
market
sure
because
that
there's no
everybody
dex.
would be
We don't have any of our own on-chain
this
swapping
isn't some
stuff.
Terra
We don't have our own
where
wallet.
millions
Everything's
of dollars got
available
hacked, and
to be
there's no
privatized,
funds
and we're now being
to replace
prevented
those funds,
from
to make
even
people
doing
whole.
anything as a
We would have
community,
actually shut
right?
down trading.
Insane.
Like, if it got to a point where we couldn't cover it financially, we would have put out a thing and said, hey, we're going to shut down trading as of right now, just halt it until all those safety mechanisms are in place. But as long as people could still make money and trade it and we could cover the bill, we didn't give a shit. It's like, okay, whoop-de-doo, we come out some money for it, and nobody else is getting a loss. It'll be us. Okay, well, that's the risk we're willing to take as the founders in our business. We didn't care about taking the loss, and we still don't. So even if MEXC somehow doesn't, or for some reason doesn't give us the funds back, which I highly doubt would happen, but just say it doesn't, well, that's all covered. Doesn't fucking matter. Well, once it's all secure, everything is in place, the contracts already got migrated. We'll do a brand new contract where everything is locked really tight. All of the pools, the way we want them built, will already be in place. So when we launch that next token, none of this could ever happen again. Not this. Nobody will be holding access. There won't be a single wallet holding access to 90-something%. Like, none of that can happen. We'll make sure that there's absolutely no way for a mint function to be turned back on through admin or any which way. It just would not be able to happen. And once that is all finalized, then we'll airdrop the new token to everyone. And if Lunatic69 down there, my brother from Germany, says, hey, Demon, I love you guys, but you know what? I put a lot of money into this. It freaked me out. I'm going to take my airdrop and dump it. Okay, cool, dude. Do your thing. It's your money. Choose to do with whatever you want. We'll have the liquidity in place for you to be able to get that money back out. Simple as that. So he hasn't lost a fucking penny. He might not be able to sell it right now because it's kind of halted, but as soon as that airdrop comes in, we're going to have enough liquidity for anybody who wants to get out, they can get out. Because we managed it to make sure that it wasn't getting too out of hand. Had it gotten way too out of hand, then sure, we would have stopped trading. So you're like, hey guys, we don't have the collateral assets to pay if something happened, but we had it. So this was no fractional lending shit, So as long as it stayed below our threshold of what we had to collateralize it with, we allowed the trading to continue to happen. So There was no rug. There's nobody's money is gone. It's our money. It's our money that'll be gone, if anything, which is fine. Like, okay, we rugged our fucking selves. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Shit, businesses take hits all the time. Fucking, I've lost a lot of money in business transactions. Fucking acquiring, hell, right now, one of the things I'm working on right fucking now is costing us a shit ton of money in legal fees and everything else because of a company that we acquired and land that was supposed to be attached to it. We're having to go back into surveys, getting survey crews back out there to redo new surveys because that land does belong. I know 100% it belongs to us, but these other people are claiming it's not. You know, this was years ago that we finalized this shit, but now we're finally building on there. We're opening up wells there to where we need access roads through that parcel of land, and it's just turned into a complete shitstorm. And nobody else can incur that cost except for our company. So, and it's right now we're already over $70,000 in 2 days, 70 grand. That's out to try to cover this shit, and that's on top of what we already paid for the land and the contract that we finalized, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, almost actually, and it's just, and who knows how much more it's going to cost for us to get this shit done. Yeah, it's not fucking cheap, but that's part of doing business. If you want to be a business owner, that is just something you need to think about.
Lunatic Lover, you have your hand. Go ahead.
Hi, LUNC 808, mein Bruder. Mein Mitgefühl. Sorry, I cannot really say it in English. German is easier. So yeah, I'm sorry for you for what happened. Obviously, I'm affected as well right now, but I kind of felt bad for you. So I'm happy that you got support from other people as well. And it's good that you have Demon on your side. I think you guys will probably recover from this, right? So
don't feel bad, man. This is good. This is actually a good thing. Like, people were freaking out this morning. Dude, I've only gotten 2 hours of sleep.
No, Demon. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about LUNC 808 because in his voice you can feel the pain. Like, I think he had a rough day. So don't feel bad, man. It's
I mean, he's running on no sleep too. But I talked to him this morning. I'm like, dude, what are you freaking out about? We planned for this. This isn't like, what are you freaking out? Like, we planned for this.
Whoa. They planned to do the rug. What's going on in this space?
We already had it covered.
Somebody clip that.
And we were literally going to pay people to do this exact fucking thing to begin with. It just happened to be like one of our inside guys that, through the admin function was able to kind of get away with it. In a sense, he thought he would.
There you go. So they've just admitted it was a guy who had admin access.
Right, thought we were fucking idiots.
You've heard it from Demon. How stupid can you be?
We already had this shit all planned out.
Smash the like button, folks.
We already had action plans in place in case shit hit the fan. Like, this isn't my fucking first rodeo. This isn't 808's first rodeo, but this is definitely not my fucking first rodeo. So we have plans in place, and we did. And now, does it suck? Do I apologize to like you and others that were daily trading? Sure. Sorry that you guys aren't able to trade it right now and make your money, because I know you've been doing pretty good, and we just took an opportunity away from you from maybe making more money, profits or whatever, building your bag. I do apologize for that, because trading is halted. But your money is not lost. I apologize that you don't have access to your money right now. That's, a big apology from me. But everybody's getting there. Like, as soon as it's locked in, we launch that new token. If you want to take that new airdrop and dump it. I don't care. Thank you for, thanks for holding out with us. Inconvenience, for, having patience with us for that, and we'll take care of it. So go ahead and dump it. We'll have it covered so you can pull your money out. If you choose not to, sweet. We appreciate your continued support in the project and leaving your funds in, and we'll keep doing things to keep building and make everybody money and successful. So,
guys, I have one suggestion. Do you right now have access, like admin access or marketing access to the tokens still, to the old one? Because wait a second, maybe you don't have to tell me if you don't feel comfortable saying. But what I'm thinking about is people are still somehow buying the token. Maybe I don't even know if it's possible. You know, like is it possible to rename it at least so that people can like recognize that they shouldn't trade it? You know what I mean?
can you say it again? Like, I don't know if I'm rugging or if you're rugging.
It's probably me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but when you were talking, it was kind of like in and out.
Okay, so is it possible to change the token name or ticker or description, and then you could add something like deprecated, or you know what I mean, like don't trade it, basically? Because I see people trading it, you know, they're like, oh, this is rugged, and you know, I just want to ape in, and you know, I'm all in for aping, but this doesn't make sense, so maybe it prevents people from getting wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, we can do something like that. Like I said, if people are still trying to ape in on that shit and take advantage, it's kind of like the Luna situation. You know, when it started crashing, a bunch of people were trying to get in, trying to catch a falling knife, and
yeah, and they turned it all off. They
then
shut it all
ended
down
up
on all the exchanges. You could only go
getting
and get
well
it on
below, you know,
Pancake
because
Swap.
they
They
were
have a
buying in at,
responsibility and
you
a
know, 10
duty to
cents, 5
holders
cents,
thinking they can
1
capitalize that. They're
penny,
going to
and then
destroy
it
that
kept
coin and
dropping,
airdrop
and
new ones to them holders, and
they're
they're not
getting
going to be
wrecked,
part
and
of it because they've taken a snapshot.
so it creates
Boom.
a scenario like that, which I don't necessarily like. After the snapshot, there's not much we can do, right? So if people were still wanting to continue trading and buying that thing and taking advantage of the situation right now, you know, that's a huge risk that they're taking on.
Yeah, no,
You
I
know,
get it. You cannot prevent people from trading, but you can maybe rename it, you know, so people that are not aware, that are like, you know what I mean? Some people trying to recover their losses by just buying more because they think they can make it up, you know what I mean? Because they're not aware that there's going to be an airdrop, you know, and new trading there. Or maybe rename it to Classic, you know, like KLT Classic.
well, they might
maybe
have
you
heard
find somebody.
airdrop, and a lot of people, you know, a lot of people bought in, and they actually got lucky. So a lot of the new Luna Classic holders, they got really lucky because Luna, when Quant and them did a Genesis, they actually airdropped individuals that bought in after the DPEG. Like they even gave them, it was a small portion, but they're still earning Luna. In all reality, they weren't OG holders like some of us were, who'd actually deserved all the airdrop. These were people that were trying to hype in to make a quick buck because of the supply increasing and shit. And they still got incentivized for that, which that was one kind of thing I hated that ended up happening. It's like, why are you guys airdropping new tokens to these guys when they're not even the ones that were affected by it?
Yeah, but
Like,
the thing is, you were affected because they didn't announce that there's going to be an airdrop before. You know what I mean? They let people buy it up, and they basically teased USTC Repeg. And then they announced, like a couple of days later, they said there's going to be an airdrop. But in between, a lot of people, they were like, oh, this is nice. They're going to recover, like TFL or somebody is going to inject money into this. So let's just ape in.
right.
And like,
but
you
that
know
was
what I mean?
people making, yeah, but that's pure speculation. They were speculating that's what's happening, and that's what trading is speculating. So
yeah,
they
but
were
you could argue the
speculating that
same.
was happening.
Yeah, but you could argue the same for the old holders. You know what I mean? Like if you go down that route.
The main thing is all the new buyers dropped in after Captain said don't buy and sell, and some of them used that knowing this.
I'm not
Buying
comparing to
NFTs and
KLT.
you know.
I'm
So yeah,
I'm not comparing to KLT.
I was
Maybe it's
also
a
punished
misunderstanding.
when I get some Luna because I also came in the Deepeg, you know. So yeah, it's not something I would do, never ever. Just state it where it was, and then everybody can do what he wants, you know. But not new users who just bought millions and millions and billions, you know, and then even use the chance to buy some NFTs with KLT. So yeah, no, never ever.
Yeah, no. But Demon for Luna 2, somehow it still makes sense in my opinion. I don't know. Because you could also argue that the OG holder, they also read the white paper, right? So they like obviously nobody wanted to get diluted like this, but technically speaking, they also agreed to the terms. You know what I mean by buying in. Like, but it's a hard
kind of. But when we were old holders, and they were talking about airdrops, you know, did I buy more coins trying to like? It wasn't something I was doing to. I was trying to catch the knife as well. And I was just trying to fucking recover funds. Well, if they didn't want to give me money for the 800 million LUNC that I bought after the DPEG, okay, cool. I understand that because I was one of the fuckers just trying to get my money back out of it that I just lost. So
I mean, maybe let me put it this way.
You know what I mean? But whenever they're wanting to do an airdrop from the snapshot, then sure, you know, I would have been okay with that. Now, I wasn't as big a holders as fucking anybody else. I mean, there's guys who lost millions, you know what I mean? So I was like a fucking minnow in a big pond kind of thing that are getting some really decent airdrops. But they decided to give everybody airdrops, which was cool and dandy. But a lot of people, they took advantage of it. They only got in when they knew, like, oh, these fuckers, they're guaranteed this supply. Us guys who knew, like, whenever I saw trillions, I knew they were going to split the chain. I knew they were going to, there's no way they already extended their money. There's no way they were going to buy back the supply and try to burn it. It was impossible to do so.
But even that's the issue. Look, I wouldn't have an issue if they didn't airdrop to classic holders. If they, at that moment, you know, because there was a point in time when it was clear for TFL or for validators or whoever that there is going to be a new chain, right? But they still let people trade. They didn't make announcements. It was silent. The only thing that happened was teasing Repeg, right? So basically, you are creating exit liquidity while you already know that. I mean, that's conspiracy, right? I cannot prove it, but it looks to me like this. So I think it's appropriate to at least compensate you somewhat, you know, because there must have also been people like myself, right, that saw like potential to just buy in, right, because you missed out previously. But if at that point in time it was already clear for, let's say, management or OGs or whatever,
well,
then
yeah, but one thing you have to
remember, because you let it trade, right? They let it trade. So that's
but they had
to.
But they had to because that's the way they were trying to fix it with collateral. So it's not like they could have shut the chain down and just halted trading completely, because they were actually, for one, they didn't know exactly what the fuck was going on. So then they had things in place to try to combat what they thought was going on. So they tried to combat that shit. Once they figured out that wasn't fucking working, it was trillions being minted and people were just buying up left and right before they could even shut down trading. And they did. They reached out. TFL, they reached out to those exchanges trying to halt fucking trading. But exchanges were making so much fucking money, from that buying frenzy and selling frenzy. Dude, it went up into, you remember the volume, man? That shit was up in the billions, dude. Billions and billions. They were fucking making bank, dude. They wouldn't halt it. And that's why you had randomly this exchange halted, this one didn't, then it halted, this other one kind of started back up. I mean, the exchanges halted, started up, halted, and started up like 2 or 3 times. 2 or 3 fucking times they went back and forth, unhalting and halting the trading of that fucking pair.
I mean, let me rephrase. I have to rephrase it because you're right. I don't think there was ill intention by TFL or anybody, right? So I have to rephrase it. Maybe it was just like, chaos because stuff was happening quickly. But still, I think there is like an argument, like morally speaking, that you could make, that it's like appropriate to give them some sort of compensation. Because it was unclear, yeah, they did. I'm just referring to you saying you didn't like it, you were like, it should only be airdrop to OGs, which I also can kind of understand.
Yeah, for the initial investors, that from what the time they did. Now, there's some people who bought in afterwards that didn't get an airdrop, right? So they did do. They're like, okay, this is the date it happened, and then there was like 2 or 3 day window where they were trying to fight it, like really trying to fight it and figure out what happened, and there was still trading going on. So they set the snapshot to like that date. They didn't go all the way into like end of May, beginning of June and shit, and did a snapshot there. So it wasn't like every single Lunar Classic holder that bought in got an airdrop. So there was like a set snapshot date to where if you were within that, like that 2 or 3 day window or whatever it was, and you bought in while we were trying to figure shit out, then sure, and those are the people that end up getting the airdrop, which is okay. That was a decent thing to do. Did they legally have to do it? No. Because there was still a lot of individuals. I mean, I'm admitting to it, right? So I was in that window. So I got airdrops for my
with
old
this
holdings.
space, honestly. At
that
least
ended up
there's an
turning to
account
LUNC,
of it.
and then I got airdrops for all the new coins I bought, right? And my intention, I wasn't really thinking about airdrop. I was just buying up the fucking dump because I figured it would recover from everybody trying to catch the knife, that I could get in low enough, it would skyrocket up, and I could get out and get my money back that I lost. And I did have an opportunity to do that. But then during that opportunity, I was also already kind of seeing some things going on in the background that we might try to recover this chain. So I held on to it. And I was like, fuck it. Who cares? I already lost it. So screw it. I'll just hold on to it and see what happens. Which I don't care. I'm not mad about that, so it is what it is. But in that sense, I got a little more airdrops than I should have got just because of those bags I bought. And whenever they started talking about doing airdrops, I was like, oh, sweet. But I didn't really give a shit. Like, they were in 2 different wallets anyways, because I had a stake. I always have different wallets. You guys know, I have a staking wallet, and that all of my Luna was actually staked away. Every fucking bit of it was staked, all of it. My USTC was an anchor. Like it was, all my shit was locked away anyway. I couldn't sell it, so I had another wallet, and that's what I started buying up through an exchange. My exchange wallet, I started buying up all that extra LUNC whenever it was being minted for like cheap. I saw I put in some buy orders. I lost like $2,000. I bought pretty high up. I think it was like at 10 cents or some bullshit. But then I was like, oh, this shit is dumping. So I stopped buying, and I put in buy orders at like 508 or 5, right around there, and started, buying up at those prices, and I accumulated a shit ton. But that was me just trying to get my money back out of it, in a sense. So. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna take that snapshot. Everybody that had their coins at that time, that's what they're gonna fucking get, in airdrops. When we do the airdrop, we'll set aside. So right before we revoke the contract, everything will be set in place. So
don't forget to smash the like button, folks. It really does help the channel.
In a sense. The foundation fund, same thing. The airdrop
Crazy
funds,
Mo, there has been a
for
huge rug pull on a
Miata,
DEX that was being
or
built
not
called
Miata,
Candace
for
Protocol.
Torimori
Those
NFT
holders have come
holders,
from
those will be
LUNC.
in
It's
another
just
one
another
because they're
Terraport
vested, so they'll come
2.0.
out every so often.
These are the
The
people
only
behind
coins
it.
that we're going to leave out that we'll have access to immediately in a wallet are the airdrop tokens that will be going to yourself and others. And those will be released immediately to all of those individuals, one for one. So if you had 8 million coins, you're getting 8 million coins of the new token. So we're going right off that snapshot. Whatever everyone had at that time, that's what you're getting. And all the other assets will be completely locked away. It'll be done 100% right this time. So no ifs, ands, or buts about that shit.
Well, since it's silent, I want to thank Capitan for handling everything so quickly and rapidly, and everyone else said it already. Yeah. Thank you, and hopefully this will never ever happen again. But thank you, honestly.
Honestly, you don't have to even thank me. I just feel sad that I've dragged you guys with me into this, to be honest.
No, don't be. I mean, we've got thick skin. And yeah, I get everyone's concerns. Absolutely. I mean, it's more than normal. But yeah, I want to keep on pushing on the part where people keep talking about this being a rug pull. I mean, Candace Lover, can you repeat that, please? Or who
Rug
was
pull
it?
is done by someone who has inside
Lunatic, I
knowledge,
think, maybe?
inside wealth, and
Oh,
inside
Lamchop wants to
connections.
speak. Yeah,
It was
sure.
done
Go
by an
ahead first.
admin of a group that was a guy. We know that because they've
I
admitted
just have
it.
a
So
question. So I'm just looking at a few transactions here, and it's a little concerning. So the Godment per se happened on the 22nd, which we know that was yesterday, last night. But on August 17th, a new minter was given access. Right?
Whoa.
I mean, I'm looking at the transactions right now.
You go, girl.
And then there were tons of tokens added. I mean, I'm just looking at the transactions and I'm trying to put two and two together here. So August 17th was 5 days prior to all of this happening. Did you guys know that there were more tokens made on August 17th? If not, I can send you the transactions.
Do it. Send them the
I
transactions.
think there might be a
Do it.
slight
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
correction needed there, Lamp.
What? How could you correct transactions?
What happened
This is Faffy. Yeah, we know it's a transaction, but honestly, it's not. It's not what it looks like.
One of the transactions had a increased allowance instead of just having the feature that we were testing out.
Right.
The minting, however, happened today. So
right, but I see
happened?
the minting. What I'm looking at, and it's hard to put in words. What I'm looking at is on the day, the 17th, when you were doing your admin stuff, there was a wallet address, right? And that wallet address is actually the same wallet address that minted all of the tokens in the hack. I'm looking at the wallet.
Can you pin it up the nest, please? Then
Sure.
I can pretty much.
Sure. No
Let's
problem.
go over it together. Thank you.
Here we go, folks. They're going to share it and we can all look through it together. Smash that like button. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
I'm actually over here making some notes, so let me just pull it up. What I'm going to do, easiest is I've got the two addresses. Well, yes, the two addresses in the notes, and I'll just post it. maybe this will help you get some clarity. I don't know, but I'm looking at it and it just seems strange. Not accusing anyone of anything, not my business. Honestly, I just like to look at transactions. So on August 17th, I'll just post the picture and then I'll give you the notes and you guys can do your due diligence from there. Does that work for you?
That works, and I'm actually really thankful that you do it, and I would like
Yes,
to go
please.
over it together, so
I
we
actually,
can be completely transparent about it.
well,
Nothing
I'm
to
gonna
hide here.
post. I know there's nothing to hide. There's a few people just looking at transactions, so it's not just me. Just so you know.
I
And
know.
yeah, no, and I do this for larger things. So I'm just going to give you the information and you guys can figure it out, right? So I'm going to give you the image that's concerning to me, and then I'm going to give you the wallet addresses and the actual transaction hashes, and then you guys can go from there. Does that work for you?
Yes, just make sure you share it in this
For
space.
sure. Go ahead, post
Okay.
it, and then we'll review it together one by one. In the meantime, before you do, what I can already tell, so from what we know is that what you're saying 5 days ago is that wallet increased the allowance. So no minting happened 5 days ago. So that's the only thing I wanted to correct. But before correcting, I would like everybody to see what I'm seeing, and so we know.
I'm just
So we're all
looking
on the
at the
same page.
actual, like I pulled it open and it says new mint allowed on, it says new minter. So that's the concerning
Yes.
part, and that's it. So I will post that, and then I will post the transactions and the wallets, and people can look. The ones that actually know how to dig, and whatever it is that you guys have to figure out, I wish you, and I really do, I wish you nothing but the best on this, because it's awful for everyone involved. I mean, no, people may not have lost money, but they could have, and then you guys are stuck with yet again another fantastic issue on LUNC as a whole. You had lunatics, Terraport, Quant, and now poor you guys, so it's just awful all around. I have no ill will towards anyone whatsoever. So I just need you to know that.
I know that, Lamp, and I again just sincerely thank you for looking into it. And the more people we have looking into it, and I guess, as Demon likes to say, the truth shall set us free, right? Because that's a good point you're bringing up.
I gotta refresh it quickly, folks. One sec. Let me get us back in. Here we go.
Potentially interacted with this specific wallet who made us pretty much sign a transaction which could have changed the minter. So nobody on the team is to blame for. It's just me, and I will take full accountability for everything. So just put it out there and we'll review it together, right? So but I just want to specify one thing that was not correct, was that the minting only happened today, right? So maybe the minter was updated, but that's not something I've been able to catch on before all of this happened. I was only able to notice that something was wrong when I noticed
Sir Charles,
some
thankfully,
KLT
this is not
coming
of a
into the
huge
liquidity
effect of
pool
our actual
that was
blockchain.
not
It's
accounted for.
just
So
we're the
when I
lucky
was doing
ones
my
that it
market
didn't
making, I noticed
happen
some sell
later
pressure
on
that
after
was
they're
coming
taking
from a side
massive
that was not
amounts.
possible.
So we're
And
lucky,
that's
but
when
they're
I
not
noticed,
at all.
something
Something's
ain't
fishy
right
about
here.
this whole
And
thing.
that's when I took action.
If the Minter module was changed on the 19th, that means they had 3 days to notice that something was wrong. So, yeah.
Also, by the way, in the meantime, I've reached out to Terra Swap to get our KLT out of there, so people do not trade it. And I said it a few hours ago, please do not trade it, because essentially right now you're just literally gambling. Obviously, even before when you trade, it has risks. But right now, this is, I'm telling you, don't, like, there is literally no point unless you want to trade and, be degenning into nothing. I guess be my guest, might as well go and trade some other, tokens that, will be probably more beneficial right now than something that we're not going to use anyway. So the airdrops that you're going to receive, if you buy now thinking that you're going to pretty much cheat us because we're going to airdrop you, that's not the case, because the airdrop, like the snapshot for the airdrop, is happening before this crash.
So I think all of these were minted for KRTC, by the way, folks. I think this was the project that was affected.
So I
need to
posted the
confirm
first
it, but I
image,
think this was the
the one that I
project
said
on
that
the
I,
Arta that
was
got absolutely
confusing
wrecked
to me,
because
where
of
it says
this.
update minter on August 17th. So the update minter, now I get that, but there's a wallet that has been approved, and that's the wallet that minted all of the tokens yesterday. That's where I got confused. And this isn't accusatory. This is nothing other than this is just on-chain information. I don't
Right,
own
so
any
can I break it
Canvas.
down for you?
Of course you can. I mean, I'm just looking, and if there's nothing, there's nothing. This is just on-chain information.
No, I'm glad you brought it up, but essentially I was the one who shared this information for people to go and look and verify. So I'm glad that people are, looking into it. So what happened was, again, there is, specific admin functionalities that I am only able to test out with my admin wallet, right? So whenever I needed to test it out, my understanding, but again, I don't want to speculate, make assumptions, right? So what happened is that specific message that I was planning on trying out for the admin wallet had another meaning. Instead of me, for example, using the import token feature, I'm just giving an example, and the import token would have been just like pasting an address to get like the rich list of Terra or DKW or like Mirror or Anchor, like any token that's launched on this chain to get like the rich list of it. Essentially, what I thought that what I was signing was me pretty much handing over the admin from us, the updating, like the minting allowance, to another wallet. And then as you can see, this night, that wallet pretty much ended up minting more and more KLT, which I don't know how that's even possible, because I thought that the KLT, when we launched it, the 808 million, that was our hard cap. And what I mean by hard cap is that it's 808 million, that's it. It's never going to increase in supply, but as you can clearly see, that's not the case. So hope this clarifies. If you got more questions, I'm here.
I don't really have questions. I just know that people are looking into addresses, and I posted that up there from Madman, and when you track the wallet, it's the same wallet that went to MEXC. So you understand the conundrum.
Not necessarily. Would you like be very like open the way that I'm trying to be, like just be straight to the point with me?
The spender address that increased the allowance is the same wallet that sent the funds to MEXC. There's no other.
Yeah, that was never argued otherwise. We said that from the very beginning.
Right, and if the admin is the only one that did this on August 17th, because this is from August 17th that we're looking at, 5 days prior to yesterday.
No,
yeah, I get that.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute these folks for a second, and I'm going to bring you over to another screen, which is this one. Now, you're looking at a transaction on the 17th of August, which increased the allowance, right, by this much. That is a joke. Okay, so on specifically, okay, the date that you're seeing, someone increased the allowance. Okay, now if we get another one back, and we take a look, we go to the 17th again, and we locate the other one, which is the one below. So we've got this one too. And you can see again, they've made a test prior. They've made a test to see if they can actually do this, right? So then once again, going back and looking again at other transactions around that time, because they would have had to plan this. Isn't something that you can just do with a click of a fingers. You have to have a lot of access to be able to actually do this. So here we go. On the 18th, specifically 2:32 a.m., the new minter was updated. And do you know what the most interesting thing is? Is this all started around 2 a.m. this morning. Okay, so there you go, right? You've seen that this has been prepared over the course of 3 days. So if we put them in chronological order and we look at this one, this is the first one, which is the test to see if they can get away with doing it, right? And then this is the next one. This is them knowing they can do it and increasing that allowance. And then once again, updating the minter to give them the ability to do that. So not only did they make one transaction, but they actually made around 4, 5, maybe even 6, 7. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to share this wallet address with all of you folks. And you can do your own research. I'll bring you back to the Twitter space now. Thanks.
That's where I live. So if I have to go to the local authorities, where do you expect me to go?
No, I'm just asking for clarification. I know other people asked, so I was just asking. So you filed it in Belgium.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And
yeah, this is just information. This is just information that other people have, and that, you know, you guys are talking about it. And for transparency, those are the transactions and those are the wallets. As I said before, I don't have anything against anyone. It's just opening up and saying, okay, so the police report was filed in Belgium. This is the information that happened. These are the things that happened. No matter who, what, when, where, and how it happened, right? So moving forward, best of luck in your project. And that's not a jab or anything like that. This is just the information at hand. So that's all. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Lamb. Take care. And just some more information and some more transparency to the situation. Once MEXC and, you know, the local authorities that we've notified for this situation, they get this sorted out, we get the funds back. I don't mind absolutely like sharing the report, but you guys would have to pretty much translate it because it's in Dutch. So yeah, that's it.
Google Translate.
All silent crickets. So you see, this wallet has got them panicking. They're obviously speaking behind scenes. They're not as fluent anymore. It's not looking good, is it? Okay, so I'm working a tweet together. I'm going to outline the timeline of this in a thread tweet.
Quiet.
Yeah, neither do I.
Like there's some tension in the room. I understand that, you know, something relatively serious and terrible happened, but if there's people that have questions that, you know, they need other people to come and ask for them, I would say, you know, we're not monsters. We're not, you know, we're not going to bite you. Just come and ask them straight to the point. We don't have anything to hide. It happened. It happened. We're just fixing the situation right now. Hello, BitJax. Do you have any questions for us?
Pretty much every time someone uses MEXC, they're probably doing something illegal in my experience. Just my experience. The DKV rug pull was also MEXC. And actually, you might want to look at the... I haven't actually researched this, but the MEXC deposit memo thing might be generated based off of account creation times or like the address creation times. So you could probably like uncover some sort of group thing. I'm pretty sure at this point it can't be just like a bunch of coincidences that there's a rug pull every like couple of days. It's a little bit absurd at this point, I'd say. MEXC is the rank 19 exchange in terms of volume and all that. So the odds of every bad guy using MEXC is kind of pretty low, just based off of coincidence. And I'm pretty sure they had some sort of advanced security privacy type of thing going, which is why people use it for illegal stuff.
I think they just utilize the exchanges of what they have access to. So in like the Terraport instance and in other instances, there was Binance wallets, and you'll have Qcoin wallets that were being frozen. It's not just like one exchange. In this circumstance, it was one exchange, but that might be one exchange that he has access to.
Yeah, but I'm just previous ones that I've paid attention to also used the MEXC. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, and other ones used Binance. There's actually been more Binance rugs on this chain than there is MEXC.
Yeah, but,
the wallets that
I only started really paying attention to all the drama a couple of months ago actually, and I'm seeing a lot of MEXC in the time frame I've been paying attention to it all. Yeah. Also, what are you using to look at the addresses right now, since Terra Money is still down, at least for me?
TerraClassic.community from the Hexagon team and their repos.
Thanks.
You're welcome. That crypto guy, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm confused, and I'm sorry to go through over the same thing again, but I just need to understand it myself. So for what Lamb was saying, on the 17th, there was a phishing attack, and you granted access accidentally to another wallet, and that wallet was able. The permissions that were granted allow the wallet to do other minting and increase the minting of the tokens. And then that wallet that was granted access didn't do nothing until last night when Terra station went down and everybody was, and there was a problem with Terra that money and everything was all scrambled. So then they took advantage at that moment, at that chance, hoping that no one was watching, and then increased the mint. They minted, and then they transfer the minted tokens to Mexi. Right? Is that what happened?
Honestly, the procedure of how things unfolded is right, but I don't think it's the right thing to do to blame it on Terra Money's incident. I think ours are
No.
separate.
No. I'm not saying Terra Money.
It was planned. It was an attack for sure. It was an attack for sure. Because,
all I'm saying is that if you want to do an attack, you set a house on fire. If you want to rob a bank, you set a house on fire, and when everybody's trying to put that fire out, you go and rob the bank. So the way I'm seeing it is they took advantage of that problem while everybody was looking at one hand. They weren't looking at the other, and the other hand was robbing us. But because the way that people are reading the information, they're making it sound like you rob yourself, like you put your hand in your own pocket and actually just you transfer the stuff over. But the way that I'm understanding it is, because there is the facts and there is the interpretation of the facts. But maybe I'm wrong interpreting the facts the way I'm interpreting it. But the way that I'm looking at the facts, you were victim of a phishing attack, and that attack was on the 17th. You granted certain access to a wallet. You access, they attack the admin wallet, and then it lay dormant until the Terra.money thing happened. and they took advantage of the coincidence and said, hey, while everybody's looking at Terra money and there is a lot of things going on, I'm going to go into this wallet and I'm going to execute my plan. So then they executed the minting and then they send it over to Mexi, right? I mean, is this the interpretation or am I missing something?
That could be the case.
Sorry,
I don't know.
Sorry, I just want to step in here and say that in any case, so when somebody is doing such an attack, then so even with the situation of station or Terra money, I guess that in such an incident, when somebody like gets access to some kind of when somebody gets access to the minter address of a token and then mints a shit ton of tokens to sell them on a decentralized exchange, then I think that the Terra money incident has nothing to do with this. Or I mean, I wouldn't expect that somebody hopes that this kind of incident with Station or Terra money would distract people from things, from the bad things that he want to do. So I wouldn't. So I wouldn't agree here. Just.
But it can just be that nobody has access to his wallet, so it's easier to pull it down.
I wouldn't say, but yeah, I think it's, as you said, it's probably interpretation.
I'm not saying that the incident with Terra money is directly linked to what happened. All I'm saying is that while there is a fire going on, people can do other things while everybody's looking at the fire. While the biggest problem in the LUNC blockchain is the incident with Terra money, everybody's looking there. The spotlight is on the problem, and this is what we are trying to fix. While everybody is pointing at that, everything else is open for the taking. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not blaming anyone. But what I'm saying is, if I was going to do something like this, I would wait for the distraction and then I will attack.
Well, the perfect distraction right now for them was what's going on with the Phison scam. This was perfect for them.
I wait for the fire to happen. I didn't cause
Terra
the fire.
wallets are bulletproof. They're absolutely bulletproof, right? Unless you introduce God line of code, which the USTC team want to do, you are not getting those coins back, and there's no way to you to get in a wallet without the monomics or the seeds.
All I'm saying is,
these guys are thick.
That the incident happened when everything else was on fire. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to, don't get defensive. I'm not blaming no one. I'm not trying to throw dirt on no one. All I'm saying is that, that's what people do. They take advantage. That's social engineering. You wait until something happens to actually do what you have to do.
Yeah, I see your point. I absolutely see your point. But so on the blockchain, we had our other hacks that didn't have timely correlation with something else happening. So the Terraport hack or exploit was pretty much out of the dark. So I would not. If an attacker has the ability or sees the chance to exploit something, then he will probably just execute that attack, because otherwise he would risk that the opportunity passes by. So that's my take. Everyone can interpret it the way he wants or she wants. That's just my take. here.
Are you at home, Frag, or are you still working?
Yeah, I'm at home cleaning up the kitchen right now, and my wife is putting the kids into the bed, and it's kind of a drama, like in LUNC.
Yeah, guys, I'm really sorry I caused the drama today. It was absolutely not my intention to have a space like this today.
Yeah, I mean the drama is not. Yeah, I mean, a drama is kind of a thing that we are used to in LUNC, right?
Yeah, I agree, but you know, I was not hoping to be like the one who would instantiate this kind of drama. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of, and I'm so sorry for that. And yeah, I mean, we all kind of learn from these things, right? So it's like we don't have any like professional 20 years builders from Cosmos on this chain. Nobody from Cosmos is building on this chain. They have the experience, like not 20 years. That was kind of bullshit. But I mean, the builders on the Cosmos, they have the experience. They have the experience with rock pools on the Cosmos, and we don't have that kind of experience within the set of builders that are building on our chain. And so we are kind of learning it the hard way right now. So like with all these hacks and exploits, and yeah, sad to see, but I think it's kind of a learning process right now.
Yeah, you know, the only thing that I would say that I'm genuinely sad about is the fact that we're gonna make it even more difficult for, you know, other developers than it already is, right? So, you know, we were trying to, you know, show how it's done the right way, and you know, we were already getting like all these comparisons, like, oh, you guys are just like, you know, DKW, you guys are just like Terraport, you guys are just like all the other ones that were prior to what you guys are doing.
Yeah,
And
they
now
didn't rock, so they didn't rock. That's something else. So
yeah,
just
they got exploited.
we just
Sorry.
need we just need to be aware of these terms, and rock is not the right way to term it.
Yeah, so I just, you know, that's what I feel kind of bummed about, that we just made the landscape for developers to come and, you know, shine, let's say. We made it even more difficult than it already is. And
yeah, I absolutely see. I absolutely see a point, and I mean, the BNB chain has kind of the reputation of being the chain of the ruggers, and I was kind of thinking about that the last couple of hours. So I mean, like, yeah, this chain has the reputation, and we are kind of building the reputation right now. Yeah, but as I said, we are learning it the hard way. So
I wish we had more developers
painful
looking into.
Yeah.
You're right.
Absolutely.
You're right. But hopefully, you know, moving forward, we can have more and more like developers, you know, just look at what's going on, and so things like these can be prevented, right? I think, again, I think with the bounty program that we had specifically for this person who, you know, did all of this, like he's just getting away with like what, 5-6 million Luna Classic?
Like, this isn't a wallet
like
that just
$2,000-$3,000 just,
you know, this is
people
well
to find
planned
critical
stuff.
issues.
This is another Houdini, exactly what happened to
I
Terraport.
just think I wasn't expecting for someone to even try to go for such a low number, you know what I mean? But it's a lesson learned, I guess. For any amount, people can go.
The thing is, this is just a thought that comes into my mind, right? As you said it, the thing with code or like bounty programs is probably sometimes that bounty programs are pretty much focused on the code, right? So like somebody sees the code and then, oh yeah, there's a like vulnerability, and then he reports deployment problem, or like, yeah, you know what I mean. So like the way we are deploying the contracts and who we are granting access to, and what are our like security policies, and I think that's something that the code for the contracts, for the layer 2 contracts, doesn't really represent, and what probably comes a little bit short in these bounty programs. You know what I mean?
I agree. But you know, if let's say essentially, if through the bounty program, at least the minting option would have been detected by someone, then at least like what happened even after us when we were like in the group, you, me, and Shraf, when we were fixing it, and while fixing it, that guy started to pretty much mint. That could have, for example, been prevented. You know, that's something that
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
take. You know what I mean? So in terms of
Yeah.
granting authorizations and stuff like that, that's absolutely, you're absolutely right. That's more like a, operational security thing. This is more like how do you have your in-house policies to prevent such things from happening. But I
Yeah,
think
and that's
when it
probably
comes,
something that the certic audits would look at, right? I don't know exactly. So
no, you're right. You're right. But the problem is like we don't have like 25, 30, $35,000
yeah,
for
absolutely,
that right now.
absolutely. That's correct. I just I'm just like I'm just in a philosopher kind of mood right now. It's just I don't blame you for not paying 20,000 grants for an audit. So that's I'm not blaming you at all.
Well, nevertheless, to be honest, I know that you said that you didn't do much, but genuinely, just from you being there for me this morning, I I sincerely thank you from like the bottom of my heart, dude. That was, that was ace. That was really ace.
This is exactly what I was talking about, folks,
Thank you
right?
for being so
This whole
kind.
thing of if I don't do it, somebody else will, this gap to
Well, I'm not
fill,
necessarily
and
being
all of these
kind. I'm just
groups
being
always
honest,
wanting to keep the
I had no
chain
one
in a
to pretty
position
much
where it
turn to
can't
because,
invest in anything, it can't
it
build
was such
these
a,
things for the chain,
devastating thing
It's getting
because,
ridiculous now to a
it was
point
at
where
an hour where
I
like
never ever wanted to be at the
majority of the
forefront of
people
this,
which,
really
I could
spearheading things,
turn
but
to
I'm
were
having
all
to
asleep. So,
because no one else has
and,
got the
with me
honesty,
being
decency, and
with
honor
my
to take this
limited knowledge when it
blockchain
comes to
to where it
coding,
needs to be. It's
for me to
ridiculous.
be directing myself to you and you pretty much helping me directly, even though you were at work, I think, credit has to be given where credit is due. So once more, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Hey, what's up, Rexies? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm
Boost my
very
ego in the comments. Leave your
very
egos
disappointed
at
to
the
hear
door.
your kind of news today.
Leave
It's
your
terrible,
egos at the
and
door.
obviously we know probably more acutely than nearly anybody on this chain what it's like to kind of go through this, and it's not good. Myself, I was on suicide watch for our team for quite some time, and it's still sinking in. There isn't a day that goes past when we think, what could we have done or what should we have done? What signs were there that there's a potential attack there, and we have set our stall out to make sure that we're the most secure platform there is. I mean, we've spent $75,000 on security since the attack, and I know people might say, well, you should have spent that before. And yeah, we should have done. But we thought we were secure. We thought we had a team that we could trust, and we never dreamt that we'd got a contractor that had spent 3 or 4 months infiltrating us
to try to build a particular point in time that he could take advantage. And that's it. And, I picked up on some of your conversation earlier on. Apologies, I've only been listening to you for about 15 minutes. And, we've absolutely kind of teamed up with Certic. We negotiated a discount price for any projects building on the chain to be KYC'd. And we're working with them to reduce those risks. But something you kind of picked up earlier is, or I think Frag did, is that there's the audit risks, if you like, in terms of the project, but also there's the operational risks. And an audit wouldn't necessarily have picked up on the problem or the attack vector that was used for Terraport, and probably not for your project, going by what I've seen, which I certainly am not fully kind of informed on. But it's the operational elements in terms of the team elements, and potentially having a rogue there, or a black hat, if you like, and it's difficult. And I wish you all the best in terms of being able to recover from this. LUNC needs projects, it needs dev groups, it needs I don't look at any group or dev group as being the enemy, if you like, a competition. I see the projects working in the same space that hopefully we can look at and think, yeah, that's a good idea, and we can improve on this, or they can point out where we need to improve to make us more attractive to other people. And it should, because that's how how markets work. We all need to work together to reduce risk. Absolutely. In terms of the legal approach, we've not been very active in terms of communication on Twitter and elsewhere. We do a lot of communicating through Telegram. But unfortunately, the reason why we don't do so much is because we're spending so much time improving security and also trying to track down and recover the funds that are stolen. I've spoken to every agency there is in the UK extensively. We've got partners in other countries around the world that are looking into this as well. And unfortunately, the biggest problem that we faced is that nobody's reported Terraport as a criminal offence, other than, as far as I'm aware, 2 people, and I'm one of them. And when you're going down the legal route, and when you're looking at KuCoin and MEX and places like this, they're just not interested, because the liquidity pool isn't owned by the project. It's owned by the people that are invested in it. And if they don't dox themselves and they don't put their hand up to the police station and say, look, there's been a robbery, can you pursue this? The police think, well, that's decentralized finance, isn't it? They're a law to themselves. They don't really want to play by our rules, so we'll leave them to it. And I'm absolutely gobsmacked. There isn't a day that goes past
Boom.
that I don't think.
So you can't get any of the funds back. Honestly, everyone from the Terraport thing needs to get these people put in jail.
As you can tell, I'm kind of still stuck for words. And
stuck for words. You need to be stuck in a jail cell.
And we've got a forensic team that we work with that can trace it through can trace the funds through a SEX. They can trace it through Tornado Cash, and they can trace it through the traditional fiat system. However, ultimately, if you want to take the legal route from a civil perspective to recover this, you need the people that have had the funds stolen from. And because Terraport's not had the funds stolen from it, it's the liquidity pool, which is owned by the people. There's not a lot you can do, and it's diabolical.
There you go. Is. So hard evidence, they're not getting that money back. So where's the funding coming from?
I wouldn't hold
where's it coming from?
In terms of thinking you get money back from MEX. The only people we've had it back from is Simple Swap, and you'll get a lot of criticism, I suspect, on Twitter, where people will claim that certain things have happened, and a lot of it's a load of rubbish. I mean, none of our funds went to Binance, despite what people claim. Went to Simple Swap, which was it was a protocol that kind of was run through there. We did have some help from Binance. Fortunately, I had a mutual friend of CZ's that helped kind of signpost some support to us. But yeah, we managed to identify the attacking group, but unfortunately, there's nothing you could do by it. So if you can in any way kind of identify, not to me, But to the authorities, the person that's you think stolen this, get the fucker caught. Excuse my French, but I hate criminals. I fucking hate the cunts. I really. Sorry, I get a bit passionate about that. We need to be criminal free as a chain. We need to provide security and safety to people wanting to use us. We need to provide choice so that people with different risk appetites can, choose, alternative, products, whether it's wallets or whatever it is. And we need people building it. It's as simple as that. And, so, I really hope you can recover and, you can provide an alternative to, to Terraport and, to other kind of projects. And lastly, it's although we've had, as Terraport and Terra Vita, we've had a massive amount of criticism by a lot of people in the community, and a lot of it's been quite terrible. To be quite honest, it's been in some ways disgusting. Because we're victims. There's nobody lost more money out of the Terraport crime than the team. We invested a fantastic amount into it. And yeah, it's which makes it even worse. I mean, it's I'm not going to say how much, but
Can I ask you a question? Like, from the 4 million that was stolen, how much was recovered?
Currently, with today's market prices, is about 40,000.
Right. So,
but you've got to bear in mind that since the crime, LUNC's gone down by about 70%, hasn't it? So that the actual value of what's stolen is probably worth about $1 million now, which is still significant. But we're not giving up. I mean, I spend a significant proportion of every day looking at this and pursuing it. And I don't put that on Twitter because that's giving people the heads up, isn't it? And I would advise you that you don't put on Twitter and disclose exactly what you're doing to try to recover things, because all you're doing is telling the people that's stolen it, here we are, here we're coming, here you go, get one step ahead. It's we're never going to catch anybody if we do things like that. And it's a horrible place to be in because people want to hear that everything's going to be all right. They want to hear that they can rescue that the money's going to be recovered. And unfortunately, the way that Terraport is going to do everything we can to replace this money is to ensure that when we relaunch, we can provide an attractive project which will hopefully enable the Terra token to increase in value to match where it was when it was rugged. We'd love to be able to fill everybody's wallets directly, from our own pockets. But the reality is that, none of us have got $4 million. And the Terraport liquidity pool wasn't owned by us. It was owned by the people in it. And I'll take this to my grave, and everybody in our team will. Could we have spotted something earlier? In some ways, I think that's very positive that it, in terms of, it's a terror. I've spent 25 to 30 years in risk management. I'm a chartered professional in it. And there's something that we term within risk management called isomorphic learning, and that's where you learn from the accidents and incidents that others experience, so that you can learn from them without having to suffer the losses yourself. And unfortunately, it seems that within our chain, we all don't seem to be very good at that. We seem to be better at learning by our mistakes, like a toddler is.
Yeah, it's because people like you guys have got such fucking big egos. They don't listen to people like myself who had successful projects and has got a 1 billion treasury for the community that pays out the biggest rewards. These guys build for themselves. They have to go to third party developers they don't know, they can't trust, and they get blinded by the money. They do the numbers on the calculator and they're like, oh my god, we could make X amount from this, and they're like, go. Audit, don't worry about that. We'll make loads of money. It's DeFi. Don't worry.
Been pretty much frozen.
Crazy.
And say that it's not going to be recoverable. I already thought of it. I'm putting my own money that I've been stacking up throughout the whole, journey of me being part of this to make everybody whole again. So I think our journeys are a bit different. Although I feel for not necessarily you, but for the investors that invested into your project. But I hope that you will find ways to pretty much make everybody whole again, because essentially that's the only thing that I believe matters as a project owner, project manager, someone who wants to build something. It's okay to make mistakes, but I guess from our mistakes, people can learn, because all of it is open source, and we're here, we're talking to people, we're not taking it, and talking to authorities behind closed doors, and not letting people look into our growth process, the good and the bad. If we had good days that we were in these spaces having fun, enjoying together, laughing, then I think we should also be able to have days where should happen, then good things should be shared. But if bad things happen, then we shouldn't shy away and block people, or say, okay, you guys are just fudding. No, I think now is the time to be even more transparent and open about it. And I think in terms of how we are trying to achieve our goals is a bit different than what you guys are trying to do. And I'm not
If all
trying to
these
bash you
guys
guys in
built
any
and
way,
actually
don't get me
built proper
wrong.
validators, proper
But also
nodes,
the
and put the
funds are
time, put the effort
in
into
in no
step
way,
up to
shape, or
running
form
everything
comparable, right? It's
yourself,
4
going through
million
the phase of
what you
paying
guys
God
had,
knows
which
how
is
much for
absolutely
infra like
tragic.
we did, and just do
Ours, if you
things
really
slow and
think about it,
steady,
is just
and actually
$3,000,
build for
which
this blockchain,
if we
it
don't
will reward
recover
you
it,
instead of punishing
and
you
this space
each
is
time.
recorded, you guys
It's
can
one
all
of those
hold me
ones. It's
accountable, and I'm
insane.
gonna get doxxed soon. You can all hold me accountable for it. I will make everybody whole again, because this is not what
Yeah,
I
and this
wanted
is
to, this is not the way that we wanted, but it happened, and we're gonna learn from this, and hopefully other builders that want to come on this can learn from our mistakes, because everything is open source. We're here. We're literally giving insight into like the most stressful period, because lately I personally was enjoying my presence on this chain a lot. I was loving life. Now this happened. Honestly, I'm starting to love it even more, in a sense, because I'm seeing that despite something very tragic, we still get the support, and I'm absolutely, loving this. And I just hope that you get to experience it yourself. But in order to do it, I believe you have to make certain sacrifices to ensure that, you are on the same page, and not just with us, but the people that, trusted some money into your project. I think,
well, we
yeah.
have we've got a massive amount of people that want to reinvest in Terra. We're very fortunate like that. It's pleasing to hear that you only had as you put it 3,000 loss, which I hope that is is the case for it's unfortunately, in terms we hear this many times, that if the code was open for people to review, the code wasn't the attack vector. We've said this time and time and time again. That would have made no difference if we'd have done that, we'd have still ended up having the attack. So, like I say, we've spent $68,000 with Certic of our own money to get everything audited. And the reason why our audit is stuck on 85% at the minute is because we're putting in a massive amount of effort to reduce everything that's been identified in it, to a tolerable level. But even if that was, even with that Certic audit for the project being at 100, this attack that happened before potentially could have happened again. And that's why we had the team audited. That's why we're all docs to the authorities. That's why we've got, the Certic KYC, which, cost us, I think it was $5,000 as well.
$5,000
we're completely transparent. And, as far as I'm aware, we're the most transparent
God
team
knows
that there
how
is
much, like
in terms of the security
$250,000.
services knowing about
No
us.
brainer.
Is what there is.
Pay
I
for
mean,
the
I
audit.
spent 2 hours the other day talking to the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK. It's you've got to be open. You've got to be open with the security services as well, but also what you'll find, and if you actually get to the stage where you've spoke to the security services, and if you're saying you're not doxed, and I'm assuming you haven't done, is that then you'll be able to say that you've done everything you can to reduce the risk. But there's still risks out there. I mean, we'll work with anybody we can to try to reduce the risks. I mean, you've had Fred working with you, which is absolutely, fantastic.
The final point is Rexy's actually telling them you're not getting your money back.
It's not one thing you can do to
you're not
reduce
getting
risk.
it back.
You've got to look at everything. the reason why we're vulnerable to criminals.
Savage Viking, this isn't
successful criminals
LUNC.
are
This is
fantastically
someone who
intelligent.
created their own
And that's why
coin,
they
their
haven't been
own
caught.
DEX, their own platform to harvest
So,
people
yeah,
from
there's-
LUNC.
I mean, we're,
LUNC is where
our
I'm
projects will
building.
be,
I'm building into the blockchain. I do everything on the
audited as
chain.
they're
I route
undertaken, and when
everything
we
through
come
the chain.
to,
Everything I do is for the
release,
chain. You know, there's people
we
like me
launch
that
Terra
are
Port.
building. So you say there's no reason, and I
You
say
know,
I'm
I
still
think
building.
the
Just my own
code
opinion.
will be open, and there'll be bounties, bounty systems out there as well. But yeah, I mean, look at, Terra Money. They've just been hacked, haven't they? You know, just because you got a certificate, it doesn't mean that you're attack proof. I mean, even Terraport of 4 million, which is a fantastic sum, I should imagine, to most people listening here, in the scheme of things, isn't a great deal. There's been a lot bigger attacks than that, and by projects that are fully audited as well. It's, and you get it in traditional finance as well, don't you? It's just an unfortunate state of affairs. But, if we can do anything to help you, and you can learn from our experience, I certainly won't be publicly tweeting about it, because you'll find with a lot of the security services that they'll say that you're not allowed to talk about it. And one of the reasons for that is if there is a chance of a prosecution and you start talking about it on Twitter, it probably will reduce the chance of that being a successful prosecution. So there's certain things that you can't talk about. And we had explicit instructions from finance, the people who was working with there, and also security people not to disclose certain things. And you've got to honour that. But I certainly wish you luck, and let's hope we can all learn from this and any new projects.
Demon Monkey, so quiet. Faffy, so quiet. I've never heard these people this quiet in the 2 weeks that I've been going into these spaces back to back.
Hey guys.
Insane.
Hello.
Hey. Sorry, I was having some issues with my mic back there. Didn't realize apparently Twitter now you can actually use spaces and your mic through the web browser. Used to be only fixated on just mobile devices.
Are you right now using the desktop version? Because when I try to connect it and talk through desktop, it just shows that it's possible, but it's not connecting.
It was there for a bit, working, but I don't know. There's still some bugs there apparently. Like if you do it too many times with the mic, I think it's rate limiting you. So I switched to my mobile phone anyway to make this work. So, but I'll try it next time. I just wanted to say sorry to hear what happened, guys. Shit happens, right? It's all about really how you deal with it in the end. That matters the most.
This attitude of
and I
shit
think you guys
happens,
are,
it's so wrong.
taking this head on.
It's just
and,
like the wrong
being
attitude, and this is
transparent
what
about
these
it
people are going to
and
tell
dealing
you
with
when
it in
they
the right
mess
way.
up time and
So,
time again.
props
Oh,
to you
this
for
kind of
that.
stuff happens. Not, oh, we could have prevented it, we should have prevented it, we're idiots, we need to learn from this or step down.
This saddens
No,
me because,
just no accountability, immature
always
people,
agree, Echelon,
children
and,
playing with huge
we don't
amounts of
necessarily
money
always have
and
to
no
like each
credibility
other
to be given
as,
whatsoever.
this is
Insane.
just life,
Yeah.
it fluctuates, right? So, but the problem with what happened today is that because of essentially my negligence, in a sense, there is a lot of other people that are getting blamed that have nothing to do with this, which is making me sad and angry at the same time. I had people, blaming all sorts of people, and that's not correct. Nobody had anything to do with this. So if there is anybody to blame, it's me, and I want everybody to know this. Okay, so I don't want anybody to put blame on Echelon.
Let me show you how many
Nunja,
spaces they've
anybody
done.
who
Right,
tweeted
1,
about this.
2,
This was my
3,
negligence, and I
4,
shall make it right.
5,
So,
6, 7, 8,
that,
9,
I
10,
don't feel like
thing that I
11,
personally makes me really sad and angry
12,
at the same time.
13, 14, 15. You see what I'm talking about? It's one of those ones. They've removed me from the, which is absolutely pathetic.
That's what good is that going to do for the community, right? And aside from that, what I wanted to ask you was, I'm looking at the asset
They've
repo here
removed
for
me.
Station, and
I guess the
I
truth
noticed
hurts, right?
there
Because if
is
I
a
was
pull
wrong, you would just be
request
like, you know, he's wrong,
for
ignore him,
an
don't listen
update to
to him. But you know, these people
contracts.js.
are
I'm
they're
guessing you
worried,
put that
you
in
know,
before all
and
this went
you
down,
know, exactly
or
pathetic,
maybe you
right?
didn't.
And this is the sort of attitude
Okay.
we're dealing with these kind of
Did you
people,
want
folks.
me
This is why I
to
do these live streams
just
when people
close
put
that
Twitter
pull
Spaces
request?
up because you
Yes,
put it
please close
publicly.
it because
So
we're
I have a
gonna
right
migrate
to,
to
you
a new
know,
contract.
sit there, listen in,
Okay.
and you know, talk
So
about
all the
this
stuff that
and
I
give
added in
commentary with
yesterday,
people that are also listening to it. You know, we're not
It
doing
would be
anything wrong
beneficial
here.
if all of it got, you
It's
know,
annoying
removed
that
out
they
of
do stuff like this. It's just as bad as TFL.
send coin hall a message as well soon.
All right, hang on. I can fix this.
Terra Classic Station right now, as per your request.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. So other than that, how's everyone's day going?
Absolutely terrible. Just watching
Well,
children destroy the chain.
besides fumbling and getting hacked, blessed to be alive, I would say. You know, it's another day, another experience. You know, we're learning. Hopefully, others can learn from our mistakes. And I'm just, you know, in a sense, as serious as
I've
as
lowered
it
the
is,
volume
I'm
for you,
just happy
folks. I
it
hope
didn't
that's
happen
better.
with like $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 million, which you know we wouldn't be able to cover. This is something that you know I can look at and just say, okay, this was my negligence. Okay, it just cost me whatever it cost. It doesn't matter. Just make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we all live and learn, man. It's all about what we learn and how we apply that going forward that matters the most, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I wish you know, this didn't happen because I was planning on getting myself some pretty cool vacuum cleaners and VR sets and stuff like that.
Oh,
But
I
now,
know a guy that knows a guy, buddy.
Imagine
Don't
rug
worry.
pulling the
I can
community
hook
for
it
this
up.
much money or a hack or whatever they want to call it, and then just making jokes
No,
about
man,
rumors. Just goes to show, you know, they're just laughing it off. It's all
Sometimes
fun
you
and
have to make
games.
mistakes in order to make things better, right? You got to break the shit in order to build it better. And if that's what it takes to break shit in LUNC in order to build it up better, then so be it, right?
yeah, I agree. As long as no investor loses money in the meantime, you know, I completely agree. You know, if you know, for example, in our case, like as sad as it in our reality may be to some people, you know, I am in a sense, you know, happy that it happened now with the amount that
The
we
only
are
thing we can do,
losing
right,
of
is
the
make better
repo. So
decisions in the future, right?
considering
Support
like
the
if this
correct
grew
people,
out to
right?
become, you
Delegate
know,
with
a
people. As
larger
horrible as it
thing,
is to say,
you know,
right? People like
you know, a lot of
myself
money
who are
like
going to build
Terraform,
this
you know,
blockchain
we would
out
have been
and
in the
build
same
stuff for the
situation,
chain
and
and
maybe
give it all
Rex's
back to the
investment would have
chain
been,
instead of
you know,
taking
not
power
as
into
huge
my
that it
own
was for us
hands,
as well, you
but
know. But
taking power
I'm
and
just
giving it
glad
to the
we didn't get to
blockchain.
that point,
So yeah,
to
it's one
where
of those
a
ones really.
lot of
We're at
money
the
was
point
lost.
now
And
where
this
it's
is, you know, a
ridiculous and there's
sad
not
thing
many
to
of us
think
that are
about.
willing to stand
You
up and
know,
fight.
as Demon said, maybe it's a, you know, blessing in
Blessing in
disguise.
disguise, and exactly. You know, it's really just damn, man. Like all these people just hitting small money amounts too, $4,000, $5,000. Like what the fuck, man? People don't got day jobs. Like I don't understand that. Like, yeah, you know, that guy could have held out for the longest time, right? And just decided to take it when like it was more, you know, $20,000, $40,000, $60,000, something like that. But he settled for a payout like so small.
He was running out of time, Echelon. So we were
Ah,
Well,
having
to be honest, Echelon, I don't
all
think
those
he was
funds move.
expecting for me to react so quickly and, you know, pull out all the liquidity out from the different market making accounts that we had and all the, you know, treasuries that we placed. So I think so if he would have been able to cash it out at the time that I wasn't really paying attention, or let's say I wasn't paying attention to what was going on in chain, um,
yeah.
at peak, he would have been able to cash out like $12,500, which is, for some people in different in certain countries, like, a year's worth of, salary. But I don't think these guys who are able to perform such things is like, even that amount is not necessarily something that I think a person with such, knowledge would, go for, to be honest. Like, I just honestly don't understand the logic of it, to go for amounts like these, because Demon said, that our suspicion is that, it's one of the devs, right? So he was getting paid more than what he was taking. So it's very stupid to do something like this. Like, why?
Oh, it was an actual dev that did this?
Whoa. They just admitted it was a dev.
We're not 100% sure yet. We're still trying to like.
You just admitted it was a dev.
Sure before
Yeah.
we, like,
How can they do? Oh my god.
It's almost.
This has
almost
been the
certain
most
that,
eventful live stream ever. Whoa.
It was a dev. So.
Oh, that sucks, man. That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad that people can't see the long game in this, right? If community comes together and people don't rug or try and rip people off and shit like that, everyone benefits. Everyone benefits, right? But they keep doing this, chipping away at the foundation bullshit. No one wins in that, right?
Well, I hope you've got them all. Hope you've got them all doxed and you can pass that information over to the authorities.
Someone's mic's going crazy there.
Yeah,
That's
I think
better.
someone was taking a shower.
Yeah, well, I hope you've got all those devs docs so you can hand them over to the authorities, and when that's all kind of analysed, you can actually have it pinned down to one person, and they can, be successfully prosecuted.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really prosecute over $3-4 grand though. That's more like small claims court shit, right?
Well, the small claims court, that'd be civil action. I'm talking about kind of criminal, but I know you go into. I mean, I've spent months and months, as I've said earlier on, trying to get the UK authorities interested in a 4 million crime, and they're not. I've been to the head of the Metropolitan Police, the chief expert for Interpol, the National Crime Security Agency, the FCA, the police, everybody you can think of, and none of them are pretty much interested. They'll let you log the crime, and they'll let you keep logging the crime, but they're not interested. I've got some other authorities across Europe where they've shown a bit more interest, but one of the biggest problems is that people will not report it, which I find absolutely bizarre. I reported it because I had my own money stolen. And I'd say, anybody that said their money's stolen, report it to the police.
Imagine reporting your own crime to the police, like, yeah, hi bro, I just stole my own money.
Reports
What?
They're going to get on the police.
Yeah, I just stole it all.
And them all are going to think, hang on, if we don't report these, we're going to look like we're not doing anything. So I'd urge everybody that's had anything stolen, please report it.
Yeah, well, the problem is having people report it from all over the world, right? And I don't think that the police themselves have a true understanding of how to actually do the forensics on crypto, or an understanding of crypto at all.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And we've had to provide our own forensic expert or provider, if you like, to the police to help them with their inquiries. And even then, I think they just think, well, it's too much hassle. All these people want to be decentralized, so that's the risk that they take, and it's terrible if you've had some money lost. But then I guess nearly everybody in this community has had thousands and tens of thousands lost, not just through the things that we've created, but through Luna. I mean, what was it, 40 billion lost? It's something I think we're nearly all used to, unfortunately.
Yeah, rug pulls and stuff like that, or this type of activity is just now, par for the course, right? It's just another fucking Tuesday. Unfortunately, it's become the norm. So it's really about how do we, shine more light on it and prevent it from happening, because trying to deal with it after the fact is really, I don't think, a solution to this at all. It's more about how do we prevent it from happening. And one thing I know, I spoke with with Candace yesterday about was you can't audit smart contracts once you put it on the chain, right? I don't think you can see the source code to it. So there's really no way to scan a lot of these tokens that are going up like you can like an Ether contract or whatever, or one of those Binance smart contracts. You can't see the insides of them, so you can't really audit them, right? You got to just rely on the team to have done the audit and have the know-how and expertise in that, right? And no one's perfect. We're all humans. So you can't always rely on that factor, right? Even if you like hire a team like Suratech, I mean, that's just good for a snapshot in time of that code. But, once it gets deployed, you can't be sure what's being deployed, right? Unless you have other checks.
Absolutely. And this is why within, Terra version 2, if you like, we're having those certificate audits done on the code, but also any kind of change will also be audited as well. So it's an ongoing thing, it's a relationship, like I say, not a snapshot in time, it's ongoing. And any changes to the team, there'll be ongoing audits of those as well. So you will not be part of the Terraport team unless you've been KYC'd. And the KYCs that Certic do, they're not just a case of, I want to see your passport and stuff like that. There's a hell of a lot more to it, which I'm not going to at the minute. But I'd certainly recommend it. It's not foolproof, but if it helps reduce the risk, then it's got to be a step in the
Nothing's
right
ever
direction.
foolproof in this life, folks. What everything is a deterrent. Is an alarm going to stop your house from being robbed? No, but it's going to deter people, right? It's like a car steering lock for the steering wheel.
Last Monday.
Right? They could get it off with a disc cutter, but it's going to take time, right? It's all about preventative measures,
You've got to look at
right?
everything in context.
Guys, may I ask a
Safi,
quick
go ahead,
question?
my friend.
Actually, there was a question for you, Rex YZ. Did you vote on? Are you voting on proposal 11716?
Sorry, guys, is anyone talking?
Yes, myself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is Fafi talking?
Fafi's
Yes,
talking.
All right, cool.
Oh, sorry, Fafi.
Good.
Can you please rejoin again? I want to hear
Yes,
your
wait.
mustache
Let me
voice.
just.
Otherwise, I want to follow what you're saying.
All right.
Folks, just know I was somewhere today with certain people, right? And their response to funding was it's down to the community to fund it. They're likely going to try raise taxes to get the funding to, I think it's 2.9 billion, coming up to 3 billion now because the price keeps going down.
We can't even hear you.
Oh boy.
Wait. Let me put.
I don't think
on.
he can hear me either.
Oh, go. Go log off. I'll put you on, okay? Guppy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you loud
All
and
right,
clear,
cool.
Fafi. Go ahead.
Awesome. Perfect. Rex YZ, question for you. Are you planning to vote on proposal 11716 to fund the Quant team for the month of August? So
Honestly,
for
folks
work
like you guys need to take to the chain and
yeah.
actually let these people know you're not happy. Let the L1 team know you're not happy. Let the developers know that you're not
We're
happy.
still deciding
It's
where
insane.
to vote, but unfortunately, with Terra
Insane.
Station being down, I don't want to really kind of interact with that from a voting perspective, and until that's kind of safe to use.
Frag, how can we vote? Maybe you can help here. Maybe
maybe it's something that maybe
I'm gonna put my feet in the plates. I know you voted no at the first prop. I know you might not be too keen, and I think even if you vote no, we're still passing. So, is there any ways to get you to vote, even if you vote no, for example?
No, I think we voted no the first time. However, when it passed, we thought, okay, let's give you all a chance. And if governance has decreed that
governance isn't law, so why do they need us to vote on things if governance isn't law, right? So I just don't understand why they want us to vote if they don't, need to abide by governance. So, it all contrasends itself.
Like I say, it's unfortunate because with Terra Station being attacked,
yes,
it's probably not fair to have the vote now. Maybe it's something that maybe wants to be once Terra Station's repaired, it maybe wants to be
But
kind of relaunched again, because it's probably not fair on you, really.
yeah, but so as a validator, you can't vote if Terra Station is down. Like you're like as a validator, but that's a good question actually. Can like a validator cannot you cannot vote because Terra Station is down?
No, it's up.
It's up.
No, they moved it over to station.money.
All right, so we're good.
I don't know if you guys seen this, but TFL lost control of their entire domain, Terra.money, and now they've basically set up a new one, station.money.
So we're all good, Echelon, that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Well,
Cool.
yeah, there's that, and then there's, of course, Terra Classic Station.
Cool. Yes, that's what I've been using, to be honest. Well, no, you know what? You know, when I first put the proposal, you know, the first one, and even now, etc., because you get the breakdown by validators, all these things, they work at the end of the day. And without dragging too much into that, just to finish off with XYZ, but what I was saying with LL69 yesterday, the problem is more about talking than anything else, in my opinion, like asking features, things like that, or whatever you want to do, or, you know, talking basically more than anything else, I think, in my opinion. But yeah, RexYZ, so you can vote. Terra Station is up. Are you planning to vote, or?
Well, we'll be giving some thoughts. I guess it's as simple as that.
Sorry? I didn't understand.
We'll be giving it some thought. We'll be giving it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So we'll be giving it some thought. It's as simple as that. But like I say, you know, we originally
about voting yes or no, or about voting at all.
Well, voting full stop, because, you know, as it's been, you know, identified by many in the past, you know, a vote not to vote is still a vote, isn't it? But yeah, anyway, we're giving it some thought.
You mind, because if you don't mind, I mean, 2 seconds ago you told me, yeah, we can't vote, etc. So just a clear answer: are you planning to vote, or you don't want to vote? Because if you vote no, it's still gonna pass.
Look at this guy pressuring Rex into voting for his proposal. This is literally, honestly, that's the worst.
That's completely fine. But I think we need to be able to discuss things in a very straightforward manner. It's better, right?
Yes, and that's kind of what I'm doing. It's I'm saying to you, you know, we'll give it some kind of thought, and you know, we'll decide which way to go.
So you haven't.
If we do vote, we might decide not to vote.
Yeah.
We might think that's the appropriate response, if you like, and we might, you know, think that actually it's maybe not safe to vote.
Yeah.
You know,
but one thing I would like to say is that so that's a very obviously important. I mean, is like people are very engaged in this proposal, etc. So it's like what, few hours to go before the vote closes, and you haven't discussed this at all before.
I've not said that.
No, I'm asking actually. I didn't say you said it. I'm asking.
No, we have discussed it. It's been discussed a lot, hasn't it?
So
what?
No, I was asking. So no conclusion has been drawn, or nothing?
No, I mean, you've already asked me this quite a few times, and I've kind of said, you know, if we choose to vote or not,
yes,
that'll be decided, you know, within the team. Also, we need to decide whether it's, you know, safe to. But as I said earlier on, I actually don't think it's probably fair at the time. The vote, not through any fault of the team that's put the proposal in, but because of what's happened with Terra Station, there's maybe people that wanted to vote that have felt that they can't. And it might be that if you kind of relaunch the vote when it's, you know, safe, if it's safe now, then you
can vote,
you know, get more engagement.
I mean, I'm saying that because we have many delegators here, we have many people listening, and it's important, you know. Governance is obviously a big problem. Hexagon has voted, for example, so Echelon, who is here, he has voted. I think even maybe, I'm not sure, maybe he voted no, yes. It doesn't matter to me, like people vote no or yes, etc. And I think is very important, for example, because people might not realize that, for example, even if you were planning to vote no, we will still pass with it. So, like, is a way to say,
We
like,
voted
Yeah, I
yes.
mean, you know,
yes,
I mean, we
absolutely,
might
yeah,
choose
yeah,
just not to
absolutely,
vote.
Sean.
You know, we might choose not to vote if we're undecided, and then that in effect gives more power to those that have felt more
Listen
strongly
to
about
honestly,
it.
they're like all peer pressuring him into
Yeah, no, that's
voting.
fine, that's fine. So, you
Look, he's going to
basically,
ask again.
so what I'm trying to say is that I guess here the choice is that either you vote no and you show that you weren't in support for it, or you don't vote at all. It's kind of, oh, I forgot, or it wasn't safe, but it was really a way to vote no. That's what I meant to say.
No, it's there's something called acquiescing, isn't there? To think, well, okay, we maybe don't feel strong enough to vote yes or strong enough to vote no. However, maybe we'll allow those that do feel strong and have got a strong opinion on it for their votes to actually count for more. So therefore, by not voting, it actually shows that we're trying to respect those that have got more thoughts in it. So there's been some, for instance, there's been some governance votes just recently where we've chosen not to vote. We've not ignored it or anything like that. We've looked at it and thought, well, actually, we either can't make our mind up. We don't think it's appropriate to vote in a particular way if we can't make our mind up. So therefore, what we'll do is we'll kind of empower those that have voted for their votes to be counted as more. So we're not kind of watering them down.
Yes. Okay. So basically, I mean, if you don't know yes or no, you have the abstain option, which is neither yes, neither no. All nodes gave us the abstain just so that we can reach quorum, which is cool somehow, right? I think Jacques Mott has pushed a lot for us on this one, which was very nice, much appreciated. But so now I'm talking to the validator more than the person. We've been running after like the famous zombie wallet, the 800 million wallet. There is the 200 million. Alex has been leading the charge on that, like with potentially suing them or doing whatever they need to do, etc. People have been complaining a lot and saying like, oh, we should pay after work is delivered. I think maybe we're part of them. I don't know. So now you have a team which has put a proposal forward, which passed for 2 months of work, right? We did 1 month, which we got paid for in advance. And then we didn't feel the need to stop, basically, because it's such a short amount of time. And then the delay that you get from stopping and putting a proposal and waiting to get a yes and starting to work again, etc. So we've basically assumed that like we feel we have like a strong, I think the community feels that is massively in favor. So now the work has been done, but potentially if you don't vote, it means that you're voting no. So you're preventing us from reaching quorum, and even though the work has been done. That's rugging a bit. We are talking about rugging basically just before. So that's interesting topic, I think. It's another form of rugging. And we'll be interested.
You know what's interesting about this topic there, Fafi? Is that this is a direct relation to where the community at one point was asking for paying developers after they do the work. Doesn't look like that would work out so well anymore.
Exactly, Echelon. Thank you very much. So that was my point. And absolutely, that's very important. That's a very good point. That's where I wanted to point on. Like you're going to put like a proposal forward at some point, I guess, Echelon. And people are going to tell you, maybe first work, then we pay you. Well, no, it doesn't work. That's the proof. Right? And so...
No, I think I kind of disagree with your comment about, if a validator decides not to vote, that's rugging. I kind of disagree with that.
So if you don't vote as a validator, you're rugging, but pulling a rug pull's not a rug pull. What?
Terra balls or Hexagon. We chose not to vote on that one because we didn't feel kind of strongly either way. We didn't want to. We think that you need as much infrastructure providers in LUNC as what you can get. You need as many DEX as you can get. You need as many, wallets, apps, as possible. You need a real thriving community.
I agree.
So therefore, we thought, the best thing we could do actually is just allow those with a stronger opinion for their thoughts to be heard. So acquiescing actually, is a vote. In terms of, you know, and I did, through just kind of exploring a bit of a topic, I did put a, you know, a suggestion out in response to kind of, you know, a reply that I got was on Twitter was, you know, would you rather have 20 grand now, or would you rather like 2.5 million on the repeg, and, you know, have that money that's,
Absolutely,
you know,
absolutely. By the way, why didn't you do so with Terraport and basically keep some tokens and airdrop them, so that, like, if you believe in your project, the price is going to go up and you're going to get filthy rich?
We
Why
could
did
say
you
the
sell
same
the
for
token in the
Faffy, right?
process?
If they are so determined in their repeg, why not do the repeg, then get paid for it, right? Why apply for funding? There's
I'm
so
not,
many
I don't
aspects
follow
to
what
this
you
that's
mean.
just
Oh,
wrong
yeah, that's
every
fine.
time.
So basically,
Faffy,
just to summarize, you're telling
kind of
us that it's
ridiculous.
okay to like not pay people for work done. Is it is it the message that you're saying or you're sending as a validator?
No, with Terraport, it's all self-funded. We've put hundreds of thousands of dollars worth into developing it ourselves. You know, the liquidity pools and everything, that was all customer, or if you like, user money, if you like. And, you know, because we wanted to build a stable platform, you know, that was what was most important.
But for example, Candice didn't. Or like, what you can do, you can choose to airdrop tokens. So like the cost in our side is the cost of the developers, is us. I need to pay Alex. We need to pay like the other guys, Bilbo, etc. We have costs. So are you saying, like, there are two things here? Is A, do you think that it's okay, and that's as a Luna Classic validator? Are you telling to builders who are going to apply for the community pool, if say they need to, you know, break down the payment, by the time we have some sort of infrastructure whereby this can be automated, if we tell them you should work? And by the way, that also means, like, to Echelon, I apologize about anything I may have said in the past, because at the end of the day, you were right to proceed the way you proceeded. So there are two things here. A, do we think it's...
Thank you. I just want to say thank you,
I'm very
Faffy, for that.
straightforward,
Thank you.
Echelon, you know that, right? So I say things how they are. So, you know, if you want to say to people, oh, why did you do this? Why did you split the money? Blah, blah, blah. Well, we have to be at the standard too on the other side as a community.
So they've just admitted they split a load of money
so you
as
can't
well.
say nothing to these guys,
What?
because, like, the wallet is here and is working. Anyway, they didn't run away. My concerns, I told you, Echelon, right? So it's like, maybe the prop wasn't done this way, etc. But then it doesn't matter, because if you do the work and you come to say, hey, all right, now is a payment time, you don't pay, boom, you know. In fact, I think that is worst, right? And we are talking, is an interesting topic, because we are talking about rugs. So we kind of pretend that the community, for example, is the only victim here, or only them can, like, you know, be impacted by these things. But there will be, and there are, some situations whereby we can also do the same ourselves, right? And that's a very important message to send. So two things: if you want us to be, so basically to go and buy some USTC and keep them and repeg and get rich, cool. Why didn't you do so with Terraport? Why did you have like a pre-sale token? And the other thing is that, again, I reiterate, as a Luna Classic validator, are you telling people that, you know, if they have done the work and they had like a proposal for 2 months and it was clear, you can open the proposal, you can look into it, it says 2 months, etc. With, like, obviously the community support is very happy and things have been done and delivered.
Okay, it's just to respond to something you said there, which we've said countless times, and it's been, you know, bloody tweeted and discussed, you know, till your teeth are falling out. The reason why Terraport was launched the way it was, just putting security to one side, because that's what this discussion was supposedly about, was because we wanted to create a stable platform, and we took advice from actually your team, as it turns out.
Which team, sorry?
From Alex, and we took advice from other people in terms
sorry,
of the tokenomics.
Which
and
team?
if we put and
Which team? Sorry, which team?
Faffy, listen, mute your mic and listen. Your time of talking is not right with
Guys, please, like, I understand that we all have points and we have different stuff to discuss, but I don't think this is the type of image we want to show. I understand that, you know, different types of conversations may become heated, but please, if you have a hand raised up, wait until, you know, I give you like the opportunity. And if there's two people, you know, debating, let them just do their thing, please. Sorry, Fafi and Rexys, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just to cut you, and I let you carry on again, Rexy. Is like you said, we took advice from your team. I didn't have a team until like 1 month ago, so it's important to be accurate. Sorry, you can carry on.
Okay, I missed a word out. I meant from a member within your team. We took, you know, a lot of advice from Alex, and that was before the tokenomics were actually decided. And we consulted with other people that had got a vast amount of experience within the ecosystem as well. And the irony is that if we'd actually followed what they'd said, Terraport, although unfortunately it was attacked after, I think, was it 11th day, it wouldn't have been as stable as what it was. Because we launched the way we did, it meant it was a really stable platform. And, you know, so it actually, you know, it proved to be very well conceived from that perspective. And that's why it was launched that way. You know, to have done the airdropping and, you know, to approach it that way, it wouldn't have actually have delivered the results that we needed, because we considered that stability was the most important thing. The last thing we wanted, other than obviously a security compromise, was there to be a pump and a dump. You know, we weren't even bothered if it was a flat line. You know, we just wanted to protect people's assets in terms of, you know, those poor people that would maybe buy in at a later date once they kind of thought, oh, actually, this is working all right. You know, they often provide what's kind of termed liquidity, don't they, for people that are trying to get out. They've maybe, you know, done a, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever exit may be of their tokens. So that's what was guarding for. It doesn't necessarily mean that advice that we received, it was necessarily wrong. It was just wrong for us in terms of what our goals were with our with Terraport. You know, it's and we all invested in it. We've all invested a massive amount in it. We've not received money from other people. It was all, you know, paid for with their own team.
Yeah, so
which kind of makes it, which makes it a bit different, and you know, and we wouldn't want a community pool payout. You know, that's just us. It's not saying it's wrong for anybody else. People make their own mind up, don't they? You know, if it was all the same, it'd be a very boring world.
Just, are you telling me that you put like $5 million in the hand of Alex? Was in the team? He was like employed by you or something? Because you said he designed the tokenomics and he advised you, etc.
Sorry, just say that again. Did you say that we paid?
No,
we claimed to pay Alex $5 million.
No, sorry, no. I said, was Alex on the team? I mean, that's $5 million is a consequent amount of money to trust someone who is not on the team, or some like a random guy, basically. So I'm trying to understand. I mean, that's completely aside, by the way. We just brought it up, but you said like a member of your team or some. Well, Alex in this case, he helped us like design the tokenomics and blah blah blah. Maybe it was not the best, or we have done something different. But was he on the team? Did he have a title? Was he actually involved, or you just like listen to some sort of guy for $5 million? That's a lot of money. I wouldn't personally, but I'm just trying to understand a bit more here.
I think you're talking fucking shit. It's quite honest. You know, and I clearly said that Alex wasn't on the team. I said he was consulted, and many other people was consulted.
Yeah, sorry, consulted for free or for money? Like consulted, like asked, like in a DM, hey, hello, what shall we do?
The USTC team's trying to throw each other under the bus.
I said we consulted with him. I mean, do you understand what the word consulted means?
Well, no, I mean consulted as in I asked him, or we paid him for like advising us.
What difference does that make?
A huge difference. It makes a difference to me. I tell you, it makes a difference. But again, that's a lot of money here, $5 million. So asking the opinion of people around, like, oh, what do you think? How should we design it? It doesn't make me very confident, right? But paying someone to actually advise you, so an expert, someone who has like an expertise or specific skills to design you the tokenomics. Sorry, that's very, by the way, that's very common. It happens a lot.
Well, it's very interesting you say that, because we approached Alex about this because we thought, you know, he had some expertise, and I mean that, you know, he's on your team now. Now, whether he was paid or not,
it's very important.
He was consulted, and it was very much.
It's very important in the sense that
you
you can't. Okay, I will rephrase. I'm not saying that Alex does not have the expertise. I'm saying that asking people around like this for advices and tips for like $5 million, that seems a bit bold in my opinion. I would pay. I would try to, you know, I would set up a contract. I would set up like a legal context for it. I would basically, you know, do things like I would say the right way. And I think we were talking about that just before, right? So that's what I'm asking. And again, it's not about Alex's skills. It's about like.
Okay. So have you got, it's interesting. So have you got legal contracts with all your team and are you all kind of KYC'd and all that kind of thing as well then? Because I mean, you're dealing with, you know,
$20,000 to pay yourself. We have no money from no one. So we build a tool. We build a
but
tool.
all our work is off chain.
This is great. I'm having a great time.
We build
like all our work is off chain, so I don't see.
Throw some penguins down if you're having a good time. Come on, throw some penguins down.
Yeah. Wait, Redline. Wait 2 seconds. So we're building a tool. So we don't take people's money. We don't have like we are not running off people's money. We are actually asking for a grant to build a tool and to deliver a report and things like that. We don't have like any of people's money at risk. In fact, we don't have no money at risk. That's the main difference, if you understand.
You have the whole blockchain at risk.
Absolutely not. It's a report to give you an idea about the risk. I mean, it's a risk report, basically.
We're literally paying them to write a report to tell us the status of the blockchain. This is how much we're being ripped off. Literally.
It says risk.
Folks, share this out. Show it to other people and show these people's true natures, because it's easy for people to hide in tweets and hide behind pictures and keyboards, but when they're speaking like this, it's hard to hide the true character.
Have an impact on the trading volume, which means that somehow we may push back, like we may deter users from trading, which is not good. So therefore, we should consider actually taxing us outside of a range of 70% and 120%, basically 70 cents or $1.20. We have observed a very bizarre effect with the arbitrage. So we said that basically, as we tax, we buy back, and that pushes the price up, and which means that it triggers the arbitrage because it's not in line with the market anymore, etc., etc. And we said that's kind of, we need to be sure, we need to investigate a bit more, and we need to see if we can tame this effect. So that's what we do. This, if anything, it actually kind of like protect or gives you more visibility or helps you. Doesn't put anything at risk. There is no money. We don't trade. We don't have like a DEX. We don't have like any money, basically. You may want to picture it this way. This I can see because you're not happy. I'm not talking to you, by the way, Rex Oazy.
So the reason why there's such a huge risk with this team, right, is because of the fact they can do what has just happened to Candice Protocol. They're going to be the ones paid to write the update. They're going to be ones who write the code. We've got Bilbo Baggins in that team. You know, you can obviously see the risks and why other people are saying, you know, you're wrong and, you know, you're honestly putting this chain at great risk. And I think they know what they're doing. I think it's all a stunt to try and get USTC to go to Luna or somewhere else. There's something strange going on underneath all this.
You have paid for your token that gives you that right. If you're a validator, you do as you wish. Like, that's completely fine too. We shouldn't fight someone who doesn't wish to vote on our proposal. We shouldn't fight someone who has voted in a different manner than us. That's very personal. I wouldn't ask delegators to tell me how they voted. I was discussing basically here with a validator, so that's why it's important.
Please, host, can we talk?
Yes, go ahead, brother. I think, but before you, it was Sean, though. So please, Sean, go ahead, and then the
I think I was the first. I think
Okay,
I was the first, but
I don't know the order. Sorry, guys. So
I
if it
will
was
leave Sean first. Yeah, Sean
Okay, thank you.
can go first. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's nothing too major. It's just Ox, Faffy, mate. You're pushing the agenda for the vote really, really hard, and I get why you're doing it. And I don't ever really sort of stick up for XYZ, but he makes a point. Not everybody is like you guys. We're not all devs. We don't have computers and PC and stuff. All I have is my mobile station, and right now, I don't have my mobile station. So if I disagree with my validator's vote, I am not able to disagree with my validator's vote. Would I vote for the Quant team right now? Yes, I would. But what Rex is trying to say is, yes, the validators have got the vote, but it's a bit unfair with everything going on right now to force this situation, to push an agenda, to make him vote abstain or no or whatever, just to get you guys over the line. And I feel that's what you're trying to make him make the no vote to get you over the threshold, the abstain vote.
Can I reply, or you want to let
Exactly.
the other guys talk before? Can I? Just to reply briefly.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So I
If you
do
don't
not
mind the
wish to
deal for
push
20.
an agenda.
No, David, but he's
for
right,
answer.
right,
He
David
can tell
Ferreira.
me, like,
Think about it. If
difficulties,
we want to
and I
attract
tell
the
him
everyday
recorded.
Joe,
If
the
he tells
everyday
me we
user,
do
the
not want
mum,
to
the
vote
dad, the
because
people
we
who
don't
are in
want to
uni and
push the
stuff like
line,
that,
I will
what do
say
people
thank you.
have
I will be
mostly?
very
A
polite,
mobile
and I will
device,
just
right?
stay quiet.
Everybody
That's all I wanted
has
to
a
say.
mobile phone. Everybody can access
I understand
systems
that,
through the
but it
mobile.
just
So,
felt to me like
you
you were
know,
pushing the same
I
point
feel
over
a
and
lot
over
of
again.
people are in the
And
same
right
boat.
now, people, they haven't got the ability. Not everybody has the ability to disagree with their validators. Not everybody has the ability to even view their coins right now. Like I say, I've only got mobile station, and I'm completely out. And so it's difficult for me to sort of back you guys. Would I back you guys? Yeah, but I don't even know what my validator is doing right now. So that's just what I was going to say.
What if I could cut in there? I mean, we're paying a team to build
Red
us
line.
a station,
Red line.
like a separate.
Red line. Give me a moment, brother.
Please, Redline. I know. I'm sorry. Let the
Redline hasn't come to
420
any
go, and then
spaces
we'll
for
get back to you, I
ages.
promise.
This is
Go
hilarious.
ahead.
Who's turned
The deal
up to
for
this?
All right, thank you so much, H2H. First, I'm sorry of what's happening to you. I hope you resolve everything, and I'm pretty sure you are going to resolve everything. You are a good guy. All right, I'm here. I want to talk with Fafi, specifically Fafi. Fafi, you are contradicting yourself by your own self, like you doing it by yourself. You just said not even 10 minutes ago, when Rex is like, you say, are you going to vote yes or no? Like, just tell me. He say, I don't know. He say, if you don't vote, you are wronging. And right now you are saying, if you don't vote, then it's okay. No problem.
Mobile does give you
Okay,
full
let me
access. You
continue.
can do everything
And
on
my
mobile.
question to you,
Multi-signature
like,
signs,
I
everything.
think you are good with numbers. My question to you is, how many validators do not vote in this blockchain? Like, give me just a range of number, like how many validators do not vote?
Well, just quickly on the first point. Is extremely important so people understand. On the first point, I told you, so if he doesn't vote, if he tells me I'm not going to vote so that the proposal doesn't pass, I still believe that's rugging us, but that's fine. I just want it to be said explicitly. That's different, man. Okay. Now on the
It's
that's important.
rugging
Let's
them.
not put like words in
What?
our mouth.
No, it's your word.
Go
ahead.
Yeah. So
it's your word.
Yeah.
I know you try to weigh
So
my words, but no, it's
let
your
me give
word.
you the
Yeah, go ahead.
numbers. So we have at the moment we have 90 who haven't voted.
And my other question is, how many of them are some that you know personally? Like, how many of them you know personally? No, you know a lot. You know, LUNC DAO, don't vote all.
No. He didn't vote on the first proposal. Stop it, man. You're ridiculous.
No,
I
don't vote on many. And why you are like talking shit to Terra Civita validator, and you
because
point it all?
he's the only validator here. Do you see another one?
No. I see you all time with other validators in spaces, and you never mention this discussion. If you don't vote, you are wronging. Like, I'm here just to tell you, like, please.
Who's validator?
Stop attacking.
No, tell us. Be precise.
Let me finish my. Okay, I think you get what I mean. I don't care like about your feeling, but like, please stop attacking people personally. You guys are a good group. Like, you try to work hard, but the way you pushing the narrative, like pushing your proposal, first it's a conflict of interest. You guys pushing your own proposal, and every day you have 5, 6, 7, 8 tweets promoting it. Please vote on our proposal. Please vote on
Shall
our
I say
proposal.
vote
You
no?
understand?
Shall I say vote no?
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, vote
Do
no
I
for proposal by the
need
Quant. You're
to
happy?
do Twitter? What you saying? No,
I
no.
said
Please,
vote
okay,
no to the Quant prop.
please. We came from the same country. We know how to deal with each
No,
other. I
Two
know
no,
two
no. I
when you
was
Frenchmen
saying
talk.
the
going
Quant
nuts at
prop.
each
Stop
other.
talking to
Look,
me about
You are trying to talk
Frenchlish.
this. That means, please don't use this method with me. Like, don't talk a lot. Just
No, but
talk facts and remember
I
what you
grew
are
up in
saying.
France, man.
You
I was
are
born in
with
France
you
and I grew up in
will
France.
work
My parents
against
are
you.
Moroccan. That's
Please.
Guys, please, like, try to do it like once. Just, I love these conversations. Honestly, I think they're very productive, right? We can all disagree, to agree, or agree to disagree with each other. Sorry, but just let people finish like their sentences, because I'm trying to follow the conversation completely. I'm just getting lost in the middle, and not to give like
Stuck in
anything
the
directly
middle
to
with
Fafi or the
you.
Dude for 20. I think what you guys are doing is very good, but don't forget that we have like Redline and we have other people that also want to ask questions. So please, like, do it in turns. Raise your hands. Let's just keep it like civil, please.
okay.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm done with Favi. I'm just letting him know that he talked a lot. He pushed the narrative that he wants. He attacked people personally. He keep repeating himself, and he is doing the conflict of interest. He is promoting his own proposal. I don't need to go in all his Twitter page to get the tweet that say, please vote on this. Don't forget to vote on this. What are you doing? Did you vote on this? Go vote for this. Like, I'm not going for this shit. But me and you, Fafi, you are a good. I know you are a good developer. You got a good financial guy. You are good on everything. I don't care. I'm 100% sure you are good on these things, but you are not good on like talking with people or pushing your idea, like giving the idea to the community. Like, you push the idea, you try hard, and like, you will succeed the first time, you will succeed the second time, but one time you will not succeed, because like everyone can read through your bullshit. Like, come on, man, stop it. Like, get you remember the day that you guys attacked the Zaradar for tweeting? Remember these days and apply them on you.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
you more than you work, and you talk shit more than talking good, and you repeat yourself more than saying something new.
Are we talking about the
That's
day that he disclosed
any,
that I have? Can I speak? I let you finish.
in general.
Are you talking about the
Now you
day?
can talk. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you talking about the day that A, he disclosed that I have a daughter, B, he disclosed that she's in Australia, C, he disclosed that.
Look, where are you going right now? You're trying to sway the subject. Like, you're going so far away. Like, you think you are going to win. Like, we are both from Morocco. We know how to talk shit. Like, stop
this
bringing
guy.
me like object
Can
from.
I finish, please? All right, so
Go ahead.
Just stop shouting at him.
yeah, no,
Like,
that's
what the
fine. That's
fuck?
fine. I can take
Please,
that
please,
LR69.
calm your voice. Yes, thank
Can I
you.
just finish?
Let Fafi
Yeah,
speak.
can I just finish quickly?
Thank
So,
you.
are we talking about the time that A, he disclosed that I have a daughter, B, that my daughter is in Australia? I'm currently in France. I'm not next to her. So, if a guy is like loses it because he loses a lot of money or whatever shit, etc., and my name is not necessarily the hardest to find around, right? And he decides to show up at the house. What are we gonna do? You don't think about that, but that's fine. Are we talking about him telling that I'm an international drug dealer on the run? Come on, like you guys talk to me about giving an image about our blockchain, like for real, guys. So I think like
This is your friend. This is your friend who said that you are a drug dealer. What the fuck? Like, you lying to yourself and you believe your own lie.
which friend?
What the
Sorry.
fuck is going on here, Fafi? By the way, just to let know all this community. All right, we are here in Morocco. We have like a police named DST. Like, trust me, they will bring him if he is like down, like if it's on the ground here, they will bring him out. That's me. I'm not scared from Fafi to rug us. I don't like the way that he is doing it, but he will never rug us. Like I'm telling you, here in Morocco we have like the best inspectors that you can know. That's me, Fafi. We will get him if something happens.
But all right.
That's me. No worry about
But
it.
I'm in France though.
Just Fafi,
yeah, go
chill.
ahead.
Please, I like you, but you don't chill. You are insulting people. You are pushing narratives. You are narcissistic. You are a load, Fafi. Please chill, man. And that's all what I have to say.
Well,
and
that
thank
was a
you,
lot.
HOH, for giving me the time to talk. I will listen, Fafi. I will listen to you after I drop. I'm good with you. Thank you, Redline, for taking your time. Lunatic 69. Fuck you, man. Good night, guys.
No, that's not nice.
Oh my God.
That's not nice,
Thank
but that's
you.
okay. It's fine. That's okay. Just one thing I wanted to say, and that's important. I mean, maybe there are things that I do which are not right, etc. Maybe, and maybe I don't see them by definition because that's me. Sorry, XYZ. What I meant to say is that you can vote any way you want, but I was just trying to get like, I think sometimes we don't get enough clear answers, and that keeps us going into circles. You know, that's what I was going at. I was getting at. There are lots of things which are happening, like between like validators, between developers, between developers, but like as a usual community member, you don't necessarily see or understand. And I genuinely believe, and that's extremely important, I believe that you should vote the way you want. You should have your own conviction. Of course, I'm going to push my proposal because it's our proposal. We want it to go through, right? And
yeah,
I
that's
think
called
it's good
lobbying
from my
votes.
perspective. Maybe I'm wrong. So it's important that you listen to yourself, that you DYR, and that you make your own choice. Now, one thing I wanted to say, and I was pointing at, that's for Sean, and then I'm going to just let you speak, guys, so I don't be a pain, or if you want to ask me a question. But like, RexYZ is a validator. Currently, we have like, so we inherited from like $100 million pretty much of money from Luna V1, so from Demon Monkey here and his peers, right? And so just bootstrapping a validator and cashing in on this money is not, in my opinion, the right approach. You need, for example, you have Echelon who is here. He's a validator, right? But they're building a station, for example, right?
Let me,
so, like,
I gotta mute
if
this
we
for a
didn't have
second.
that money, like it would be much
Right,
competitive.
hear me out, right? If we was, right, to, let's say Hexagon, right, which is Echelon's node, they want to become able to cover the running costs, right? They would need currently 36.7% voting power to be able to cover the running costs. If LUNC price doubles, they're going to need around 17 to 18% voting power. All this is a play for more voting power to trick the community to give them more control over the chain. What you're seeing is Hexagon trying to become like all nodes and replace all nodes on this blockchain. Insane. I'm bringing you back.
Rebel station, sorry, classic station is most often the only one which is up. You may say, and I might still, I've still complained to him about things, right? That doesn't make me a hypocrite, because when I was chilling my proposal, the first one, or proposal if you want, I was literally using the link to Rebel Station. That's just what it is. You get the breakdown by validators, by vote. It works, it's smooth, etc. Now TFL, they have moved on, so fair enough. But credit where it's due. And also, all I want us to be is that we have lots of newbies and people who don't understand much or is their first token. Is important to be clear. They don't see these things. People that don't realize, if I don't vote now, it means I'm voting no, but in a polite way. So that's why I'm being very explicit about it. I mean no harm. I mean not to push anyone to do anything. I just want to have like transparency and clarity, and so that we know. We call a cat, or I'm not going to use a dog, because in this context that could be perceived as not polite. I don't like that. I'm very pushy, but I'm not like a bad guy or things like that. At least I don't think so. Voila.
Just to talk about what Fafi was talking about with the rugging.
No, wait. We have Redline that has his
Yeah,
hand
let
up
him
for like 2 hours. So Redline, go ahead. We'll get to Sean and what are the Lehman. If afterwards you want to go, please raise your hand.
How's it going, guys? I know people have, I just was listening in and I see people saying that we've been kind of pushing people to get us to vote for them over the last few days. And we definitely have, but there's a reason for that. I mean, we're in discussions with exchanges on top of making this report. And from a business point of view, like, how can, like, we've been given a mandate by the community to do this proposal, finish a report, take it to the exchanges. We split up the payment into two types so people could see that we were working and making progress along the way. Now, how do you think that's going to look to exchanges if halfway through we produced our report and the community then decides, oh, we're not going to pay for it? I mean, that really pulls the leverage away from us in the discussions, and it makes us look like the community aren't really behind us. So, like, I mean, that's an important thing to consider as well. Like, if you say no now, it's going to be a lot more difficult for us to try get the exchanges back again and try push them again on this when they'll say, look, you tried this once already and the community voted no. What's to say you're not going to do it again? You don't seem very serious. And I think that's something that we really have
Folks,
to
the reason why
consider.
I'm not joining
why
this
there
is
has been a
because
bit of
I did a
pressure on us
4-hour
to get
space
people to
with
vote over the last
Fafi,
few
and
days.
he just goes round in circles, he deviates, he
You know,
doesn't
it's
answer
something that we need to
questions, and he
consider if we
just
want to be
leaves the
professional
conversation
moving
where he
forward.
wants to go,
And then the
and
next
has
thing
a
is, I
very
know
condescending
Repeg, he brought up
attitude,
a point
especially to
saying that
someone
people
like
should
me who he
invest in
just
tokens
perceives as
themselves,
a
and then you
deadbeat
do the
YouTuber.
work, and
That's why I'm
that
not
will
joining,
increase the
because
value
it's
of your
pointless for
token,
me
and
to
that's
try
your
and
pay.
fuel,
But
sorry, to try put out a fire
if a
when all I
blockchain,
would do is fuel
I
him
don't
into
think most
speaking more
blockchains
and more and
operate
more.
on that
They're
basis. Do you
telling
know
the
what I mean?
story
It doesn't
themselves
make much
currently.
sense, and it's not attractive if down the line we start a Repeg and we're starting to entice people to come in and build on chain. Like, if we're starting to build a community pool, we should be using that. And just one other point, I don't know, was it the previous speaker, Sean, I think it was, he was saying that he couldn't vote, he couldn't see the vote, he couldn't see the validator. We pay, actually Echelon's here, we pay Hexagon, we have another station that we pay for, like a backup station, backup infra, we have all that there, and we should use it. Do you know what I mean? If you're not able to access, like, TFL do nothing for us anymore, they don't care about us, so we should use, you know, we should use the services that our people are providing that we're paying for. Like, so you have access to the station. It is there. We as a community all have access, just not through TFL.
Thank you very much, Redline. And I do agree that, to be honest, I've been hearing a lot of good arguments today from Sean, from Redline, from Fat. I'm absolutely loving the space. Yeah, so I just want to quickly put that in between there. Sean, go ahead. You have your hand raised. And then Wad, if you want to go afterwards, the floor will be yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump back in with Redline. I do support you guys. I do want it to pass. I just think it's just been a bad time with everything that's happened. I get what you're saying about Hex. I follow Hex and I get stuff like that, but I don't quite trust using their station. Again, I'm not a developer like you guys. I'm just what you call a retail investor. I am basic level. Based on history, I invested during the crash, and there are lots and lots of people I speak to in Facebook groups. I'm all over the place. I'm here, there, and everywhere. They don't quite trust the Hex station yet. You know, you've got people fishing right now and whatever on the actual station we've all trusted for so long, and then they come along and they say, "Oh, we've got this station. Come and put your mnemonics in this one." And then somebody else says, "Oh, actually, no, it's now Terra.money. Come put your mnemonics here." Not everybody is as confident with you guys as money. It's just something we believed in you guys when it crashed, and now all we tend to see is Faffy arguing with Rex, rugs here, rugs there, and then you know you guys kind of say this is our backup infra. What posts has Redline, the L1 or Hex or anybody put out and says this is how safe it is? Put your mnemonics in there. There's no way we can see it. You know, for me, I just want to go back onto the original one that I've always used and I've always been safe. And I know it sounds a bit noobish of me, but you've got to remember that there are a lot of noobs in your chain and there are a lot of new people who might not trust putting their mnemonics in something that they're not quite sure of. And that's basically what I would say. But I do support and I do want to Repeg and I do support you guys. I just... you know, I don't really even know what I'm trying to say anymore. It's just we haven't got the trust with Hex at the moment, and it's our backup infra, and that is a bit of a bad state to be in, where our backup isn't quite trusted by a large portion of the people. That's all I wanted to say. That's all.
Awesome. That was a good talk, and then I let Echelon, and I'm gonna start replying a bit on that. I think I'm known for all my spaces, so my stance in this regard is different.
Slight connection issue there, folks. Coming back now.
Like if you trusted X, right? if you're trying to rush and move, because you will have to take your key and input it into another wallet if you're not sure, or if you screw up, etc. Like, don't risk your holding for a vote. Like, don't do that, please. Right? That's extremely important. And like, Sean, Sean, I think I'm gonna say, and you're gonna understand just after. I say that in groups, in Telegram groups where I am, etc. Rex YZ is different. It's not you. He's a validator, so they basically run your infrastructure, and so they can vote directly through the validator. They can vote. I mean, that's a validator. That's a highly technical function within our blockchain. It's not a random holder who goes and clicks on a Terra station like you or like anyone else. That's what I wanted to say. They have developers, they have these things. So I think you misunderstood. Like, I was addressing Rex YZ as Terra Civita validator, not as him as an individual. So that's very important. And that's going to open on Echelon just after. What I'm doing here, when I say we must say things to each other, right? Be clear and be straightforward. Is going to solve this issue. You just said it yourself. We've been having like a wallet for the past 9 months. You don't want to use it because you don't, it's like 7 months or something like that. You don't feel to use it, etc. Because we feel it's like FUD or is fighting. The guy is here. Talk to him, ask him, tell him why is it you don't trust him, and why it could make you trust him, and he's going to do it. Obviously, the guy has no interest to go away. So if you tell him what you want, he will have to do what you want so that you actually use his wallet. And so that's what I say when we don't say things. We're always in between, or like, we're saying like, oh, the reg and this and that, but you will never talk to him directly, or like, you're not going to take, like, he's here. So I suggest, if you want, for example, just go back or raise your hands. He's going to speak just after. Come back and explain to him, or try to tell him what would make you use his wallet. Otherwise we can go on like this for another 2 years. So just solve it.
Hey. So I just wanted to bring up a couple points.
Can I just say that Waddard has also been waiting for a while? If you don't mind, can we just let the Waddard go first, and then we'll get back to you?
Yeah, perfect. Not a problem.
All right.
Go ahead,
So
Waddard.
Sean said a lot of what I wanted to say. On what Fafi said about if the validators doesn't vote, it's rugging. We voted for the L1 team to make a station that's run by governance, and that hasn't been done. So the community got rugged on that, and we're being forced to go to Hexagon that nobody wants to go to. Why are we not following governance?
You're not being forced to do anything.
Well, we voted for our own station to be done, and that hasn't been being worked on. We joined forces with Hexagon, and now we're telling people, oh, if you want to vote, there's another station that you can go on, which is Hexagon, that nobody wants to go on. Why are we going past what we're supposed to be doing? And then with the Repeg team, we voted for you guys to give us, to tell us if USTC can be repegged. And we haven't seen anything on that. You guys put up posts, said, yes, we're talking to the community, which is true. But what the community really is asking for is not being given. And now you want us to fund for the next quarter, but the same thing that we were asking for is still not given. Why?
All right, hold on. I'm going to step in here because there's a lot of like semantics going on, untruths going on. I've been listening for like the last hour and a half to this. I think Fafi said some things he probably shouldn't have said. I think there were some things that he misunderstood that Rexys was saying.
Tavish, you're more than welcome.
So
honestly, we have to do stuff like this. We have to show people what these people are like.
What Rexys was pretty much trying to tell you, and he said it over and over, I just don't think you got it. There's a language barrier. And what the others, Sean and these other guys are trying to tell you is he pretty much stated that they're not really wanting to vote right now. They may vote depending on the situation that's going on right now. They don't want to vote yes or no, whichever way, because their delegators can't vote against them right now. So if they go and vote no against USTC prop, their delegators can't go and override that vote right now because they're not able to go and vote because they prefer Terra Station over Classic Station that Echelon and the guys are running. So that was the point he was making. Now, I personally, I think that's a matter of perspective on your end where you think people are rugging you. Let's break that down 30 seconds. You guys put out a prop. You broke it down into 2 months, 2 payments. In actual professional contract situations, you got paid for the first 30 days. You have work that you need to be submitting for that 30 days. The report came out during this prop, this next spend prop, and it's already into the second month that you guys should have been paid for. So realistically, it's like, okay, what the community is kind of arguing is like, okay, where was that report at the end of the 30 days before we start voting on the second half? And you could have taken a little break there for a week to where you guys weren't working because you chose to work for free for those times at that moment in time. Yes, they voted and saying, yes, we agree for the 2 months of work. Yes, we agree to split that payment of 2 weeks or 2 months of pay. But that's whenever you lock it in saying, okay, we are getting this money. That's when it's written in the contract that this isn't a balloon or split payment in that sense. We're just allowing you, we're backdating our second payment. But that's not how the contract reads. That's not how the prop reads. So you have to get down to specifics in those things. So you can't say the community's rugging you out of that 20K. It's more like, well, we want to see the work that we paid you for before. And once we see that, then we can talk about the second payment for the second month of work. And we didn't ask you guys to keep working through. You guys could have stopped. I understand you wanted to work through because of exchanges and all of that. But that's the risk you guys were willing to take. So I don't see it as a rug. I just see that the contracts weren't signed the correct way with the clauses that needed to be in there. Same thing with the Terra Rebels when they did the Terra Rebel spend prop for the wallet to begin with. Now what the gentleman was just saying is, oh, we're not adhering to governance. Well, actually we are. So you said we funded the L1 team. We asked them, well, Echelon and them, when they put up the spend prop for Terra Rebels, that was passed. They didn't just steal 150K out of the wallet and be like, hey, we're taking this to go do this. It was passed through governance. And the money that is being spent every quarter for maintenance or the infrastructure for that is still being approved by the community. So you need to put in the community. What they did is they approved 2 external wallets that they were willing to pay for. And that's facts. That's truth. You can go back and look at the actual proposals on that. So they were approved, no matter how much I like it or dislike it. Most of y'all know my stance on that. It was still approved. At the end of the day, it was approved. So if people don't want to use it for whatever personal reasons, that's fine. I don't use it for my personal reasons, right? But it was approved by the community, and the community paid for it, and they're continuing to pay for it, so that it is adhering to the community governance because it was passed through props. You know, this back and forth, like, I get that these guys want their props to pass. I understand that. They feel like they're getting somewhat cheated because they continue doing work, aren't getting the funding for it. Well, that's a risk that you were willing to take. At the end of the day, that falls on the individual because it's your responsibility to put that in the contract of how you want that split up. And those specifics have to be in there. If you did not put those in that prop, that's on you. That is on you as the individual. That's why I told the L1, before the L1 team was there, Echelon was joining a bunch of my spaces with, oh shit, what the hell is his name? Whatever the hell his name is. So the other guy that was part of Terra Rebels, can't even think of his name right now. Raider, yeah. So Raider, they'd come into the spaces, and I told them, I was like, dude, when you guys put this up for a prompt, you need to put all these specifics in there. That, it's going to be a community wallet, that you guys are pretty much handling it over, that yes, you are willing to do the maintenance on it. If we're going to be doing the maintenance on there, this is our monthly fee or quarterly fee, whatever it is, to do the maintenance on the wallet. If the community chooses to hire another company to do the maintenance on it, well, we get to keep that first quarter that you paid us. It's locked in. Even if you choose to get somebody else to do it, well, we get to keep that money. You put all of those clauses into that contract. Were those done? No. Okay, well, that was on them. Faffy, those clauses weren't in your my kind sir. That's on you guys. That is on you guys. I hate to say it, but you know me, that is on you guys. So that is something you need to look internally for and be like, shit, we fucked up. We should have put those things in. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. It sucks in hindsight, but that's just the way it is. I know Echelon could maybe say the same thing. Like, yep, fuck, dude, we should have done that. We fucked up, lost a bunch of shit from the community trust, whatever. He may not. He may have thought, that's his perspective. That's whatever he believes.
Another thing everybody needs to understand, the L1 team had 3 people leave and they never returned the funds for those 3 people, so they've actually been paid a ton more than they should have been paid. Insane.
Look at the facts, and then some of the points that you're bringing up, are those your perspectives on the matter, or what are they? You can talk about that perspective to others, how you feel, right? But you can't push that on others and expect them to have the same perspective as you. They might just feel differently. They might just completely feel different about it.
Oh, he's rugging.
Demon, you're rugging. Demon, can you hear us? Or me? Okay, first of all, maybe Faffy, go ahead first.
Yes. So, Demon, I get your point. I get it. We're very much in line on these things, but in this case, I think there is actually, that's also what I'm getting at, is not just, we're still working, we still delivered the contract, and we said we are still going to finish. It was a bit problematic with the sex because we need a mandate, like a mandate to actually represent you, but we took the stance to finish it off. So it wasn't a risk, is that at some point you need to wait. Is it, as a community, do we want to move forward or not? That's the thing. So yes, it's not just about, we shouldn't have worked, etc. Still, I think from my perspective, it was not the right way because it's not beneficial for us. Most of the people who are against or voted no, and you heard the guy before, he, for example, says that I have a Nox in my handle, so he said it himself, LUNC DAO. But these things, we need to talk about them. But and you agree, it. It's a pity he's not going to be here, but hopefully he comes back because we can have a good chat around that. We need to say things. It's extremely important. Why are we voting no here? Right? And by the way, us wasting 1 week campaigning, so convincing people to vote yes means it's time that we're not working. It should have been a formality. And 20K is nothing. 20K, you can literally vote with your closed eyes. Go for it. You lose it, we run away with the money. It's nothing. It's not going to impact us, right? So what is at stake here? Potentially a discussion, I didn't want to use that, and we've been very careful to not, because I don't want it feels like blackmail or you have to be very careful. You should come to the conclusion by yourself. And I'm not going to say anything here. Hopefully we'll have the chat again when Damon come back anyway, because I like having these chats with him. But when you vote, or when you're going to think about voting for this proposal or for another one, he's here. Damon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Cool. No, that's fine. So it's besides, like, I agree with you, there is all the contractual aspect to it, etc. But doesn't matter. It was the right thing to do still. And I think we need to think what is at stake, right? So what, like, people are voting no, mostly, for example, because they think I work for LUNC DAO, right? So I was in a DM with Will earlier, Will Chen, like, Will Chen is Luna 2, etc. Will Chen, he's got a company which recently got acquired by Cosmology. He's far away. People think that we look at the price of LUNC maybe on a daily basis. We're here talking about LUNC on a daily basis. People are far away. LUNC DAO is involved with like OpenX. They're very successful. They're doing their things. People are doing their things. Sometimes they come and they troll and they joke a bit like, yeah, I need obedience, etc. They couldn't care less at the end of the day. And the thing is that we need to pass, like, for the past year, it's been like, this is trying to crush us. This is trying to well, no, we have everything we need. Like, why is nobody preventing, again, Echelon to create his wallet? If we do things, nobody is going to take it away from us, right? But instead, we focus that energy on saying, you're a bad actor, you're a bad person, you work for this person, you this and that. And I'm telling you, knowing what we are doing and what we have done and what's going on, etc. And again, Damon, you remember before we started this report, I told you, if it's going to be good, we're going to say it. If it's not going to be good, we're going to say it as it is. I think you can give me that I've been up.
Sounds like a real guilty conscience. When you have to like address things, you've got some sort of like weird guilty conscience.
Consideration. Some of them are positive, some of them are negative. So it's not about, it feels to me, right, we've done this way because we first of all, we have a rush and we need to move. And that feels to be in a good direction. There are things in movement, in motion. We need to capitalize on them. Or at least if we disagree, that's perhaps what also you misunderstood. And that's right. Maybe there is a bit of language barrier because I didn't get that's an absolute good point. And I will apologize when I'm wrong. And to be honest, I didn't understand the point of we're not going to vote if our delegators cannot vote. And if that's the case, I misunderstood. I'm not English speaker. It's not my first language. So I apologize to that, to Rex YZ. That's very important. Credit where it's due. And, sometimes that's also the debate and things like that, right? But it's important to not stick to our position and to just say things, etc. That, to be honest, that aspect, I didn't get it. And similarly, what I said to Sean, if you're not sure, if you've never moved wallet in your life, please don't do it this time. Just don't risk your holding, right? So that's an aspect that I did not consider. I still strongly believe that we should say each other things the way they are, or we should be very clear. That's extremely important because, when you vote, depending of how you vote or what you do, etc., you may lose delegators and things like that. So we should actually, but we need to think in terms of the good for the blockchain. I would choose 1 million times again to do the way we did. And it's not just about, like, when I say that, it's also to a wake-up call to people to tell them that, you're in control. You have a governance token. That's what crypto gives you. It empowers you. You decide. So if you ask things, you need to be up to the standard too. And that applies to me because I'm also like an investor somehow. So there is me like the developer, there is me the investor, right? And why are we voting no? Is it really justified? To be honest, I still haven't understood why we're potentially voting no on this one. I would like, actually, Damon, if you could give me some options or clarify, like you do it very well, usually the way you speak, etc. To me, it's still not clear why you would vote no. I mean, when you think about it, it's asymmetric.
Do you know what the worst thing is what that guy said earlier, is the fact that you as community members can't even veto a validator's vote. So if you're unhappy with what your validators voted, unless you're willing to use possibly compromised infrastructure that none of us use, right? You simply can't veto their vote. So you're screwed. You don't even have a say in any of this. So yeah, it's insane. It's insane. So it's going to pass probably, and it's going to wreck all of the funding for the next quarter. And none of the validators care. All of the people voting yes haven't done the maths. So there you go.
Right. So it feels to me that that's like, if I were to make an analogy, that would be like kind of the similar situation, whereby in this case here, you like voting no.
So let me mute that off for a second. As you can see, all of these validators, right, they just haven't added up the maths. They don't understand, right, that funding this completely, you can't fund both teams next quarter, and you won't be able to fund the Quant team. We're going to have to pick one team to fund out of all of the 3 teams at the next quarter. And none of these people have even realized this. None of them have had a look. None of them have done their own research as validators. And it's just, you know, mindless voting all the time. Just simply, yes, Repeg, it's going to happen within a month. And it's not. You know, I can't see within the next month they're going to be able to stop the commission coming out of the Oracle rewards pool, burn all of the available USTC, and repeg it back to $1 all within a month. It's just not going to happen. It's you know, it's crazy that we're not taking pause right now and saying to ourselves, right, we've got a funding issue. Let's take pause. Let's get a milestone system. Let's get things corrected and let's move forward together in a better state where we can fund things. We've got a budget and we're budgeting things out. Instead, it's not. It's all for one, who can get funding first and who's going to be left without funding. And it's as simple as that. You know, Hexagon have just voted for themselves not to get funding possibly at the next quarter. So that's how mindless this truly is. Bringing you back.
So what he said to me, it was not even, I didn't even thought about you, Damon, because I know you're an OG, as you say, is not your first rodeo, but the guy is saying, oh, Quant team, and plus you have a proposal for up, etc. Can you tell us why you promote a scam? Candice has rugged. Well, no. I told him what? Say, man, knowing the guy, I mean, as I said, a rug is always possible, is always an option. Knowing the guy, right? Like he's a young entrepreneur on our blockchain, like give him a right of reply at least, and just trying to get at me, to associate me with what you call a rug and to give me a bad image. You know it, Damon. Our blockchain is full of this. And we need to go through this if we want to do something. Without this, we cannot build anything, even though, and you're a good example, what you're building, etc. Yes, maybe something bad happened. It happens. I know it's bad. I know we must be careful. But then you said, okay, we're going to take the loss, etc., etc. So can you call Candice a rug? No. They've been hacked. Binance has been hacked. Like their bridge, I think, got hacked one point, you know? So it happens to everyone. And we have too much of this, Demon, and it literally destroys any progress whatsoever. Echelon is going to talk just after me because he's got his hand raised, right? We have a wallet. We've paid for it. It's pretty much 9 months. We still don't use it. We gotta say the things the way they are. We gotta talk. We gotta go to the bottom of it. There is no rebuild.
So once again, folks, if you're delegating with validators that are on this yes list, which you can find at moon-runners.net, you know, you need to reconsider what you're doing, because honestly, this is just ridiculous now. No one thinks about the consequences of their actions. Insane. It's insane. I'm the only person who cares. Apart from you folks, of course.
On that, the community actually pays for infrastructure, the support, maintenance, and development of it. We don't charge the community for the wallet app. We actually do that for free currently right now, and we actually plan to roll that all into the Q4 prop that's coming up, so it's more evident, the work that we're doing on the, you know, station finder and all the other related like packages that go with it and extension and all that. But we don't have any intentions of increasing the cost of our spend prop in Q4 based on the web development work. So that's just something that, you know, we give back to the community. The second point was seed phrases and trust with Terra Classic Station. Well, this is great. Great point to bring up. for instance, importing a wallet in TFL Station, you do need to provide a seed phrase to do that or a private key. So the same mechanism applies to Terra Classic Station. Now, what sets us apart from TFL Station and our station, the community station, what sets it apart is I worked in collaboration with Strathcole to design a verifier of the actual code that gets shipped out and put in the cloud that anyone using Terra Classic Station runs in their browser, because it's a client side application. And what that means is that source code, that web application runs in your browser on your side, right? The client side. Now, what this verifier will do is it'll verify that the source code that is on GitHub, the hashes of all the files match to all the hashes that are running in your browser. And if it fails, it'll alert you. You can check this out. You can go to verifier. Let me just grab the link here real quick. It is verifier.lunc-.com. And right from there, you can get scores on Station, Finder, and Chrome extension. Soon to come, Firefox extension, whenever that gets done. But the great thing about this is this provides a level of immutability to the code that's actually running in the browser, Terra Classic Station. So, to come back to the point of seed phrases and wondering whether or not those are being fished for or captured and stuff like that. Your wallet, when you import it in, is stored in local storage of your browser, but it's stored encrypted with AES encryption. The key to decrypt that is the password you choose at the time of import. So yes, someone would have to first off capture the password and then somehow capture the encryption, the encrypted wallet from the local storage of the browser, right? That's two parts to being able to steal a wallet from any of these wallet type apps. Now, since we have that verifier that confirms the code that's in GitHub is actually what is running in the browser, in the cloud, we can provide snippets of the source code that are around the encrypt and decrypt where it asks for the password, or anywhere else in that source code that it asks for the password, to prove out nothing is being captured. Nothing is being stored, nothing is being keylogged. So that is our way to show the community trust, to build that trust. And I believe Strath has also sunk some time into reviewing some of the source code, but there's a lot to it, so he hasn't reviewed it all. Gebek from L1, he's also doing reviews on the source code. So take that into account. We're going to put something out there that, you know, makes it a little easier for people to understand and build that trust up. As, you know, caution is always good. Nothing wrong with that. But there's also alternatives to our wallet. Kepler, Trust Wallet. Like, we're not trying to be the wallet of Terra Classic Station. We're just here providing another wallet free of charge so that the community can use it, right? Including Finder, including extension, you know. So I thought that was important to bring up right there. The third point, I know there was a member from the community that said, well, you know, we put up a prop and voted on it and it passed to have the L1 do the work, and you know, they should be doing that work. Now, I touched base on this before, because right now, okay, so TFL used to be the main core development team, and TFL was paid salaries, and you know, basically, if you go read the docs, which I guess you can't right now because TFL's domain is down, but in the docs it clearly states governance is a means to control core code, the Terra protocol. And what that actually references to is the core code exactly as that. layer 1. So for instance, if you were to, back in the day before the DPEG or whatnot, you would put up the text prop for like a feature request or some innovation that you want to see done. It would be the responsibility of TFL that's being paid by salary to go in there, if that was passed, and discuss some manual way of bringing that in to the core code to make that happen. And again, I'm referring to core code layer 1, not layer 2, layer 1. The governance system is built around the whole concept of layer 1 and alteration of it. So spend props were designed for what back then would be considered grants for projects, right? Developers that want to, build on the chain, they'd put up a spend prop. If it got passed, they'd build, and that's layer 2 stuff, right? But it's probably not isolated to layer 2. Could be just about anything as long as it brought value to the chain and or whatnot. Now that TFL is gone, it's a community-owned chain. So therefore, there is no war chest. There is no, funds other than the community pool to continue funding development and services on this chain. And the only way to access those are through spend props. So we have the L1 team that has a spend prop in, and we have Hexagon that has a spend prop in. And each one of these spend props, and including the UST team, they have a spend prop in as well. They're all with very specific outlines of the work that they're willing to do at the price that they've asked for. And you notice that, for instance, L1 and the Repeg team has timelines in there as well, right? So these are deliverables that have set timelines that things need to get done in. So that text prop that went up for the wallet, in the state of governance right now, being that TFL is no longer the core development team and no one's getting paid salary for just general work, right, that comes in, that text prop is more of a signaling prop. At least that's, in my opinion, how I would view it at this point. It's a consensus of what the community wants. And the community voted yes. They wanted infrastructure or I guess the wallet at that time. My understanding is infrastructure was another prop coming out later on. So they voted in that. Now, at that point, an individual or team can decide, do they want to do the work? Do they want to get paid to do the work? If they want to get paid to do the work, they'd put up a spend prop that would clearly outline what they're looking for and then deliver on it, right? Because a text prop in this current state of governance can't override an existing spend prop because it would throw the timeline off to get those deliverables done. And it doesn't encompass the cost that it might be that they see fit, the team at that time sees fit that it would cost to design all that, right? It doesn't encompass that, right? Because the L1 is not paid by the hour or by salary to do anything on this chain other than what's outlined in their existing spend prop. So what the L1 decided to do instead was, instead of costing the community further money by putting the spend prop up, they decided to collaborate with us and use the existing wallet that's already been paid for the last 9 months and use that instead. And what's this done? It's allowed the L1 team now to focus solely on L1 work and Hexagon to focus solely on L2 work. Again, at no additional cost. Something that's already been paid for in the past. And we already work with the L1 team every time it comes around for core upgrades and stuff like that. Like we help them, test the code out. We have a test net that's up and running. And then we've also worked with all nodes as well. because they've got infrastructure up. We've got infrastructure up. We're not just going to be like, oh, well, you're a competer. You're competing with us, so we're not going to help you. No, it's not how community works. So we help them by telling them, hey, you know what? We've ran tests on like FCD and API, and it all checks out for this new core upgrade. It's good. We give them the thumbs up. Of course, they probably run their own checks and stuff like that, but it's always good to have multiple eyes on something because, you can't catch everything. So we go to that length as well. We've worked with Binance. We've worked, as far as I know, CoinHall's using our infrastructure right now. There's a couple other people that use it as well. People do use this Terra Classic station. I mean, numbers don't lie. I can go check Cloudflare and pull the analytics up, and we see an increase every day. But yeah, I mean, trust needs to be built, right? And like I said, we're going to help do that. And we just want to see a community united, right? Enough of the bullshit, the insults, the fighting. We ain't ever going to get anywhere if we keep doing that. We just have to move forward, right? I just
want to. Oh, sorry. I thought you finished, Echelon. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. So yeah, it's just basically, I just wanted to touch base on that. We can provide a means to be able to prove out that seed phrases and passwords aren't being captured, stolen, whatever. We can also provide, an alternative wallet solution that's already been paid for, and yeah, I mean, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that this wallet is not being charged for, because there seems to be a miscommunication about that, right? We're not paid for that. We're paid for infrastructure, right? Anything else that's above infrastructure that we're doing that is not outlined in that prop, we are doing for free on our personal time, So that's us trying to, contribute back. And I hope you guys see that.
Echelon, you know what I wanted to ask? Sorry, Fefi, and then you can go, and then we'll get to Oneric's stake. So this verifier that you mentioned, I know that if I talk to Straff about it, it will probably help us to, set that up for our stuff. I think that would be a pretty cool thing if we could use this tool for literally any new project that wants to come use it, because essentially that makes a lot of sense to have some sort of a verifier like that, because it will increase a lot of the issues, like it will decrease a lot of the issues that we have, so people like they run like repos, but essentially what's running on their server is something completely else. So I think for that could make a lot of sense as well.
It's very key. It's cool the way it works is because like GitHub has these things called workflows, which is basically just automation. And what this does is it builds the package, the NPMs and all that stuff. It just builds the application, let's call it that. And at the end of building the application, it runs what they call an MD5 hash. It builds a hash against all the files. And then it'll package all that together and present it in that automation workflow. This verifier accesses that through an API, GitHub API, to then pull those hashes in and compare it against what's running in the cloud, what's running in your browser. Now, that's just super cool, because I mean, immutability, the ability to prove out that the code that's running in your browser is exactly what you're viewing in GitHub, that builds trust that has been lacking for a while between code that is in GitHub and code that you're actually running, right? That source code is actually publicly available. I can get you a link to that after if you want.
Sorry, did you finish your sentence?
Oh, no, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm done.
Sorry.
Okay. Fafi, go ahead then, and then we'll get to
I'll be very brief. what I was trading, and that's important. That's very important. That's what killing us. That was what I ended up on the last time I spoke somehow. There is a history between Rex YZ and I, right? There is a personal history. I might have said one or twice that Terra was a rug, all right? Let's say that just to be nice. I'm gonna not say that. I'm gonna say, okay, fair enough. But what I'm telling you is that why was I pushing, or why was I like talking the way I did, is basically, are you voting against me, or are you voting against the proposal or for the proposal? That's very important. To have too much, I mean, we can keep, I'm very straightforward. We can keep bullshitting each other all day long if you want. Right now, you have people saying Candice is a rug because I have a proposal up. And so basically to attach me. So I love coming to the spaces. Even today, like I should stay. I was so sure of myself. I was in another space. I dropped, I came. Uh, I love these spaces, you know, the vibe that we have and how we talk and how we exchange ideas, etc., etc. I'm not involved in the team Candice, right? You can confirm that, Candice, right? I have like no incentives. I don't earn from anything.
That is correct.
We agree on that.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
it's just like a nice synergy, and like you know, it just happened naturally.
Happy was the master brain behind everything.
always,
He's the mastermind.
always. Exactly. No, but you know, we've been doing that for a long time. Even like you know, even like he was more later, etc. Mama Lou, she could tell you. I don't know if she's here. We used to have like this nice space and just talk and exchange and things like that. I'm not involved, but I find what you do and what you're doing, guys, I appreciate. I enjoy it very much, and we just like kind of somehow connected like this. People are using that against me, against our proposal. The proposal, I still believe, is good for the network. People are doing that, they know it, but they'd rather put their interest first.
Fafi, can I interrupt you
Yeah,
for
go
a
for
second
it.
there, brother? I just want to give you some positivity, because I feel
Ooh.
like we've been giving a lot of negativity to the
I mean,
community today,
not
which
to
I
me, but to the
apologize
people.
for. Your proposal is actually passing.
Ooh, that's cool. No, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Still have some hours to go, but that's cool. I was not like, you know, I mean, yeah, fair enough. Let's see what happens. We still have some but to go, etc. But this one was kind of somehow expected, so that's cool. That's a good news, you know. That's very nice. I'm very happy. Still not so happy about the way it went, though, even though it's passing, because it reflects like deeper problems. If we don't solve them, we'll be stuck. Even like the proposal passes, all right, cool, we'll be at peace for 10 days. We still have the same problem in 10 days again. And
let me mute this guy for a second. So whilst he's gobbling on, if we take a look at Moonrunners, right? So now, because that proposal's passing, none of you can actually veto your validators, which is totally unfair because you can't make your own decentralized decision, right? There's not going to be enough funding to fund the USTC's next one at the next quarter, which is $20,000. You can't fund the L1 team's 40-ish thousand. I don't think it's it's $110,000. Sorry, what am I going on about? And you can't fund Hexagon. You know, you're going to have to pick one, and then it all comes down to pretty much first come, first serve, and who can undermine the other. It's really sad that it comes down to these validators that are making decisions and doing no research, not even looking at the metrics and seeing, hey, can we even, you know, at the very least, checking if we can afford it, you know, not being able to calculate how much is going to be there at the next quarter. And we've put out the information, right? I've reached out to every development team with this, and the responses are raise taxes, the community has to pay, and the community will make it up, they'll do it. That is what is happening right now. And honestly, like I said, it's really, really sad to see that it's in a passing position and all of these validators are supporting something which we can't even afford to do. It's absolutely insane. So let's jump back into the space and I'll bring you back, right?
Another example, for example, let's put it here. Echelon just solved like a 9-month problem with 2 sentences. Oh, we're going to show you all the code around like the encryption and the keys. Boom. Voila. You know, so like, what can you say to that? You know what I mean? It was just here. It's just because we don't talk. And also we have to push back. We have to fight on these things. If you think the proposal is good or things are good, etc., like, why are these people trying to associate me to Candice as being a rug? Why are they doing that? And then it's not my place for me to go and tell them no. It should be the community. If you feel that you're doing a good job, if you're happy, why do you allow this behavior to
Well, it's
happen?
probably because you've been in every Candice space for the past 2-3 weeks.
Luckily, it's fairly easy,
you know, promoting
to prove.
all of this.
But for example,
Probably
again,
that.
1 week ago, Zaradar saying, well, again, I think it's fairly easy. I mean, nobody believed in it, so that's cool. But Zaradar going around saying, like, I'm a drug dealer, etc. Like, how on earth people don't go to him and say, hey, what are you even doing here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, at some point, you're doing the job. Like if you want to have a community and if you want to do things, etc., it has to be healthy. It has to have something, because we have to talk and we have to think. We have to be able to be in the same space together. If we all hate, like you saw the guy earlier, and he's very like emotional, but if you fight and you scream and you swear, and also what I didn't appreciate is that, like, my country or where my parents are from or whatever has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Not that I'm not proud of it or whatever, but this is work. This is, or not work. I mean, even for a holder, this is the blockchain. So this here, and I know it's not easy sometimes, but we should focus.
The thing is, right, folks, we all want this repeg, and the issue being is it's a dangerous like motive to use on the community. So the fact that they've got the community exactly where they want them, with the idea that they're going to repeg this, right, within the next month. Okay, the proposal states this is 2 of 2. Okay, not 1 of 2, not 3 of 5, 2 of 2, right? They haven't even patched the holes in the Oracle rewards pool, right? They've not even got close to getting to that. How are they going to do all of this and repeg it back to $1 within a month? It's just, no one's looked at the funding whatsoever, and it's just horrible to see who's voted yes to this and who's supporting it, and the sheer, you know, ignorance these validators are playing, as if, you know, there is enough funding and we're totally flush, we've got a load of cash to spend and everything's fine, and it's not. And, you know, it comes down to people like us, communities like us, and to share this and get this out there and show people and, you know, say, well, we couldn't even make a decision ourselves on this. And, you know, it's not nice. Honestly, it's really, really not nice.
Etc. It feels to me that, like, you know, if I have tokens, even if I hate you and you're going to make me rich, I'll go for it, man. Like, you know, like literally, that's rational. That's the way it is. So, you know, keep that in mind. But for real, like, you know, you're going to, like, why, like, who doesn't love money, right? So, or you're going to make me rich? No, I still don't want your prop to go, or I still don't want this to happen. Come on. People who think this way is bizarre.
Thank you, Fafi. On Eric's stake, we'll get to you, and then we'll get to Rexy's.
Let Rexy say what he needs to say first then.
All right, thank you. Rexy's, go ahead.
Bless you, thank you. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to respond to a few bits as kind of sort of said there, really. It's to start the UST Repeg team. I think the clue is in the name, isn't it? It's a team. It's not an individual. You know, it's a group of people that, in theory, have got a task that they're there. For me, it feels like it's trying to make something personal, which for me it isn't. But what you've got to consider, and unfortunately, and I think Echelon would agree with me here, and certainly the rest of our team would agree with me here, is that people have memories. And sometimes you take actions which you maybe think would have a certain interpretation or perception or outcome, but it maybe doesn't always work out quite the way that you'd expect it to. And people have memories. and they remember how it turned out for them. And this is unfortunately where, you know, Hexagon is struggling a bit with getting trust back because of things that happened in the past, which, you know, is maybe nothing to do with Echelon. Is maybe, you know, some vote that's happened in the past where there's other people in the team that carried a vote that turned out completely different to what he wanted it to be. And it's the same with Terraport. You know, that's the thing we ever wanted was there to be a hack. You know, absolutely not. We did, you know, we thought we'd done everything we could to prevent that. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So something else that you've got to think of from the USTC Repeg team is a few things, such as you've got to look at your conduct in the public space. You've got to look at things that are said about you that are based on maybe screenshots of things that are captured that you've maybe said, but maybe it's been took out of context. I mean, I don't know because I've not seen the rest of the discussions because I've got a lot going on day to day. There's, you know, there's various projects that I'm part of, and I don't spend all day on Twitter. In fact, this is the first Spaces I've been on for, God, I don't know, probably since before Terraport launched, because I ain't got time to spend hours and hours on this. I actually came on here to, you know, pass my condolences on to Candice Protocol because I know exactly how they felt, and, you know, I wanted to empathise with them. And if we could, you know, somehow kind of help them recover, you know, as a team would do, and that's, you know, why, you know, one of the reasons why, you know, Frag's been helping. So there's that kind of element as well. So from, you know, from a perception point of view, if you look at Twitter and you look at various things that are reported, you think, what the hell is
New rule. Every time Rexy says, you know, you have to take a shot.
Chasing after,
or hit the like button. Yeah, let's do that.
Wallet, you know, should be concentrating on this, you know, Repeg and the report. People will think that. So that's what the potentially got to deal with. From the point of view of people that delegate to Terra Vita, and also, you know, support Terraport, those are the votes that them people have delegated to Terra Vita validator, and them people expect me to vote how I would perceive they would want me to vote. And from that point of view, when you've got people like Fafi and others going around saying for months and months, oh, look, you know, Terraport was a rug and Terra Vita, they've stolen all your money and this, that, and the other. And these are the investors. These are the investors that, you know, listen to us in Telegram and they ask us questions and they very much delve into the actual finding out the actual facts of what's going on rather than just shouting out on kind of Twitter with nothing unsubstantiated, if you like. And we're representing their investment. So, you know, we have to take all that into account. And also, and Demon Monkey picked up on this, as I pointed out, you know, many, many times, sometimes choosing not to vote is actually a vote. And many, many months ago, probably even getting on for a year ago now, I can remember, you know, when I was part of the Terra Rebels team, having this discussion in the Spaces, and this is something the Raider actually, you know, described as well, and he is absolutely 100% correct. You know, people choose not to vote. Some people don't vote because they can't be bothered or whatever the case may be. Others actually choose not to vote, which I suspect that's why all nodes changed their vote from a no to an abstain, because they wanted to allow maybe others to make the decision rather than them, just in case it was wrong. But anyway, I've not asked them. It's up to them how they voted, just as it is anybody else. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to put that straight there. And the other thing is, before I kind of succumb to what I'm about to say, is that people can spend a long, long time talking, but sometimes the most valuable action is actually listening to what others have got to say and actually reading the room and actually taking note of the actual kind of voters. So, you know, I'll leave it at that, but thank you for
the fact that we can't afford it yet, these validators and these developers are not even acknowledging it. Yeah, probably.
Stake, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, there's a lot of back and forth over there. Anyway, I mean, I want everybody to know one thing is that however you look at TR or whatever the new name is, Echelon is a person who loves technology, okay? You can believe what he says when he says it, okay? There's no doubt in that. I use Hexagon now, right? You can put your, I'm not telling you to put your trust into Echelon or TR or whatever, but I believe in them, okay? whatever it is that people are having problem with is that TR has done quite a bit. However you look at it, they have done their part. Okay, whether you are in line with do they deserve that money or not, or whatever the other cases are, it's good. As Demon has already said earlier, community has voted. So come on, just put it to rest and move forward. Okay, things have been done. Regret it? Don't regret it. It's your choice. But the fact is that move forward. And through these experiences of good, bad, because to be honest, the whole community is in disarray. Okay, it doesn't matter who is who. There's no one central point for anyone to actually go and find information. It doesn't matter. It can be as simple as what's the price today. Yeah, you can go to the exchanges. You can go. This is LUNC, right? It's a community. The community doesn't even have a what you call a billboard for crying out loud, where people can stick up information and everybody can go to that billboard and see everything there. What I think is that the community needs a portal, a LUNC portal, a portal that serves the whole community, that serves in the sense that all the validators are listed there, all the people that are in L1 team are listed there, all the L2 development is listed there, all the things that's happening is listed there. What happens in the
so if
news
you
is
actually
listed
go and
there.
look at mine and Strafe's United Vision, we mention about getting this all integrated into Station, getting optional KYC in, which we could at some point make mandatory. So it's one of those ones. It's annoying that we're still here a year and 4 months later and we have absolutely nothing to show for all of the money, all of the time spent. We've just helped build our next door neighbors' houses, projects. You know, it's crazy. Bringing you back.
And LUNC is the glue that is holding everybody together, right? So we have to figure out a way. Maybe the community funds it, or we have donation this thing to fund it, or whatever. But I still believe we need a centralized location of knowledge, of answers, of things where people can go there and get questions answered, then try to figure out, hey, which group should I go to? Oh, should we go to TR? Oh, no, I don't know them. Should I go over there? And you understand what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, we need something that people can comfortably come, read everything they can read about it, the history, blah, 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 whatever, what happened, what is going to happen, what is happening, what is being developed. And it doesn't only serve as a point for newcomers, but also for anybody in the community to just go there and get whatever information, because not everybody is coming to these spaces or they are in Discord, right? They're only getting bits and pieces from outside, right? But if we have this kind of portal, we can actually let people come and see. And the people who are already in the community that doesn't come out to talk because maybe they are shy or they feel they don't have enough info to or the know-how to ask the questions that needs to be answered. It can be as simple as, where should I go to get my LUNC? Or how should I sell my LUNC? Or how should I eat? I mean, simple things. Simple things. It doesn't need to be, oh, no, you should go here, you should put your blah, blah, blah there, and all that stuff, you know. And this community driven portal can be a extra super glue to glue the whole community together. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can take part in it, right? And build on it, and everybody has a face on it. You know what I'm saying? When I say face, not the actual your face, I mean talking about like even for validators to put everything on there. You know, a lot of people don't know where to go, how to open the wallet, where to open the wallet. Uh, uh, even 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 as a portal for validators to get updated information. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you got the Terra. I mean the Discord server there. You go in there, but even there, the information is not kind of easy to get. You know what I'm saying? I mean, information is key to everything. Knowledge is everything, right? And to get all this knowledge into a place and properly presented out where people can go in, click or whatever, and get the information they need to even as complicated as starting your own validator. You know what I'm saying? And get all those information into in one place where people can share ideas on that. Even people who just came into they want to share their ideas to be able to share it on that, and things like that, and not like but because it's intimate, it's very scary when people go into the Discord. Why? People are saying, yeah, fuck you, swearing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used those words, but people are swearing. People are intimating, you don't know, go and find your own, do your own research, blah blah blah. But where are the people supposed to get the information when they're treated in that sense? I mean, we have to find another way. Everybody here.
So validators like myself have strived to build for this community, but not only that, give good guides. We've got all of our guides on our Gitbook. We've got everything you would ever need on the left-hand side. We've got links on the right-hand side. Everything you would need to get going in LUNC and become knowledgeable is in here. Official guides, official docs, everything. This is why supporting the correct validators is so important. I'll share a link to this in the comments now.
We can still build on it. We can still create something beyond what it is now, or even better. This is something we have to be even more passionate about. To go out and show the people this from the brink of death is coming out into a shape where people can come in and invest and find a place in this community to build their own ideas too. But this is what I can see out of LUNC. But if we are still separated into tribes, into individual spaces, into individual blah blah blah, it's going to be so difficult to get anywhere. It's going to be so difficult to achieve everyone's dream. Okay, I mean, of course, everyone's dream is to become rich and blah 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 and all that stuff. But other than that, people still want to grow big with something, and be part of that. Will it succeed even if we do the portal and all that? Of course, that's no guarantee. But I would believe that people will feel better and feel more comfortable coming onto the chain, because with all these bad things, with TFL and Quant and the SEC and all this stuff happening all around, right? Of course, people are going to be, I mean, outside of this community, outside people don't want to come in because of all these. And they have no way to actually, they say, they can't see what's really happening. If we have that kind of centralized portal, people can go in and click, let's see what the shit they're doing, and click around, something is happening. It seems good. Maybe I should invest my time and energy into here, you know. And then later on, let's put in $500, you know. That I mean, other than trying to just I don't want to say, but which is true, milk the shit out of the community. You know, that's what's happening, and that's what we all see. And how long is it going to last? And when it doesn't last, what are we going to do? The coin is going to die. The chain is going to die. And we would have missed the best chance to build something beautiful. And I still believe if we put our differences aside, pull down everything, I think at the end of the day, when we succeed into something that is building up, we can just sit together. Even we can disagree with each other, we'll be sitting together on a yacht, sipping the most expensive wine on planet Earth, you know, and laughing about what happened. But to get to that, we need to come together as a community and stop separate. I mean, oh my God, how many Discord servers is out there? Even I don't know which one to go to or stay in, you know, because it's intimidating, because it's very difficult to be able to be part of one community and then go to another community and all that. But if we have something that is centralized in the sense that people can get together at a spot that is neutral and share all their ideas on there, I think we can create something and show the outside world that, hey, come on in. We are hip. We are good. We are better than a lot of the other chains. And I do believe we are better than all the other chains. Maybe not the value-wise at the moment, but we still are better. Look at how, with all the troubles, with all the infighting, with all these things happening, we're still standing. That should count as something. That should count as something in the end. And it makes me feel bad because coming into this community made me feel I'm part of a family. We are all brothers and sisters in this. We might be different colors, we might be different races, but we're still one family in this community. Stop all the fighting. Stop all the I'm better than you. You are worse than me, or whatever. The pool is getting smaller. We need to find a way to make it more productive, so that more investors will come in and feel this is something I want to be part of. You know, that is what we should be concentrating on. That is all I can say. I'm going to go into the bathroom and cry for a while.
Thank you. Echelon, go ahead. And then we have a special guest that will hopefully clarify a bit more into what happened today. Echelon, go ahead.
Thank you. So I really liked what you had to say there, Cougar Master. Thank you very much. Appreciate the words. And one of what you said touched home. You know, who's going to take us seriously as a chain if we don't even have a website, right? Like, how do you take someone seriously when you can't even find information about them? So what's a good way to fix that? What do we already have right now that we can utilize as a means of a hub of information? Well, Terra Classic Station. We could literally put in a button there called Hub. Click the button and boom, you got access to all the existing dApps that are on chain, documents, like docs, stuff like that. Everything. We could even probably add in some kind of messaging system so that users could talk back and forth with each other. You know, if because you touched on another point there, discussion, right? We have all these different discussion boards. It's great. I like the decentralization of having Commonwealth and R forums and stuff like that. And I think we should have lots more of it. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice also to maybe add that functionality in the station as well. You know, people can talk, shoot the shit, have some fun, casual chats, you know. But I think it's a great place to put all that information into one spot. And this means that now we don't have to be, we don't have to worry about, you know, maintaining a website anymore. We already got it, right? We just got to add the info. On another matter, I agree. Funding for this chain, serious issue, needs to be dealt with. And I think it needs to come from like a community solution needs to be formed on this. I mean, the Repeg effort is a great effort.
Here we go, folks. I told you this was coming. I told you this was coming.
Right? You got great team on it, great minds.
It's down to you, the community, to fix this, not them.
What after? What after? Even if we repeg, what do we do after? Where's the utility for this chain? What is going to attract investors into this chain to even use it, right? I mean, there's talk about, well, the community pool is dwindling. You know, we should, you know, talk about, you know, cutting some of the costs that this chain is taking on, you know, cut this team, cut that team, you know. But I mean, I'll tell you this, even if the CP had no one taking money out of it, it ain't going to change the fact that the funds are dwindling, that the price of LUNC is going down, that no one is developing and putting back into the CP in the amount that we need, right? We, pre-DPEG, we're renting a house, right? We're renting a house. This is my analogy. TFL's in power, they're controlling the chain, we're renting it. After the DPEG, we're homeowners, right? Now that we're owning a home,
this was fed to me. This exact same statement was fed to me earlier.
Your property taxes, all this, right? These are responsibilities that come with anything about owning a house. This is community owned. So when I say this, I say that us as a community need to just come together and figure out how do we fix the funding issue, right? Because even if you cut off everyone pulling money from the community pool, it's a stopgap. It does not resolve the issue of nothing coming in. So we as a community have a responsibility to fund this chain now. We don't have TFL to save us. We don't have this major war chest, right? They got minted a whole bunch of coins at the start of this chain, right? And that's what they were using to help fund a lot of this stuff. We don't have that. We have the community pool. We have the Oracle pool. That's it, right? We're not minting anymore. We're not doing market swaps. That's not enabled yet. We don't have Anchor protocol anymore. We don't have Mirror protocol. But we sure do need something. Because
we need these clowns to stop pillaging and plundering this chain. They are not essential. They're not essential. Right? We don't need to pay them. Period.
I love this chain. I love this community. Right? It's the definition of open source. Right? But you do need services to run it. You need a base to run off of. Right? Without a good solid base, you can't build, right? So we, Hexagon, are here to provide that part of the base. We provide a stable infrastructure, an alternative infrastructure. We provide an alternative wallet to use, right? We provide help to other teams. We collaborate with other teams, right? We didn't seek governance vote for that. Why? Because why would anyone think you need permission to work with another team to help out the chain? It's just, I don't know, in my mind, ludicrous, right? Everyone should want to come together. Put aside the differences. Just work, build, bring this chain up. Everyone benefits. I don't see on how people don't see that. You got to think more long game, you know? So yeah, funding for this chain, right? I mean, what does anyone do when they got to pay their utility bills or any bills for that matter? They go get a job. They go find work. They find something. And I think that as a community is what we're going to need to do. Find some means to bring in additional funding to cover the operating cost of this chain. Because it's a responsibility we took on the minute we said, goodbye TFL, we want to own this chain. Now it's time that we as a community
TFL still provide legacy infrastructure and have agreed they will provide legacy infrastructure for the indefinite future, period. So they're lying. All Nodes provides free infrastructure. They honestly are full of horse.
Sorry, Fafi, go ahead.
Can I roll? All right, cool. Yeah. So first off, fair point. We must, taking the opportunity, I think we have a bit of people here. So we must do some spaces where we can discuss about what we want to do and what's next. It's very important. So very, very important. Like this space is good because we must have spaces, engage spaces. Sometimes it's going to heat up a bit. Sometimes it's going to be debate, blah, blah, blah. Like for the common good, for the greatest good. So, also shout out to Eric, that was a good message, peaceful one, and also that's cool, But yeah, we need to do, it's good that we gathered lots of people. We need to get together and to talk about what's next. It's very important. In terms of what's next, actually, touching base on this is that, to me, stablecoin is the killer product. Is like if you look at TFL, how they are making money, there is no reason to change, to reinvent the wheel. We don't. That's what we're going for, right? Within the Quant team. If you think about it, how was TFL making? They were making like a lot of money because once you have a stable coin, you need to market make into them and liquidity providing. And again, I reiterate, 2 pools. No, you had I think between 3 pools on Astroport. You had $1 billion of liquidity. Of course, it was top. It was peak cycle 2 years ago, but still $1 billion liquidity. $500 million volume, which means roughly $100,000 of revenue per day. Can you believe that? Is huge, is massive. In fact,
folks, if you've watched my content today, you would have known what I said, that this was going to happen. They were going to come into spaces and they were going to tell the community it's down to us to go get jobs, to pay them their paychecks. That's what it is. Honestly, I've clipped the thing. I'm going to post it on Twitter because this is insane.
Use money. That's how banks. That's the real world use case too. That's just how it works. They didn't invent anything. So we have pretty much infrastructure for it. It needs to be upgraded. It needs to be changed. It needs to be reviewed, reworked, right? So you can't just. I think, in my opinion, some people are more of the opinion of, let's put a cap, let's burn. That, in my opinion, is not going to take you anywhere. You need to actually do a little bit more work to actually get something. TFL did lots of work. It doesn't come for free. We should do, or we have to do, some work as well. It's not gonna, with a 3-liner change of code, you're not gonna get back to that level. It's not going to happen. We shouldn't think too much of the burn. The way I look at it is generate cash, and then with this cash you do whatever you want, which is funding builders, funding infrastructure, wallet, whatever you want, but also burning the supply. Rather than thinking directly to the supply to burn it, it's easier to say, oh, currently, how much do I need to buy the entire supply? 300 million. whatever. So instead of saying, yeah, let's increase the tax to 2%, the mindset should be, let's generate $300 million. You see what I mean? So that's how we need to think. We need to be sharp and efficient. Now, what generates that kind of cash is basically, well, liquidity providing and market making. Well, especially if that's your stable coin, or at least from the past, that's what worked pretty well, right? It worked extremely well, and it generates like a mountain of money that you can then redeploy across the entire ecosystem and across the apps. What does it mean then? We should have like, so this DEX or this infrastructure was at L1. What does it mean? We should have only a DEX at the L1 level. Well, absolutely not. Again, looking at the past, TFL had this infrastructure for them. And then you had Astroport, you had over DEXs and things like that. So it's totally fine. You just have like different area and they work together. So TFL focused what you're having now with Candice. So they work in tandem, right? So, but then again, that's just a proposal. That's just like a view. And of course, I'm a DeFi guy. So I'm a DeFi guy. So whatever I'm going to suggest is going to be heavily inspired by DeFi. You might have some people who are more into different things, right? But my suggestion is to basically just redo and fix what we have. I think, to me, if you want, and that's a debate we're going to have later, and I'm just touching down very briefly to it now, but it's because it's part of the work that we do, etc. So I thought it was interesting that you brought that echelon, and it was worth like just touching base to it. Basically, that level of money that we need if we want to burn our supply, etc., that's, in my opinion, the way to go. And also we have like a strong image, a strong identity attached to DeFi. Luna V2 is struggling. I was talking to someone actually before just about that, and he feels that they've lost because they don't want to touch too much like DeFi and all because of what happened, etc. So he feels that even the people, the OGs, the Luna OGs and all, they're very keen attached to it, and that could, like, he feels that that's a narrative which will bring back lots of people, lots of attention, lots of users, lots of prosperity, obviously, right? So, but in any case, we need to speak more about that. We have, obviously, we need to finish out our report. We need to follow up with the sexes. We have all this work, which hopefully is going to happen and is going to lead us to some good things. But then we also have a white paper which is coming. Part of it is to explain how the system actually works. We still don't have like a clear view, like it's not completely clear to everyone how it actually works. But also to offer some options or some path of development around basically what I just said, which is like stablecoin, decentralized money, etc. And in crypto, stablecoins are an extremely hot and profitable topic. You take a Circle, $1 billion cash, just like that. It's very rare for a company to have so much cash available, right? So if you take like all the Revolut, like even the things that you like, Robinhood and all, I think they have like so high operational expenses that they're even running at a loss, or they don't like generate that much profit. Circle, because every time you need to issue a USDC, you need to pay a fee. The market make into their stable coin. So it's not as risky as like market making into like tokens, because you don't have so much volatility. Stablecoin being supposed to be stable, it's actually extremely profitable, because when it comes to provide liquidity, you want stability. Stability means money. Volatility means impermanent loss, which means like losing money. So it's an ideal use case if you want to go down that road. And for people for whom it might not be clear, if you market make or if you provide liquidity, it doesn't matter if you don't know what it means. Just understand that it's actually a way to get a fee. So you get a transaction fee every time like someone uses or transacts just like Binance, is an extremely profitable business. What do we want to do? We have all the pieces to be a Binance. Look at Binance is a cash machine, literally. It's literally a cash machine. It's very rare in TradFi or in like real world to have like companies who generate so much cash, right? Cash is king, as we say. So, and then we need to find like the nice, but then it doesn't mean we recenter. And that's why I love how things were done with TFL and Luna. I'm not saying let's recenter everything around L1. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that L1 can be used like to generate a massive revenue, which can then be redeployed across L2 or to pay for costs, infrastructure, all these things. I mean, they're still paying, they still can afford to pay infrastructure. So imagine how profitable this was. And I think we can even take it to the next level. Like $10 billion currently with USTC. Like like what's more annoying, $10 billion at a scale for a business which has our scale, our reach, and our visibility. Like we run an international business basically in finance somehow. Like is nothing actually. It's not that much. So you make them, or you can for the right team. If we don't make, what I'm saying here is that if we don't make it, like us as a team, for example, it's not that you can't make them. It's just that the team is not good enough. That's what it is. Straight, boom. So. And I'm talking about us here, not about like I'm not talking bad about people, etc. We have to put like to set very high expectations, very high standards. We have to go for them, and if it doesn't work out, it's not that it was not possible. It's just the team that wasn't good enough. We have to be very harsh with ourselves. So I think, well, we're going to be proposing this anyway and showing you a bit more like what could be done in these areas and all. Well, of course, that works together in tandem with the PEG and, with repegging USTC, etc. But yes, we need to have we need to start like acting. Yes, socials and all is fun. Shit posting is cool, right? By the way, Rex YZ, I don't want to stick too much to that, but yeah, I think we talked a little bit. I think you remember the community decks, etc. So that's fine. But yeah, we need to get together and actually talk about what matters. And what matters is not whether like Fafi currently Quant with a proposal up to governance is associated to Candice protocol who have rugged people. That's bullshit, waste of time. What matters is what do we do next and how do we do it and where do we go. And basically we have the unique opportunity to be involved into what could potentially be or what is already like a big company, like an international company. So think about it, so even if you're young, come and listen, you're learning. If you're studying, that's a very nice thing. We had a guy who came last time and he had some ideas in terms, so he's studying administration in India, right? And so he has some good ideas or ways of how like maybe to organize governance, things like that. And I told him like DAO, decentralized autonomous organization hopefully maybe in 5 years or 10 years, they might be common just like internet when it started. So for him, studying this is actually gold because it allows him to practice, to put proposal, to think about it, to hit problems, right? He's going to hit problems. He's going to learn. He's going to grasp some real life experience. And then when he gets to do his job and graduates and all, which I wish him, he will already have this sort of experience. So you bought a token, potentially is going to go up and make you some money. But then on top of that, you get the opportunity to participate, to come, to listen, to learn things, to get involved, to do all these things, and we should capitalize on them, and we should be like more productive, more constructive, and basically trying to moon. That's the most important thing. We should, when we talk, we must talk for something. There's very little point. Again, I personally believe that lots of people either rage quit. So it happens. If it's your first rodeo in crypto, you haven't seen it. It happens. People, they sold the bottom, angry, but they still stick around because they've been here for a long time. And so they will just FUD. That's where it comes from, basically, FUDing. It's because people, they don't have bags no more. So they're just like going to bring this negativity, and we need to push back on this, bring positivity, but we need to think in a very sharp and efficient way and try to stay focused on the goal. And you know, like, let's try to be efficient. Like, this week of governance has personally tired me because of all the space and talking to the validators and people and things and all, etc. is a bit exhausting, and convincing people, etc. It should have been trivial, in my opinion. Again, you may say it's perspective, but given the context, I still believe that objectively it should have been like a step. It was like it was war. So we need to spend energy where it's actually most efficient or most productive, and we need to basically grow up as a community. So I see like some initiative in different groups or people trying to realize that we need to push more towards that, and we need to be able to talk as well. Let's not like, I think factions are good, they balance power, and they kind of allows you to have like different small identities, or it makes it manageable for the decentralization. But again, I reiterate, please stop with the like, he works for LUNC DAO, he's a bad actor, he's this is useless, takes us nowhere. I'm not here to work for DAO. If I were, like, I wouldn't be here, I think. So let's focus on what matters. Let's talk, and let's think about the future. I think that's pretty much what was said before. But let's not forget, decentralized economy needs decentralized money that generate a massive ton of money. That's why we like this use case, and we should literally go for that, or at least I think it's a very good use case for us to stick to.
I really like what you're saying.
So I brought Strafko up as a speaker, and the reason why I did so is because we have given access to him to pretty much check the logs of our servers, and to clarify a few things, and to hash everything out, and to pretty much put everything out in the open. And again, before Strafko actually proceeds with explaining what we've pretty much been able to identify and investigate, I just want to let everybody know that I will be taking full accountability and responsibility for what happened, and within the team, besides me, no one is to blame for. So, go ahead, Straf. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Okay, so that whole thing, I was not in the space from the beginning, so I didn't follow all the discussions, so I won't comment on that, but just on the KLT situation. It hit me by surprise when I was notified about what happened, and what was done is simply that someone, it is suspected to be one of the devs, because the indications lead to that. I will elaborate on that, why I think so. But there will not be a definitive proof of it, just because the actual transactions that were executed to grant access to the withdrawal of funds from the admin wallet, and also changing the minter of the contract to be able to mint more coins, was actually executed by the admin. So there was probably most likely no compromised wallet, in a sense that the seed phrase was phished, or that access was gained in a different manner. The indications lead to that one dev made builds of the app, of the Candice app, deployed them, and asked the admin wallet, so L808, to test new features, changed features, fixed features, and those involved transaction confirmations. And I guess that 808 didn't take a very close look at the transactions that were executed, because they contained this specific transactions. So at first, I checked the server logs for who was able to log in, who got access overall, and 808 confirmed to me that one dev has full access to the web, so can alter things and deploy things. So there is not yet an automated deployment process through GIT Hub, which should be enabled in the future to mitigate this part. And it was quite suspicious that around those times when the transactions happened from the admin wallet, the deployments changed. So that means there were new deployments of the app, of the website that he interacted with around those times. And not only before that time, but also after. Mostly around that time, maybe 1 hour early, it changed. It was a new deployment, and 1 to 3 hours after the transaction, it was changed again. This doesn't prove, but it's a strange a strange combination of indicators that this was not by accident, but intentionally integrated into the code. And
so the likelihood actually here is that he outsourced a developer, but he wanted the systems built on his system, so he would have control over them, and he's likely used some sort of program or app so the developer can control his mouse and keyboard, as to which the connection's probably been left open in the background, thus being able to swipe data. It was an inside job, right? It was an inside job, regardless of what people are saying. Hilarious.
Specific person doesn't appear. And it's not clear if a VPN was used or whatever, but at that time frame, there is no login in the list of the previous logins on the server. But when you look at the authorization logs, which also keep log of who logs in by what, for example, a public key or a password, there are logins from a Russian IP. So that doesn't mean the person is necessarily from Russia, but could also be VPN or proxy or whatever. But it's an IP that is always recurring through the times of deployments. And there's no other IP I was aware of besides 808 and that specific account that accessed the server. And as I know that 808, at least from my knowledge, doesn't have the ability to deploy new builds or code, that it is an indicator for the intended manipulation of the code, while not a final proof. So what happened was, I think he tweeted already, was that on August 16th, a wallet that also is involved in other projects, or at least one project that I cannot name because I didn't ask if it's okay. That didn't hurt anyone really, but it is involved there also in development. And this wallet funded another wallet, which then took parts of that stolen KLT from the admin wallet with the authorization, swapped it to LUNC and sent it to MEXC wallet. And also this wallet funded a third wallet, which again is then this final wallet we all, I think, saw getting the mint privilege and minting billions of new tokens and swap them all for around 50 million additional LUNC. and also move to MEXC. So that's the current event timeline. I'm not sure if there's much more to find out because it's difficult. There's no history of the specific files that were deployed on the server. So in fact, there's not a definitive proof of the exact code that was used. It's only possible to see that that the files to explain when you deploy a React app. So most of the current dApps, I think, on Web3, at least over here, are based on React or similar. And every time you deploy it, the file names change. That means every time you deploy it, you get a new file name for the scripts in the browser, and you can see that when people call the app in the browser, you can see it in the access logs, which files are served. And that you can, that I could see in the logs that around those times, those file names changed, and also in the command history on the server around those times, I see that the build directory was redeployed. So it seems that it was somehow planned and prepared, but it's really not a good day.
Thank you very much, Stravko, for at least clarifying that. And yeah, if anybody has additional questions, I'm here to answer all of them. Damn, it got quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has further ideas where and what could be analyzed to narrow this down further, it would be a good time.
So,
Eric, you came up. You want to say something?
no, I'd like to know is that who, so they all have root access into the server, or what kind of access do they have on the server?
That dev had root.
They had the root listed.
That is correct.
You didn't? Did you? I don't know. I mean, do they directly connect to the SSH, or what? And do you have like did you specify which IP address could access it, or you have a public key or things like that?
It was a public key access directly to the SSH, yes.
But who was the one that created the public key? This in itself is already a security risk, right?
No, as far as I know, I mean, I'm not involved in
no, I'm not saying you.
In the studio, but how it normally works, I guess that it was done the same way, is that the dev or whoever wants to have access to the server needs to create his own private key and provide the public key to the server admin.
No, that's not how it works.
Yes.
No.
Yes, it does.
No, but in security, you don't do that. You always assign to one specific person to create the keys, and that person will be accountable for the passing of the key. You can't.
No, you would have two people knowing the private key for that. You cannot do that when you work because you need a public key to be specifically assigned to a single person. Otherwise, if two people know the private key, that's the same as if two people know your mnemonic for the
that's
for the
what I'm saying.
wallets.
I mean,
Yeah, but it is not about the public key. The public key you can tell everybody. It doesn't matter. It's
no,
about the
that's not what I'm
private key that
saying.
matters.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the person who's creating it. It should be Captain 808 should have. He should be the one that creates it and then gives it to the people or whatever, because you can't let devs, come in and create whatever they want, right?
No,
This is the problem.
not creating. I think you misunderstood what I said. If, for example, if I have a server and want to grant someone access, I don't give him any password.
Yeah, of course.
He creates his own private key offline in his own working space, and then hands me over the public key. And I can enter that one as authorized to access either the root account or specific user accounts, depending on what is this account meant to do.
Yeah.
And
you could do that way. Right?
That is, yeah.
But the main point is that in the server, it should be assigned to one person for accountability, right?
That's true, but you would have to know who exactly that person is. You would need to have
That's the
KYC.
problem. Why all these, hacks and all these things happening over and over, and it's the same thing. It happens over and over and over again, and there is this thing that you can how do you say, have a snapshot of the server every time anybody gets in. You have a snapshot, then you will know what the difference that has happened on the server, right? So each time a person has to go in to do something, you take a snapshot. They go, they do, and you can check the differences, what they have done, or added what files at where and when. It can be all done.
That's true.
And nobody does that.
That's true.
This is so mind-boggling. Nobody gives a shit about security. Why? Because it's time-consuming and it takes a lot of time to go and set it up, right? And everybody.
That's not the only reason. You need to either know everything you need for it yourself, or you need to trust someone to do it for you. And if you need to trust someone to do it for you, and yourself have absolutely not the knowledge to set it up in that way, that means that person can set up anything it wants.
Exactly. I mean, that's why we keep on having these rugs or whatever, this thing, it'll just continue, and it'll continue and continue and continue, I mean, there has to be a way for people to work on it and do it. I mean, there are a lot of successful projects that doesn't have these kind of problems. Why? I mean, it's a big problem. People just go in there. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, you know how to write this program. Blah blah blah. Oh, you're a good person. Okay, let's start this. And then get fucked up in the end, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yep, but that's one of the things. In theory, you have to treat everything like trusting no one, and only providing anyone only the most necessary things to complete what is needed to be done. So what I said earlier, if you want to deploy something on the server, do it from GitHub Actions, for example, so no one needs direct access to the server. Do it with sub-users, so no one needs to have the root account. Block root remote login, and set it up with user account that can use sudo. But everything regarding that is the issue that you need to have someone that knows how to do it and either
No, you can have
does it
people know how to.
himself.
No, you can have people know how to do it. They don't need to know how to write the programs, but they can be the system admin or whatever this thing, and then he has to be accountable for that. You know what I'm saying? And then the people can do it on, as you said, yes, do it on the GitHub. If it works there, throw it onto the server, right? But that guy doesn't throw it onto the server. It has to be done by the system admin, you know, following the instructions of the program or whatever.
I think, but we are at the same discussion point where we have been so multiple times now. Is KYC mandatory? Is KYD mandatory, or is it not? Because if you want to work with someone, for example, using, let's say, Fiverr, let's say freelancers, let's say you know someone from Spaces or Telegram over in crypto, do you need everyone to have a KYC before you work with them in a way they can access any data that might in some way be compromised? That is the question. So how would you approach that without
Okay, KYC would be a problem because a lot of people will not work on that level, right? But I think it's always best to do it on the test server, right? I mean, you have to build a test server and then work it on that, and then everything works out.
It's insane. Everybody's ignoring the funding issue because it's not happening now. It's going to happen in October. So, you know, ignorance really is bliss. We've seen that today with Candice being ignorant of audits and things like that. Honestly, we're going to be punished so badly for this as a community. Horrible.
Because they do it, and then they do the hashing on the MT5 so that you can verify it before you put it onto the server, and then on there, and then get this thing, and then you can be. That's the only way you can be sure it's the exact same code that's running on the test server. I mean, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of resources to do it. Yes, and you can't do it quickly and this thing, but the thing is that this is people's money, right? You know what I'm saying? In the end, it's just a waste of it's a complete waste of money and chances. You know, that's the sad part.
Yeah, of course, it takes more resources to fix stuff afterwards than to do it in the beginning. That is right, but I think there are, and I'm not only speaking.
But it's money well
No,
spent.
I mean, what do you say? Sorry, the connection is not that good.
Oh, sorry. What I'm saying.
I think, Eric, if you can, please maybe fix your microphone because I'm also having difficulties, like, you know, understanding and hearing what you're saying because you both are saying pretty good stuff. So I'm making notes. So if you can, please fix your mic.
Is this better? Is this better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit.
Slightly. Yeah. This is slightly better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Security is one aspect that people tend to ignore, is because it's time consuming, and it takes more to make it work. Because if you keep on relying on just one dev to do everything, and you put all your trust into that one person, you know, this is why there's going these type of rugs. I'm not saying you, okay? I'm saying it in a general sense. Will keep on happening and happening and happening, and people up to today, it's mind-boggling that it keeps on happening because of one dev or two devs doing all this, and they run away with the money. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. But to be honest, you know, one of the, you know, strangest things for me personally is to how people pretty much like change for, you know, whenever they see some dollar amounts, I would say, on their screen. So that is a factor that I don't think people can take into consideration, beforehand, in a sense. I understand that, there's a lot of safety measures that you can take, but essentially, let's put it this way. If you're building up a team and you have multiple people in it, right, and everybody has a specific, let's say, role in the team, if, let's say, the person who's in charge of pretty much, taking care of the security aspect, and I can tell you in our case, we were absolutely not trying to cut corners. If I show you in terms of the whole project, like what we spent till this date and how much of it went on actually security, you would be like, you guys are, spending probably way too much money for security, and it's not even secure. So
No,
I do hear you though.
Yeah, no,
But
I understand that, and there's no 100% security. That's true, but it's easy to trace down to actually, in the end, do you? Yeah, it goes back to the question whether you have to KYC this thing. It depends on the person who is taking care of which part. Like in this case, it was the what you call direct access to the wallets, right?
That's true, but not every time KYC helps. I mean, there's a bunch of projects that actually rug wasn't hacked by KYC founders.
Yeah, I mean,
Then there's cases where individuals were KYC'd and were hired to do dev work, development work, and they created a backdoor to screw the project.
Oh yeah, but
You
look,
know,
no, I'm not talking
it's
about.
always an inside man,
Yes.
even in bank robberies.
Yeah.
Tellers, they got the social security number, their birth date, like their full name, their address, and it still ends up being an inside job somewhere. So that kind of security risk, that's always going to be there. You try to minimize it as much as possible,
Oh yeah.
which we were trying to do. But at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, it does suck. But
But
in
I don't know.
crypto, it's a really hard thing to
Yeah, I
do
know.
because of the
But do they
it's
need
world, it's the global.
Yeah, but do they need direct access to the wallet system? I mean, even for my validation.
No.
But they don't have direct access to the wallet.
No direct access to the wallets.
Mhm.
What happened is, if you, for example, let's say you would tell me to please develop a D app, and it is updated on the live, and you do some transactions for changing fees, for whatever, right? And if I would now manage to get into the app a transaction that you sign arbitrary code, or you sign a transaction that you don't verify again what exactly it contains, then you don't need access to the wallet. You simply inject the transaction data into the app, execute, let it execute, and remove that part from the app right after. And so the issue here is not checking each transaction 100% before executing it. And also, I mean, I don't want to I don't want to shit on you, but to be honest, I would quite be interested for what kind of security it was paid, right? Especially in terms of hosting and server, because to be honest, if for servers and hosting security there was paid much, then it was kind of wasted money in that point.
No, actually, Straff, in terms of like server and stuff, that was relatively cheap. But that specific dev that was supposed to do all of the rest and remaining, he was pretty much like the most expensive thing that we had in our operation.
I mean, setting up the server, securing the server that hosts the application, that security part, not the security part of the contracts themselves, and that related things.
Anyway, Echelon and Fappy have something to say. I'll just mic off for a while.
I'm actually sorry, guys. I'm not sure who was first, so
Go ahead, my dear Echelon.
yes, Echelon, go ahead.
Hey, I mean, this is going to be a little off topic, at least the first part. So previously in this space, I gave an analogy about that the chain needs to figure out funding. And the analogy was around, renting a house, owning a house. What do you do when you have bills to pay? You go out and find a job to pay it. And I said, the community needs to figure that out. Well, someone decides to go out on Twitter, even though the whole concept of this is for us to come together as a community and stop fighting and stop the bullshit, and goes out on Twitter to make a post and take exactly what I said out of fucking context and say, I'm saying it's the community's fault and they need to go out and get a job. I mean,
is that not what he says? Is that nothing's taken out of context? Is that not what he said, folks?
It needs to stop.
Honestly.
Put aside the petty bullshit.
Petty, oh my God.
Right?
We are not paying for your infrastructure, you little turds.
If we want to succeed, we certainly have to learn to work together. So this shit's got to stop. This negative narrative and clickbait crap needs to end, or we're just gonna be like going nowhere real quick. So that's my 2 cents on that matter. On the other matter, KYC. I mean, I don't know how that would work.
Honestly, folks, if I was to go in there right now, I would not lose it, but I would just be in there back and forth with them.
From a legal standpoint,
this is ridiculous, right? I didn't take anything out of context. He said the community needs to pay. Absolutely pathetic.
And then, it's also about the fact of who's going to take that action. Most of the time, if we've seen with some of these projects that failed or flopped or whatever, and they had some kind of maliciousness intent to them or maybe criminal activity that transpired, did anyone actually do anything about it? Not really. So I'm not sure on how KYC is going to really work towards the benefit of a solution for this. It might be one part of it, definitely. But I mean, also, Jesus Christ, man, people are getting chopped up into little bits and pieces right now. So, I mean, I can't say anyone really feels comfortable putting their name out there, right? Can you blame them, honestly? I mean, I got a family, man. I my name's out there, but fuck, do I regret that now? Right? Because who knows who's crazy out there, right? What someone might do. You just don't know. I mean, it is what it is, right? You're dealing with all different walks of life, right? And all it takes is someone to get triggered, and who knows what happens, right? So, but I do agree with accountability, though, right? Everyone should be held accountable for their actions. If you're gonna work on this chain, you should expect for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. That's all I had to say. Just my 2 cents.
Ooh, cool. Well, first off, I think KYC, know your customer, right? So KYC is used against money laundering, terrorism, and to protect investors. For example, if you have like an ICO, a pre-sale of token, and ICOs are not allowed in the USA, right? So if you subscribe to the ICO, we're going to ask you to show some IDs and some papers to make sure that you're not based in the US, because as a US investor, you are not allowed to participate to the ICO. You are not allowed to buy the token, right? So that's why Certic offers KYC. They offer KYCs. They're mostly used for like people or protocols who sell tokens. You want to make sure that, and I think that's very much in the team here, that your customer is not actually buying tokens to launder money. or he's not like, the proceeds don't come from a drug or over illegal activities, right? The other thing is that, of course, terrorism is less of a hot topic, and maybe we have lots of young people here, but if you remember, like 10 years ago or 15 years ago or whatever, these networks need to launder money, they need to do all sorts of things, and they will use these financial vehicles to actually do so, right? So we must ensure that they are not this kind of people, etc. So KYC, know your customer, is to do with the customer when you have a business, to know who he is, and if you're allowed to sell to them, right? The right term or the right thing that you're looking for like the supplier or the worker, is called the background check. Background check is gonna be, it's a different thing, right? So it's going to be made by an agency as well. For example, Certic doesn't provide this because they don't care. They provide KYC, as I said, for like token sales, right? Background check is going to be very common. It's compulsory if you want to work in a bank, for example, or in other, like usually when it's financial services which are regulated, you must be very careful about who you hire, right? And so you must know about who that person is and if they don't have any criminal history. So that's different. That's not a KYC. You don't want to know the name of a person. You need to know basically if they're not a criminal, right? So if they don't have, if they haven't been engaged into a criminal activity. So I'm not sure if you want, what would a KYC, know your customer, achieve for like a supplier, a provider, a builder? That's two different use cases, right? So we need to review that and think about that, what we want, and not like, be careful about that. That's one thing. The second thing, it's more like concrete or realistic crypto, and that's actually a pain. Crypto is an international business by nature, right? Your law is not recognized into another country. Your law, if you're in the UK, if you're in France, the law in France is the law of France. You have like don't know how you call it, the procureur, I think that's the district attorney. He's French. He has authority in France, which is amazing. He has no authority, for example, in Morocco, right? So then you have some treaties that may apply or may not apply, but then you have some legal context as well. In one country, if crypto is not even recognized, good luck going after that person in that country. What kind of criminal report do you even feel? Then yes, you can go to your local authority, which I think XYZ is doing by going to the UK because he's UK based. But if the person is not based in the UK and doesn't plan to coming back, and depending of where she is based, is not gonna is only gonna do something if that person is gonna come to the UK or in a place where UK has actually jurisdiction. So we need to be, again, it comes back to being efficient and having a max impact on what we do. Having KYC is cool, is awesome. What is it going to do? Actually, what is it going to achieve? Right? So if you want accountability, right? First of all, like if you want like the identity, etc. So the right term is background check, not KYC. That's a different process, different company, and that's not going to be offered by Certic. It's going to be offered by other companies, independent. They works as well, and you have them in different countries, and you have all sorts of papers, such as like you need to provide the 5 past years or 10 years, depending on which agency and what requirement of employment history, of addresses. You need to provide your criminal record and all this stuff. It's a process which takes like roughly 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then they come back to you and they tell you, okay, it's clean. If it's clean, you have the green light. Boom, you can hire the person, and voila. All right. So, and by the way, you wouldn't have. That's actually an interesting one. That I'm not sure, because basically the way it is used is that background check, clean, you can work. Background check not clean, you cannot work. I'm not sure. At no point in time the information is handled by the employer. It's directly, so when you get the contract, the employment contract, they say it's upon the condition that you pass the background check, and then they will like the company which handles the background check will get in touch with you, right? And because these are sensitive information, right? So the company will get in touch with you, ask you to provide all the necessary information, data, and papers, and then you will send it to them. They will do all the check. They will have to contact, by the way, they have to contact your previous employers. You have to provide references. It's a bit of a heavy process. It's not a smooth one. That's why it takes some time. It takes, like, as I said, 3 to 4 weeks, kind of. And it's a bit complicated if you've been like across multiple countries and all. But basically, they will handle it. And then at the end, they will reach out to the employer and say, okay, clean or no clean, right? So I'm not even sure at any point in time they might share with you the information. Now, if something bad happened, I'm sure you go to the police, get a police report, and then you may be able to go back to them and ask them to disclose or provide the information. I'm not sure if that would how that would work. I'm guessing that's how it would work. But just to know, that's usually not used to sue people. Is more like to say, do you come in, do you not come in, right? So that's one thing. But usually it does help a lot to know that someone has never done anything bad in their life, etc. Like, it doesn't mean they won't do something bad in the future, but it does help a lot, right? The other thing is that concretely, what are we trying to achieve, or what problem are we trying to solve, right? So if, like, again, because it's like we had like the DKW rug, if the guy is in Algeria, you can't do nothing. You can go all you want to your local police station, etc. They're not gonna, like, people last time I was with someone, they say, yes, we have like Interpol. Well, no, doesn't work for that. It's too small. You're not gonna go for Interpol for like 20K or 50K, or even like, I don't think, well, maybe, I'm not an expert though. So, but if the person is in another country and this country doesn't have a treaty, or they just don't expatriate their own citizenship, some countries do that, right? Lebanon, Morocco does it. I think Algeria does it too, and you must have like some others. Usually, like lots of Arab countries, etc., they don't like to extradite their citizens, for example. So there might be some other countries too. I'm not sure about that, but if, like, you can do whatever crime you want, if your country doesn't, I mean, it might be a complex process, meaning that even if the country recognizes, you may need to have like lawyers in both countries. It costs a lot of money, and it's a process. So you have to know it beforehand. Again, we want to have max impact, so we need to think about it. I'm not saying it's not bad. It's just that, if there is like few millions involved, then yes, surely, because the cost of getting back the funds is still worth it, right? But if you have like a 20K rug or 50K rug or 100K rug, I'm not sure it's going to be so much worth it, or at least like you're going to get a massive discount anyway. Which again brings me back, to the point. What exactly we're trying to achieve, and ideally, in my opinion, we try to avoid as much as possible the rug in the first place. So you can use like smart contract tools to try and release payments with milestones. We try to do.
Sorry to cut you off, brother.
Yeah.
It's just I saw Straff had his hand up and he raised
Sorry.
it down, so I think he might have gotten a bit tired. So
Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Straff, please go ahead.
I think I lost track from the beginning to the end because Fafi, no offense, but you need to try keep things shorter and more concise, because I think from the start to when you have finished the explanation,
just a load of shit.
The beginning has already been forgotten. I couldn't. I mean, I get the core meaning of it, but it's yes, it's a bit long.
TLDR? Do you want me to TLDR quickly? So to make it simple, KYC for customers, if you sell tokens, it's not for builders, and it doesn't really, it's not done for that.
It's general
What you're more
purpose,
looking
mate.
for is like background checks.
Moron.
It's another process, but then ideally, we actually try as much as possible to avoid the rug in the first place. Boom.
See, that hard?
But I had to. I think, in my opinion, we have to be extremely precise because we've been talking like about KYC for like 1 year. Come on. No, I'm joking, but it's important to, or maybe it's. It feels we need to define very precisely the terms. So this way, there is no room for for interpretation, etc. But I appreciate what you said, man. Yeah, sorry about that. Huh?
I mean, the KYC is not about in this specific case. It's not about getting your name out to the community or to the specific person you're working with. I mean, I know what you're saying, that KYC is intentionally really know your customer, but the benefit of KYC against doxing, for example, is that there is another entity involved, so you don't have to disclose the information directly to the specific person. So it will not have the effect like a background check, that is true, but it still is at least some small thing, because even if you are only KYC to a third-party entity, you still have a bit of a higher, in my opinion at least, a bit of a higher hurdle to do something nasty, because there's always a higher chance that you get caught than if there was nothing known about you to no one.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
I totally agree with what you're saying there, Straff. And seeing as though I'm part of the team and the only team on Terra Classic that actually is Certic KYC'd, I'll give you a bit of kind of experience from somebody that's actually been there rather than somebody that's actually just kind of talking about it as such. But yes, you're more on lines to what KYC in terms of development and reducing risk is all about. I think historically, yes, KYC was about know your customer, which is what Fafi was kind of discussing, if you like. However, you can call it know your colleague, if you like, and look at it from that point of view. So I'm reading from the Certic KYC website, and we paid $5,000 for this. We managed to negotiate a discount for any team on Terra Classic as part of this. And what it says, the opening paragraph of the information that they Certic provides is Certic KYC, and I'm reading this straight from the screen. Certic KYC is the premier provider of private identity verification and due diligence services in the Web3 space. Our process ensures thorough identity verification for project teams while upholding the strictest standards of privacy. I'm not going to go into it all because it's there on the internet. You can access it if you want to. But part of Certic's approach, and there's other providers out there, is more in line to what Steph was saying in terms of, for a start, the public's perception of you as a team. If you're prepared to give an independent organisation everything there is to know about your the individuals working within your team, then for a start, that tells your customers, actually, we've got a team here that's prepared to invest in somebody else doing an independent and thorough investigation into them people. And it's not just about showing somebody your passport or driving license or whatever it may be, you need swimming certificate if you like. It's about actually looking into your behaviour, looking into your approach to how you answer questions and things like this, looking at doing all your background checks, and there's hundreds of checks that they carry out. But also it tells the project owner, it gives them important feedback about the people or project leader, coordinator, whatever you want to call yourself, about the people that are working with them. Okay, because anybody can be anybody in this Twitter world, can't they? And I'm sure Demon Monkey isn't actually a monkey. I'm sure Luna Lover isn't actually a lunatic. People are, call themselves whatever they like, don't they? So that's what, the basics of what the Certic service is about. But it goes a step further. So on the Certic site, you actually get graded based on your transparency and based on how well you score in terms of that Certic KYC of your team. Okay, and that's an ongoing process. It doesn't just happen once; it keeps going. So you get a new team member, you have to make sure they're KYC'd. Your existing team members go on continue KYC'd. And the other thing that this does is, because Fafi was right about a few things, and bear in mind also, I've got the experience of spending, unfortunately, 4 months now talking to the authorities and trying to get a prosecution and trying to get the authorities to take interest in the Terraport theft. Is you've got the jurisdiction issue, just as he points out. But what Certic does is that they allow anybody that's an organization that's an enforcement organization access to those files. So if there's reason to believe that somebody in your development group is actually a criminal, that information will become available to those that need to know. The public doesn't need to know. The people investigating and the enforcing authorities need to know. So that actually puts a little bit of concern into any potential criminal, just to maybe just take a step back and think, well, actually, I can be tracked here if it comes down to it. Okay, so there's a bit of a deterrent there as well. But one of the big things that's a barrier to an investigation being successful is people don't complain when there's a crime. So with Terraport, there's 4 million stolen. 4 million, massive figure. Not as big as what, some figures have been, obviously. But for me, that's a massive amount. But there's 2 people complained to the authorities, and I'm one of them. And the other person, it comes, well, I'm not going to say where they come from because they've not asked me to release that information. But, the other person who we liaised with, and we liaised with their investigators that are carrying out the investigation from their point of view, that's the only other person. And this is the biggest stumbling block, because when it comes to draining the liquidity pool, the project doesn't own the liquidity pool, the people own the liquidity pool, the users. And if nobody reports a crime, how can an enforcing authority investigate that crime? Because nobody's reported it. That's, so from my point of view, I've reported it, but I can only report it from the point of view of the money of mine that was stolen, that I invested. If I invested in Candy's protocol and I reported it as a crime, the enforcing authority would be only interested in whatever it was that I put in. They're not interested in the rest because of the intrinsics, if you like, of the law. And I think this dates back to case law. I was only talking to a lawyer about this a couple of weeks ago. It dates back to case law that I think dates back to something like about 1910 or something like that. So it's a long time ago. So, there's that to consider as well. So I think when it comes to security, it's not just the actual project. It's not just the actual project. It's the actual team as well that you've got to take into account. So that's why I think it's very important to be, KYC'd to somebody. It ain't going to stop somebody that really doesn't give a monkey's about it, who, is just an out-and-out criminal, just like, hanging doesn't deter some people. But, there we go. So we paid for that security, our team have, and also we paid for the project to be audited as well. I think currently, I forget off the top of my head, it's something like about $70,000 that we've paid, and that's the price that we put on the security of the team and the project currently, anyway.
Yeah, Rexis, but also you have to keep into account that let's imagine someone like, let's say myself, yes? I want to do something quite small, start small, that then grows. So I would have absolutely no chance paying, for example, Certic. And I am nearly 90 to 100% sure that this wouldn't be funded from the community pool.
I wanted to take pause for a second. I'll bring you straight back. Folks, I voted no to the funding of the Quant team because I would rather see a pause so we can outline a budget and we can ensure that each team's funded. Anybody who shouldn't be working is not paid, kind of thing, right? This has all got to stop. And, you know, even with the vote being still at yes, and even with me voting no and it not changing anything, I'm still making a stand because I'm standing for what I believe in and what I know is right. The technical factors are showing us there's not enough funding and we need to figure something out. Just steaming ahead, acting ignorant and hoping all will just go well is not going to happen. So I understand if people here believe that, you know, I'm preventing the repeg and I'm against it. I'm not. I want to see a pause and I want to see teams funded correctly and appropriately. This all needs to be done maturely now. I'm bringing you back. Let other people know if they start moaning, folks. Thank you so much for your support.
In the beginning, in that terms, right?
It's an interesting one. It was something that, okay, I've spent, you know, far too many years, 20, okay. So risk is something that, you know, you cut me in half and it's, you know, it's got it down the middle, as we say around here, it'd be in the middle of Skegness Rock, if you like. But so, you know, it's something I'm very consciously aware of. However, in terms of, you know, if you like the Terra project, I'm just part of it. You know, some people say, oh, you know, you're the leader of this, that, and the other. We're a group that discusses things. We're a group that collaborates, and we're a group that helps other people. So, for instance, you know, Frag, he's been helping Candice. You know, we help people that have you know, wallets stolen and, you know, compromised and all this kind of stuff. It's, you know, our kind of mission as a group is to help LUNC recover. And Terraport is the project that we've kind of, you know, focused on to do our part towards that. Now, we ain't going to help LUNC recover on our own. And neither, if you like, are you, Candice Protocol, you know, Hexagon, whoever. No, none of us are going to do this on our own. It's about doing it together and, you know, doing your bit. But you're right, when we first started, I guess there was a few factors to play. I mean, I was, you know, going for KYC all the time, just because, you know, I'm one of them risk sort of people. But, you know, maybe others in the team thought, well, maybe our funds are best placed towards, you know, something else, maybe in terms of sort of development. So, you know, a decision was made not to do it back then. Now, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? I'd like to think that KYC would have prevented our, sorry, my phone keeps going on, to have prevented our crime, if you like. There is a weakness with it. And what the weakness is that if you've got somebody that's working within your team who you don't know is there, okay, so if you've got somebody who's done some subcontracting, so in the instance of what this actual space is kind of originally kind of about, if you've got somebody from, let's say, Russia or another country anywhere in the world that's working for you and they're not KYC'd or doxed to somebody, and that's all been verified, like something's been sent to the house that they've actually had to pick up and sign and give you the code number or whatever it may be, then if they commit the crime, the KYC isn't going to work. So it has got flaws, but if, for instance, you had somebody that was working within your team and somebody that was KYC within your team was allowing that to happen, then that person holds the camera, so to speak, doesn't it? But yeah, it is difficult. Unfortunately, we live in we're operating in a decentralized world, and the centralized world doesn't really like it a great deal. Yeah, I've without kind of going on, I've spent an immense amount of time pursuing this, and I will do to my dying day. I don't like criminals. It's as simple as that. I just picking up something Echelon said. Yes, there's a vulnerability there in terms of there is some nasty people in this community, and they will seek vengeance. You know, I've had people give me death threats and things like that. Unfortunately, you know, when you're in the real world and you're in the real business world, you're normally accessible in terms of people know who runs companies. They know Richard Branson runs his companies, and Elon Musk and so on, and they know who runs the corner shop, and who runs the kebab shop and stuff. And if you deliver a bad product or you poison your children or something like that, somebody will come hunting for you. To me, that's a strength, because by hell, it keeps you on the straight and narrow, doesn't it? And I know I can hold my head up high and know that I've done everything within my capability at all times to maximize security in every project we've done. I maybe didn't prevent the Terra port theft, but I did everything I could to, and on a personal basis. And I think if everybody does their best, you can't ask any more than that, can you?
Yeah, I'm not against KYC on the chain. It's just it is something that it can't be demanded from everyone, and also can't be enforced, and shouldn't be, because I think legit builders would also be driven away if you would try, for example, to enforce it, if you want to build on the chain or even be paid. So it's something that is...
Yeah, sorry. Do you mind if I just add something in there? Sorry, Strath, I do apologise. The point of, for instance, like the Certic KYC is that, yes, I guess most people in this space won't know everybody that's in the Terraport team, because a lot of them are private, well, not that many of them, but the private individuals, and they don't want the hassle of all the hassle you tend to get on Twitter and stuff like. It seems to be, part of my role is to soak up the hassle, okay? And I'm quite a modest person, so actually, I don't, soak up the glory, so to speak, because that's down to the people that do the work. It's just, that's part of my kind of role, so to speak. But it's about, if something goes wrong, you've got an independent organisation that then can discuss things with the authorities. So yes, so it's not about publicising and doxing people openly.
Doxing, of course not. That would be dangerous in many terms. No, I just meant because if I know you are a very, very strong proponent of KYC for everyone working on the chain. I get the idea, but I think there are legit people that don't want to do that just because it discloses information, or even if it is a third party. I'm not sure. I think you cannot say everyone has bad intentions that doesn't want to do a KYC personally, not only for the money, but for other reasons. But in fact, yes, it is beneficial in terms of that the community or whoever looks at those working there, know if or which persons are KYC'd to an independent entity. And of course, it also would probably depend on which entity that is.
Fafi, you have your hand.
Yes, very simple. Yeah, I guess Stratcall said, I'll be very short. Stratcall said it extremely dangerous. Like, yes, public businesses in real life have their name out there, but that's a kebab. In crypto, a guy, he loses like $5,000. That's all he had. He's mentally unstable. You don't know what he's going to do. At the very least, it's dangerous, right? It might happen, it might not happen. But the other thing I wanted to say is very simple, guys. Why don't we look at what others are doing? In this case, are other chain like KYCing? Are they all doxing? Can we just like be pragmatic, and like sometimes we want to reinvent the wheel, and can we look around or maybe task someone or do like a pragmatic approach, looking at all the chains in Cosmos or in Ethereum, see like if people are like KYC'd, they are not KYC'd, etc., and try to find some inspiration into that?
Yeah, so I take on board, everything that we just kind of sort of said here. Obviously, if you're just starting out, it's a small project. You ain't going to be able to afford to pay someone like Certic to do your KYC. If you're a sole person, then I'd like to think you know who you are yourself. However, if you did KYC yourself, if you like, to Certic under the name of a development group or something like that, that might give others some reassurance. However, totally agree with what you said there, Strath, in terms of I don't think everybody has insidious intentions who doesn't want to KYC. I'm quite positive. I do believe that there are some good people out there. However, there will be some that are just out and out criminals, and they will play the long game. They will wait for months and months and months and make out they are the best developer you've ever come across, and they'll do everything they can to help you, and they'll deliver absolutely fantastic products. But they may be just slipping in a bit of a back door or doing something or other, so that when the time's right, they can get their payday, and that's what happened to us. Okay, it's it's like the wife or the husband, if you like, that say it came out as being really good for years and years and years. However, there's a good reason why your windows are always very clean every week, and the window cleaner always had a smile on his face. So in terms of the KYC kind of element there, I don't know. I from my own point of view, if I'm paying somebody to do something for me, I'd like to know who they are. So I have some people on this chain and probably within this spaces, I'm not going to say who they are, who deliver services for us, but I know who they are. I know their email address. I know the real address. And they're paid to do a job. So if something goes wrong, I can point the authorities to them. It's as simple as that. And I think if somebody's working for the community and they're paid for the community, surely if we're, if you like, the employer, shouldn't we know? Or shouldn't we have the assurance that there's an organization out there who knows who it is that we're paying to do a job? So that might protect them from individuals within the community who could be, just mentally unstable, as I think Fafi put it here. But as a community, that if somebody went and I don't know, created a mechanism or something or other that could absolutely wipe out, for instance, let's say the community pool or whatever it may be, that actually you've got the right to access that data, or somebody's got the right to access those
So
data.
if you've seen the vote, I'm currently just doing a Riddick and sitting at the back of the bus. Okay, somebody had to make a stand, and that stand is what I have made. Yeah, that's some cold, hard silence.
KYC or not to KYC is the question.
I don't think KYC is going to help.
So Devin, you seem like you got all the answers. What should we do?
I don't think KYC is going to help at all. I think we need to focus on rebuilding the community first and find trustworthy people to work on the project. Because realistically, I mean, dude, taking a picture of your ID is not going to just, magically make you like an okay person to work on the project. I don't know why we've wasted so long talking about it. I mean, we've all done KYC a million times before, and it's like nothing about KYC determines whether or not I'm a felon or an ex-hacker or whatever. And I damn sure don't think people are going to sign up to do background checks to work on the chain either. Because who's paying for that? Is it going to be the buyer or is it going to be the chain itself? Because background checks ain't free.
Well, in our experience, we've paid for it ourselves. And KYC, you maybe didn't hear some of what I said earlier on. KYC from a Certic perspective, and there's other providers out there, is a lot more in depth than just showing somebody your passport, your driving license. Absolutely for sure. But it's not foolproof, and I'm not suggesting that is by any length of imagination. But if it's a case of, if you're dealing with significant amounts of money, is let's say $5,000 to have your team KYC'd and background checked and all this, is that maybe a reasonable amount to to pay. It's down to every team to decide this, isn't it? It's down to your own risk appetite. Within Terra Vita, we're very concerned about security, and we always have been. I mean, even before Terra Point 1 was actually launched, we got booked in for the audits, and we've discussed this time and time again. I don't really want to kind of dwell on it or go into it, but we gave our reasons why we launched without that, which was very important reasons to us. None of us wanted to do it, but that was it. We've unfortunately learnt the hard way, and now we're putting every penny that we've got into making our platform as secure as possible and doing everything we can to return value to those people that invested in Terraport and used it.
Bro, I swear I can hear crickets. Does the Twitter space play like a slight cricket every so often when it's like really silent?
I think as teams and groups and individuals, we've got our own risk appetites, and also the communities that will, kind of gather around us, if that's how we want to determine it. They will have their own risk appetites, and yeah, it's down to people to make them individual decisions, isn't it?
All right.
I guess I'm kind of just wondering why, like, everybody's still trying to build on this project, given there's so much animosity between all of the devs at this point. There's so much, I would say discourse. I don't see happy posts about Terra or Luna or anything anymore. It's never anything good. So it's crazy to see people so dedicated to something that just seems so lost at this point.
That's very wise words, and I've asked this time and time again. And part of the Terraport, protocol that we're creating is to attract builders. That's how we're kind of, I don't know, it sounds a bit grandeur, doesn't it? But kind of gift to the community. The thing that we're trying to do as our team to try to help the community to recover. Other teams are trying different things, whether it's providing infra wallets, whatever it may be. That's the bit that we're doing. And I get these conversations on a regular basis. Why should we build there? Have you listened to it? People, I think Terra Vita, other than maybe all nodes and other than TFL, I know people pull them down, we've invested more money into our project than anybody else. You could argue, in terms of a project on Terra Classic, we've invested more than anybody by a massive margin in terms
sorry
of...
to interrupt. Now that you mention investing into the chain, I remember Allnodes put out a statement saying that Terra Vita had some sort of a commitment for the endpoints. How come that Terra Vita just paid for 1 month of it and then the rest of the commitment was not, respected?
Who's asking that?
Oh, that's not asking. That was like a statement made by Allnodes.
Well, sometimes there's a lot more to this than what meets the eye. And I would rather people think that I've maybe slipped up than explore that further. I'd rather people think I'm a bad person than explore that further. But what you've also got to consider is that other than all nodes and TFL, our group is the only group that's ever paid for an infra. Okay. So actually you could look at that as being positive, couldn't you? However, there's a bit more to it, but I'd rather not go into it at the minute because I think all nodes do a great job providing infra for the community. Hexagon's provide it now, funded by the community pool as well. But there's elements to it. I think we're better off as a chain having people that want to provide for us than airing dirty laundry in public. But from a project perspective, one of the problems we've got, I mean, you know, I'm involved with the casino as well, is that the infra doesn't support, whether it's hexagons or whether it's all nodes, it doesn't support the project. So the DEX lost 1 in 3 transactions because there wasn't any infra that was appropriate enough or robust enough to actually run the DEX, okay, Terraport. The casino, there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of dollars worth of trade that's been missed because we can't get an RPC that's reliable enough. There's all these issues. So, you know, there's other things to consider. And what you see on Twitter often isn't the full story. And I think that's becoming quite apparent in the whole of this kind of spaces. And to kind of pick up on what Devin was saying, rather than airing bad laundry and, you know, negativity, I'd rather focus on positivity and trying to promote projects coming. And for that, you need to have a positive narrative, you know, and that's where I'd take that conversation. Also, it was an agreement between myself and all nodes, and that's a confidential agreement, but it wasn't. I fulfilled my commitment. I'm prepared to stand up in a court of law and say that, and you know, let's leave it at that.
All right, thank you for clarifying it. And to be honest, guys, we've been at this for a while, and like the main intention for it was for, you know, us to be here open with you guys and to pretty much show that, okay, something bad happened to us, but we will fix it and we will come back stronger. And I would like to think that we did a, you know, relatively good job, and we brought a lot of the community members together, and we're gonna keep, you know, being consistent with what we do. And yeah, I guess I would like to say that I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, spending time with us. So essentially, you know, in life, I would say at this specific moment, when we really think about it, to be here all together is already something very special, right? So that we're really committing our time to be here, I would like to think that that's already like, you know, something. So I just want to thank all of you for your time, because essentially I understand that's like the most valuable asset that we all have in our lives. So I do really appreciate like all the feedback that's coming, and we will be pretty much using this experience for us to improve and become even better than before. And I still believe that, you know, we have a good chance of making, you know, good moves and becoming very successful and essentially helping this blockchain more than, you know, us hurting it. So if nobody else has anything to add, Echelon, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give closing words. I agree. We got to have more spaces like this, more community interactions, come together, figure out solutions together. Try and bring this chain up, not down. More positivity, more supporting of other people building on this chain. Put aside our differences, and just work together. Unite, right? You know, divided we fall, together we stand.
I like that one. I will leave it at that. So thank you all for being here. Have a lovely day, night, wherever you are, and we will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be consistent with what we do, despite, you know, something sad that happened. Tomorrow we'll come with something more happy. Thank you all for being here. See you guys tomorrow. All love.
Okay, let me bring you folks back. So there's going to be a lot of people saying a lot of different things, saying, you know, oh, he voted no, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that, saying no. This is not a no to funding the Repeg. It's not a no to funding any teams. It's simply me saying to myself as a validator, there's issues. We need to take a pause. We need to regroup. We need to address the budget maturely and not just go in like a wrecking ball, getting what funding we can, and then simply not, you know, looking at the technicals, looking at the numbers, and actually being honest with ourselves instead of just being plain ignorant and hoping for the best. this situation's not going to pan out. So hopefully, you know, I'm not looking at it. I'm going to look next when it passes, but or fails, hopefully, or if I don't even know. But honestly, folks, it's a scary time, because ultimately I have to stand by this blockchain and I have to ensure that funding is being allocated correctly. And I just don't believe it is. And like I said, even with all the heat this is going to bring me, all of the crap, all of the junk, all of the hate, I'm probably going to lose people. But at the end of the day, I don't compromise my own morals to make people happy. You're going to get the honest HCC, the truthful HCC, the person who actually stands by his word each time and doesn't keep chopping and changing. But folks, this has been 6 hours, 20 minutes of absolute junk mixed in with some kind of important stuff and a lot of proof that ultimately, right, funding is down to this community to figure out. And I say to them, well, we tried to do this. We proposed the proposal for chain-owned assets, which wouldn't cost us to rent or, you know, upkeep. They'd be a lot cheaper, and then utilizing cheaper infrastructure. What happened? They deviated, made an agreement behind the scenes, yet they're telling us we need to figure things out. Well, we tried to, and you prevented that. So, you know, it's one of those ones. I will lose my mind. No, Charles, take it easy, folks. Stay safe, stay humble, stay aware, and I will catch you in the next one.